Hello everyone and welcome to the start of Season 3 of the F1 1998 to 2007 Ultimate Career Mode. Yes, we have made it to the year 2000, the dawn of a new millennium. Planes didn't fall out of the sky, computers still apparently work, and Formula 1 is here at the Bahrain circuit for pre-season winter testing, and of course to showcase to you everything that has changed since last season. Of course, obviously, if you're new to the channel and don't know what this series is, we have got a mod for F1 2020 that allows us to play from 1998 to 2007 using all of the classic cars, featuring the classic drivers and a couple of classic tracks, that of which we will talk about a little bit further on down in the video. Of course, as always, there will be a link down in the description below as well if you are interested in checking out this mod. It is a paid mod, but yeah, I would highly recommend it. It is really, really good fun. Of course, dramatic circumstances come the end of last year. After a points reset halfway through, because the mod broke on me, it was Michael Schumacher versus Eddie Irvine for the World Championship, and in a last race scrap that came down to a steward's decision, Michael Schumacher was your 1999 Formula 1 World Champion. Of course, he watched Eddie Irvine take the title the year prior, and of course, he really wanted to try and get that first crown with the Italian team. Of course, Ferrari head into 2000 as back-to-back reigning World Champions as well. They have really kick-started the new millennium in very, very strong conditions as well there. But Eddie Irvine, of course, has officially retired from the team, and hopefully this time round he has retired for good. So, of course, that meant Michael Schumacher, still, of course, the #1 driver within the organisation, and they have actually scooped up former McLaren test driver in Pedro de la Rosa. Yes, a rather left field move, one that I don't think a lot of us were expecting to see from the Ferrari team, but they were very impressed with all of his testing miles and his consistency, and thought it was finally time to take a punt on the Spaniard as well. There, of course, Michael Schumacher, as we head into this new era, is likely going to be, you know, quite comfortably the #1 driver in the team. And of course, yeah, with winter testing pace looking very, very good, he will be looking to try and crown himself a 4-time world champion come the end of the season as well there. But yeah, obviously Pedro de la Rosa, an experienced head. He knows what he's doing behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car, of course, with all of the new aids as well, traction control and ABS now implemented as well onto these Formula 1 cars. It's going to allow drivers to push more and more as they go through races there. And we have now got a tyre war between Bridgestone and Michelin as well. McLaren, of course, have come up short now 2 years in a row. Of course, famously, the 2 years that they did win Drivers' and Constructors' World Championships between 1998 and 1999. But they are still hunting down their first world title inside this series. Their lineup of Mika Häkkinen and David Coulthard has remained unchanged once again there. I believe they are one of the only teams to have never changed up their lineup inside this series so far. And again, it looks like they are going to be the main threat to Ferrari as we head into the new year as well. There, of course, Mika Häkkinen, he's been brutally consistent on his day, you know, absolutely unstoppable when he gets things right. It's just very much a case that in years gone by, McLaren don't tend to get it right all too often, and he is woefully unlucky as well in this series. So many times have we seen him being involved in unlucky contact or a spin or a mechanical failure or something. You know, he very easily had things gone his way, wrapped up both of the previous World Championships, but neither of them have gone the way of the Flying Finn, and he is still eyeing up his first Formula 1 World title as we head into the new millennium. Maybe, you know, we could see McLaren as the dominant force, a bit different to, of course, obviously what we know happened IRL between 2000 and 2004 there. But yeah, McLaren, of course, they've obviously still got arguably the strongest lineup on the grid. David Coulthard, you know, the Flying Scotsman as well in that second car, always looking pretty racy. And, you know, if Pedro de la Rosa starts to struggle or can't quite get into the groove early on in the year, maybe, just maybe, McLaren could gang up on Michael Schumacher and finally walk away with the crown that they want so badly in Formula 1 as well. Moving on, though, down to the biggest surprise of 1999. Of course, it is the Jordan Formula 1 team. Clearly, here in winter testing, they were testing out a new levitation device on the car. For some reason, the wheels just were not showing up with the Jordan, so a little bit peculiar, but we'll try and look past that as best as we can. Obviously, they had a really good year last campaign. Actually quite surprising with Matt Beard behind the wheel as well. But it has all changed down at Jordan for the new year. Matt Beard didn't feel like the team's progression was enough into the future. And of course, as we're starting to see more and more factory teams in the world of Formula 1 as we head into the new millennium, he decided to jump away from the team. Now, Ralf Schumacher is now joined by Heinz-Harald Frentzen at the Jordan teams here. Ralf Schumacher coming in alongside the German there, who of course in real life was the one that almost won the 1999 world title as well. Had just a couple more things gone his way there. But Jordan, they're looking competent as we head into the new year. They don't really want to, kind of push the boat out too far. They don't want to overstretch once again. And it's going to be interesting to see how they get on over the course of the campaign. For them, it will just be more about trying to solidify that P3 finish that we saw last year. Of course, utilise all that prize money to the best of its effect. And of course, losing their number one driver from last season, though, has certainly made things a little bit more difficult as we head into the new campaign. Rumour is kind of around the paddock, though, that they aren't quite going to be able to live up to the hype they saw last year. And, of course, using those Honda Mugen engines as well. Obviously, with the BAR team bringing major upgrades as well to their facilities, it might well be that we kind of see BAR potentially becoming, a threat further up the order after a shocking 1999 season as well there. But Jordan, always ones to watch, always an unpredictable team. It is certainly going to be exciting to see as to how they get on as we head into the new year there. Next up, though, is going to be the Williams Formula 1 team. They are joined by Jacques Villeneuve and Alexander Wurz, who I believe once again has stayed with the organisation there. Two obviously very, very good drivers. Jacques Villeneuve, of course, wraps up the 1997 world title with the organisation. Took last year away with BAR. Didn't really work out for him, so he has come back to his, kind of team as well there. And of course, Williams as well, now with BMW power units as we head into the new campaign. I'll be honest, BMW Williams was actually where I was intending to go inside this series, but we got completely snubbed in the end. We were meant to be joining Alexander Wurz at the organisation, but Jacques Villeneuve basically told the team he'd come back and pretty much drive for free. I wasn't willing to do so. I still want like a helicopter and a fancy race car and road car and things like that and a nice big house. So unfortunately, we were completely snubbed by Williams there, and kind of shades of their real contract negotiations with Jenson Button back in the early 2000s as well. But Jacques Villeneuve stole my seat with the organisation, so hopefully this year, once again, we're going to try and get the better of Jacques Villeneuve, but he remains as one of the drivers that I have beef with within this game. And Williams, of course, obviously the last couple of years have been really tough for them, but BMW have put a lot of development in behind the scenes, so it is surely going to be a bit of a return to form from the organisation that, of course, dominated so much throughout the early and mid-1990s. It really was just through 1998 and 1999 that we kind of saw Williams IRL struggle a bit for pace against some of their biggest competitors as well there. But with Jacques Villeneuve back at the helm as well, surely we're going to see Williams back on the top step of the podium and maybe challenging Ferrari and McLaren as well there. Stewart have got an all-new look as we head into the new campaign, and an all-new name being bought out by the Jaguar team, obviously under the Ford Motor umbrella, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see, of course. Jaguar, kind of like the British Ferrari, as it was described back in the late 90s and the early 2000s, of course. Lots of history, both in Formula 1 and, of course, probably more famously on the roads of Le Mans as well there. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how they get on as we head into the new year. However, both of Stewart's drivers have been retained as well. Of course, they had a really, really good campaign last year. Rubens Barrichello and Jan Magnussen, of course, both really two drivers that were very, very consistent and were able to, kind of battle Jordan and occasionally McLaren and Ferrari when things went their way. And of course, obviously now with the might of Ford behind them as well, with all that financial backing, surely Jaguar are going to be a force to be reckoned with as we head into the new season as well there. Of course, that might not be the case. We saw in real life Jaguar probably one of, if not the biggest disappointment of the early 2000s, only for Toyota to kind of trounce that later on in the decade there. But things can be different in the Ultimate Career Mode. Occasionally, you see teams that, kind of struggled in real life get on a bit better inside this game. It isn't quite, a complete recreation. There is some differences as well in terms of performance and, kind of the driver lineups as well. Hence why we are making this video today. But Jaguar, I think, again, could be ones to watch. You know, there's so many teams that have a lot of potential to deliver. It really is anybody's guess so far as we look up and down the roster. You know, there's so many teams with potential heading into the future. Like I said, yeah, this season is going to be very, very exciting there. And the same, maybe not quite so much, can be said about Sauber as well. Of course, you know, a decent lineup. They're quite happy. They did pretty well last year. You know, kind of got the results we were expecting from them. But they've actually got an all-new lineup as we head into the new millennium as well. They're Jarno Trulli, a Italian rookie who is coming in after setting the field alight in a Formula 3000 last year. He is being partnered up with 1996 world champion in Damon Hill, of course. Yeah, Damon, He's been very topsy-turvy, obviously, since he left that team, of course. Tried to take some time out, has, you know, kind of got the F1 itch once again. Let's not forget, obviously, at this time, he's almost turning 40, so he is very much towards the end of what has been quite a short-lived Formula 1 career, but clearly wants to kind of almost steal the Jean Alesi role, you know, kind of an older driver going back to Sauber to finish off their career. Jean Alesi obviously did that back in the early 2000s. Kimi Räikkönen as well, of course, much more recently went back to Sauber after both starting and finishing his career with the team. It'll be interesting to see, yeah, whether we end up with Kimi Räikkönen showing his face at some point in this game as well. But yeah, Jarno Trulli, of course, he's going to be looking over to the other side of the garage to try and gain as much data and insight as well as he possibly can from Damon Hill there. And of course, yeah, I think a lot of people expecting the Brit to lead the team. You know, Sauber are a team that can occasionally deliver quite a good car. But yeah, certainly so far this year, of course, especially with, yeah, so many big manufacturers coming in and factory teams, it might be a year where Sauber get a little bit rocked and they've just got to try and tread water a little bit more than we've seen in previous campaigns there. But yeah, it's certainly going to be exciting to see how their new junior goes up against Damon Hill as well, of course, because, you know, Jarno Trulli, he could be one to watch in the future as well within this series. Next up, though, as we head further down the field, of course, probably one of the kind of more lackluster teams, it must be said, last year has got to be Benetton. Giancarlo Fisichella is staying with the team, and he's actually now joined up by former BAR driver in Jos Verstappen. Yes, a team that is kind of, again, another one that is a little bit unpredictable. Obviously, they've got the Renault power units. There are more and more rumours that Renault could be potentially looking at kind of coming in as a, you know, true factory operation in the not-too-distant future. So, you know, Benetton, they've kind of got safe backing behind them. They've got, you know, a safe pair of hands watching over them as well as an organisation. But yeah, Fisichella, you know, incredible driver on his day, but too many times last year did we kind of see him struggle, end up outside the top 10 and then not really able to make his way back up inside the points. And obviously Jos Verstappen, well, I think the less we talk about Jos Verstappen, the better. I'm waiting for the day he gets fully dropped out of this career mode, but ultimately I get no say over it, of course. It's just what the game decides happens inside this series. So Jos Verstappen, yeah, has been kept around on the grid for yet another year with yet another team, of course. Yeah, his time with BAR last year was a very, very difficult one, and as now that team apparently is meant to be throwing more and more money at the project, it could be very, very difficult, you know, for a driver like Jos, who, of course, you know, raced with Benetton throughout some of, I believe it was 1994, got absolutely wiped by Michael Schumacher. I think, yes, he's come back to this team this year. He's hoping that doesn't happen once again, otherwise his Formula 1 career could be well and truly in the bin. But yeah, the very distinctive light blue colours of Mild 7 as well. It's going to be interesting to see how they get on over the course of the year, but ultimately, yeah, I think they're another one, a bit like Sauber, that might get swallowed up and pushed towards the rear of the field. Another team then that is looking to try and move forward this year, of course, has to be BAR, and after a pretty lackluster first campaign, they are hopefully coming back and kicking on strong this year. They massively underestimated, you know, they weren't really planning on going for a full effort throughout 1999, and they have poached myself there. Yes, after Williams, of course, and BMW weren't interested with Jacques Villeneuve willing to make a very cheap move, and of course, obviously, Jordan using those Honda engines last year, we have decided to join the main team there. You know, I will admit that there was quite a lot of money offered me. There were quite a lot of zeros towards the end of that check. But ultimately, winter testing paces looked very, very good. And it might actually be a bit of an inspired move for myself. We are joined by fellow Brit in Johnny Herbert, of course, a man that obviously saw, I think it was 3 Grand Prix victory, wasn't it, during his time in Formula 1. none of which admittedly came with the Honda team. But yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see how we get on against Johnny as well there, of course, especially now where we've had a little bit more time to embed ourselves in the world of Formula 1. We're feeling a bit more confident we can come into this new year and really fight against more experienced teammates as well there. But it must be said, obviously, with the ABS, with the traction control, it has certainly made these cars a very, very different driving experience, and that was kind of something that the Jordan worked really, really well on last year. It felt nimble, it felt agile, hence why we were able to take that win at the Mexican Grand Prix right towards the end of the year, didn't we, as well? But yeah, once again, though, sticking with Honda power inside this series, but now we've got a big money drive with a big team that hopefully we're going to be able to bring towards the front of the Formula 1 world there. We now look towards our two real true backmarker teams within Formula 1, of course. First up is going to be Minardi there. Jenson Button has made his Formula 1 debut. It has been confirmed he will be joining the team ready for the new 2000 season. Of course, formerly, a BMW. He had close ties with them, and Williams obviously being British, and also Honda as well. It was a real toss-up between the rookie or myself to join the BAR team. But ultimately, they felt obviously trying to make a big leap forward this season. They needed a little bit more experience on their side. And yeah, Jensen is to be joined by Nick Heidfeld, another young German rookie at the Minardi team. But ultimately, Minardi, it's a team that I'd really, really love to see deliver inside this series. Admittedly, last year they did get the better of Arrows when all was said and done. But yeah, it really, really is looking like financial constraints once again is making things more and more difficult for the team to operate. They'll just be looking, I think, once again to tread water. Maybe they can spring a surprise. Maybe they can get a little bit closer to Sauber or, Benetton, things like that. But yeah, I think once again, their battle is likely to be with Arrows around them. So it's going to certainly be interesting to see how they get on over the course of the year. But that being said, two young drivers with a lot to prove as well. It's going to be interesting to see who gets the better between them. Heidfeld, of course, the feisty young German. Jenson Button, the feisty young Brit there. And of course, both with a lot of success in a Formula 3000. I'm really genuinely intrigued to see those two and Jarno Trulli, of course, the rookies, as we head into the new year. It is certainly an exciting time for Formula 1, and I can't wait to see how any of those drivers get on as well. And of course, last but not least then, my first ever team inside this series. Let's take a look at the all-new Arrows car, and this is the Arrows that I remember, the gorgeous orange livery on this machine. And it's Jean Alesi. Obviously, we mentioned him a minute ago. He's decided he is going to join the struggling team there, of course. They failed to kick on last year after the highs of 1998, but Jean, I think the most experienced driver on the grid at this point in the early 2000s. He is hopefully going to try and have a little bit of fun with the team, try to revitalise them a little bit as well there, especially with a bit more sponsorship money coming through. And he is joined by other experienced driver in Mika Salo. Yes, so actually a very, very good lineup for the Arrows team, and that might prove very beneficial in their battle against Minardi over the course of the campaign. It's almost it's a bit of an odd comparison, but I would describe it between like Williams and Haas in 2021. Two cars that are actually quite similar, but obviously in the Williams team, you had a George Russell with a bit of experience under his belt, and Nicholas Latifi, I guess, but obviously you were going up against a Haas team with two rookies that obviously had no idea how to set up a car. It is certainly going to be exciting to see, and personally for me, I hope we see Arrows get the better of Minardi this year as well. Of course, there's prize money for all top 10 teams, so hopefully it's not going to be the end of the world for either of them, but yes, certainly, with Ferrari, with McLaren, with BMW Williams, with BAR, with Jaguar, there are so many big money teams now in the world of Formula 1. It's very much that they need to kind of bring in development as soon as they possibly can. Otherwise, they are really, really going to be left behind in the not-too-distant future. But the Minnow teams, they make Formula 1 great. I will be trying to keep a close eye on them where I can. Hopefully we're not going to be battling them too much, though, it must be said. Maybe I will try and check them out if we're lapping them at any point this year. But Arrows, that car is gorgeous. I reckon it's my favourite livery heading into the 2000 season. So I wish them the best of luck. Taking final look then, just obviously the final little housekeeping bits as well. Of course, we have still got a 16 race calendar that makes up this season. We kickstart, of course, in the land down under at Albert Park, Australia, before Formula 1 makes its debut Grand Prix at the Vietnam Grand Prix at Hanoi. Of course, a highly anticipated circuit. I can't wait to drive there before we head across to Shanghai. Spain, as always, the first round of the European leg before Monaco, with a quick hop over to Canada before we return for the French, Austrian, British and Hungarian Grand Prix before the summer break. Then obviously we head to Belgium and Italy before the flyaway season begins, with Japan, USA, Mexico, and last but not least, of course, the season finale has to be held out in Brazil. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching this pre-season testing video as well. If you have enjoyed it, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. Round 1 of the year from Albert Park, Australia will be going live this Friday. So yeah, Formula 1, the classic career mode is well and truly back. The V10s are going to be screaming. I am so excited for it. Like I said, get yourself subscribed. We are mighty close now to 131,000 subscribers. And yeah, let's get this thing going. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we are back with the start of our all new F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're here at the land down under for the Australian Grand Prix. And fun fact before we get into this one, this was actually the first ever Formula 1 race to go ahead after I had been born. So from now on inside this series, I would have actually lived through every single Grand Prix in this series. But of course, if you're new and you're wondering what on earth this is, there is a mod for F1 2020 that takes you from 1998 all the way through to 2007 with near enough all of the teams and drivers and the cars as well. It's an absolutely fantastic mod. I will leave links to it down in the description below. Obviously, earlier on in the year, we did 1998 and 1999. And then earlier on this week, if you missed pre-season testing from Bahrain, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But yeah, today though, we're here for the start of the all-new season with BAR, of course. Yes, our third team in as many seasons. It's safe to say we still move around a little bit up and down the grid, and of course there has been a fair amount of movement for other drivers as well there. Mika Häkkinen and David Coulthard still gunning for that first world title with McLaren after Ferrari swept them both in 1998 and 1999. Jacques Villeneuve is back at Williams. Schumacher, of course, is going to be defending his crown at Ferrari alongside new teammate Pedro Della Rosa, with Mika Salo, Rubens Barrichello, Alex Wurz. For some reason, Daniel Ricciardo still shows up instead of Damon Hill in some of it. But you can obviously see, yeah, as well, the rest of your driver roster. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed as well. We're going to try and get this series out nice and regularly. And obviously, we're trying to hit 140,000 subscribers as well at the moment. Now, unfortunately, I have got one little bit of housekeeping to do. I mentioned in that first video that we'll be heading to Vietnam. I've had to scrap that because I didn't realise in this mod it forces Vietnam to become Malaysia, and Malaysia just doesn't really work in career mode. So Vietnam / Sepang is out, and we're heading back to Zandvoort then this season as well there. So there we go. You can take a look at our 16 race calendar. But yeah, hopefully this will serve as nostalgia for some. Hopefully for others it'll serve as some education as well, because this era of Formula 1 was absolutely wild. I can't wait to get on with it though, so I will see you guys in qualifying. Well, we might already have one minor problem here as we head into our first one-shot quali of the season. For some reason, I've been forced onto wet compounded tyres. Now, it is meant to rain as we head into the race, but we've got no grip at all. I've never experienced this bug inside this game, but I think we might be starting from the back of the field here. I don't know whether this is going to be a permanent issue this season, or what on earth that's all about. But yeah, forced onto the full wets. I was going to try and give you guys some fun information about, obviously, Formula 1 returning for the year 2000. I guess I got a bit of time to explain anyway, as apparently we are going to be qualifying last. So, one thing I've learned in this mod, is obviously electronic aids came back into Formula 1 in 2001. So the BAR, I think the Ferrari, the McLaren, and a couple of the others do have traction control. I don't believe anybody has ABS yet, though, but I actually did a couple of test races in my old Arrows car. That thing doesn't have traction control yet, so that might explain, obviously, why some of the teams have got such a pace advantage over some of the others. Obviously, the gaps nowadays in Formula 1 are, what, a couple of seconds, really, aren't they, most of the time? In this, it's like 6-7 seconds between, you know, the Ferraris and the McLarens at the front. And your proper backmarkers like your Minardis or your Arrows. But yeah, I'm hoping that isn't going to be a common occurrence. But I guess we've got to move into the race.
Months of rumour and speculation all come to an end today as we return to Melbourne for the opening race of what promises to be an enthralling season. Welcome along then to the Australian Grand Prix. We're a stone's throw from the enormous Port Phillip Bay for today's race at the 3.3-mile Albert Park circuit. It's a bumpy racing surface here, and the 16 corners could prove especially difficult in the wet conditions. Watch out for a safety car at some point during the Grand Prix. Plenty to discuss then with Anthony Davidson. He's out of hibernation too, and alongside me in the commentary box once again.
It's good to be back, Crofty. Let's hope for some good racing today. We can't know at this point how competitive these teams are relative to each other, but hopefully nobody is able to run and hide. We want to see these drivers pushing to the limit all the way to the checkered flag.
Well, yeah, it is looking almost foggy here at the Albert Park circuit as we get ready for the Grand Prix Sunday. Then it was Ferrari that took a front row lockout at the end of qualifying yesterday. David Coulthard lines up P3 ahead of Jacques Villeneuve there and Damon Hill. Johnny Herbert, our new teammate, got himself up inside the top 10 as well there. You can see Jaguar struggling a bit more than we saw from Stewart last season. And yeah, Minardi obviously with their two rookies right at the rear of the field as well. Shout-outs to Arrows, though. P11 and 12 on the grid. I think they have turned up with a bit more of a car than they were expecting to. But in terms of strategy then, it's looking like it's going to be a fairly simple one-stop. Now, wet tyres back in the day didn't tend to last as well as they will nowadays in Formula 1. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see as to how we get on. Also, for those of you that never watched this series, the damage model is brutal. So any kind of contact can risk your race being ruined, as we might be about to find out on our way down towards Turn 1. But Formula 1 is back then, ladies and gents, here for an all-new season. It is 5 red lights. It is a mighty long hole, but it is lights out and away we go for the Australian Grand Prix. And maybe for the first time ever, we can get quite a good start, because of course we've got traction control. And I'd be very, very surprised if Minardi don't. But there we go. Again, that damage model is going to be scary as immediately you see some carbon fibre getting kicked up. And that's exactly what I mean.
Reduce your pace. Keep your
I think we've lost a couple of drivers there.
turn the position immediately or we will be penalised. There is no overtaking during the safety car period.
Yeah, that's exactly what can happen on Turn 1 there. Jenson Button, his very first Formula 1 start, immediately has ended in disaster. Well, let's ride then on board with Jenson Button down towards Turn 1. Instantly, he's going to do a pretty good job showcasing just how brutal the damage model is. For those of you that are new to the series, pretty nice tidy getaway actually between both him and his teammate there as he tries to tongue to the slipstream down towards Turn 1, actually getting some speed on the Benetton in front, but it's actually he nicks the Sauber. That's what causes the problem there, as you can see the other Benetton gets caught out in all of that. And I think, yeah, they are the only two out of the Grand Prix down at Turn 1. But drama right from the get-go. I mean, the spray is nearly impossible to see through at the moment. Safety cars coming in at the end of lap 3. We have got to be very careful, actually, with that tyre wear. We've only been cruising around, and we're already at 33% wear. So clearly the traction control is absolutely shredding the tyres to pieces if you lean on it too much. So I might have to try and drive around it a little bit early on. It's everybody Constantinaing up. We already saw, obviously, on the onboard with Jenson Button, how little contact it requires for big damage to occur. As Jarno Trulli, you can see a couple of chunks taken out of the Sauber's rear wing there, so not sure how that is going to affect performance for him, but getting the power down then out of the final corner. So we try to start lap 4 then. Hopefully now we can start making some actual overtakes in this race. Nick Heidfeld behind me in the other Minardi. has currently got fastest lap, because of course he gets to try and catch up to the rest of the field there. So obviously, one of the other big things it's weird to try and get used to again with these classic cars is just how much lighter they are than a modern Formula 1 car today. Obviously, you've got so much power still, but no weight to kind of keep them hunkered down, you know. They bobble out over curbs and things like that. So you can already see Trulli's definitely holding us up a little bit there. John Lacey, Damon Hill getting away. So around the outside of Jarno will go. Was not planning on making the move there, but I guess we'll take it. So I think we've had another incident further up. No, that was just Jarno, I think, running wide on the exit of the corner. So schooling one of the new kids on the block. I just remembered as well, obviously, it's Frentzen who might appear as Daniel Ricciardo still on occasions inside this mod. Of course, yeah, Damon Hill alongside Jarno Trulli down at the Sauber team. But I mean, yeah, it just really feels like we're trying to hang on to the car early on. Schumacher, though, no such problems at the front of the field. And I mean, Lacey is trying to look for it anywhere he possibly can on Damon Hill at the moment. But already on just the end of lap 6, we're going to have to dive into the pit lane. Oh, okay, so I think the tyre wear is pretty bad for everybody then. Or at least it is for both of our cars, because our teammates had to come in as well. So double stacking down at BAR. Got to try and make sure we get the car slowed down to 37 miles an hour. Got someone else, I think, coming in behind us. Yeah, Giancarlo Fisichella as well. So reassuring that it isn't just us struggling with the tyres right now. But yeah, clearly some of the AI able to get theirs a little bit further. 3.8 second stop isn't too bad going inside this series. So maybe now we can try and undercut Lacey and Hill in this race. Obviously, first round of the new season.
Line on the exit will receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross over into the track.
Yeah, first round of a new season is kind of just a complete step into the unknown. I'm just always happy if we can get to the finish more than anything else. Oh, Jarno Trulli's gone. Oh, we got another safety car. Damn it, man. What's happened to Trulli? Well, looks like them running on board with Jarno Trulli. He hasn't made a mistake or anything like that. I think the engine's just gone bang in that Sauber car. And our first mechanical failure of the year then will go to Sauber. And that's our second rookie out of this Grand Prix. I'm immediately realising one other problem as well. We've only got 2 sets of the wet compounded tyre. So effectively this set has got to try and get us to the end of the afternoon. I don't know. Is Johnny Herbert trying to go back to dries for the rest of the race? I don't really know what's going on right now. So we're going to try and be a bit strategic. We're going to bolt on the old set of tyres again. And then obviously before the safety car, you know, boxes, we're going to have to obviously go back onto this set of tyres. It's very, very odd. I think we might have to disable wet races at the moment, because this is a tad confusing. Well, I've had a look on the race director then. Every single car has already had to box once in this race, so it might well be that everybody runs out of tyres before the end of the afternoon. Like I said, I've never seen anything like this so far in this game. Normally, we've got far too many spare sets of tyres come the end of a GP, but as we get ready then to go green flag racing once more, I believe it's Alex Wirtz that's at the front of the field in his Williams. So maybe at the turn of millennium, Williams are back. I mean, look at this Constantina and up through the final couple of corners. Nick Heidfeld, I think our only remaining rookie still in this race. But as Johnny Herbert tries to put the power down out of the final corner, I mean, we are both just tickling the throttle, trying to get away out of that final corner. But more of my focus at the moment is about trying to reduce the tyre wear effects. Oh, we got more yellows. We got more yellows. There can only be, I believe, 4 safety cars in these races still, and we've already obviously had 2 of them. Looks like this time around it's green flag racing. No, it's not. Someone else, I think, has had issues. I think they're going again. I can just see, I mean, it's just spray everywhere. Can't see who's made a mistake. As Carl's now fanning out in front. What on earth is going on? I can see carbon fibre getting kicked up by someone. I think that might be Nick Heidfeld that's gone into the back of the car in front of him then. So everybody now, I think maybe someone's got a puncture here. And we've got another safety car. No one's even out this time round. I mean, this race is just safety cars galore at the moment. Whose idea was it to race these cars in the wet, sorry? Well, I tell you what then, this series has always been about trying to find weird little loopholes and things like that. And I think we might have found another one today. The dry tyres, the wear is incredible on them. And I tell you what, with the grooves and the traction control and in lean mix, it's near enough drivable. I'm not saying we'll be as quick as the AI, but we might not have to box again between now and the end of the afternoon, and most of our AI absolutely will still. You can see Michael Schumacher there, only down in P12. We've got cars already peeling into the pit lane. Johnny Herbert's in again, so we're going to gain a free spot there, but could we, for the first time today, end up inside the top 10 pretty soon? But back at the P15, as you can all immediately see Hakkinen trying to have a look down the inside of Fisichella down at turn 1.
Faster engine mode, please. We're 2 laps over target on fuel.
Yeah, I'm leaving it in lean mix 1 because it actually gives us slightly better traction off of the corners. I mean, I don't expect us to be able to keep Heidfeld back, but you can see there immediately, it's not impossible. I tell you what, I mean, these cars back in the early 2000s, you did have to drive on a knife edge anyway. They were so unforgiving and so brutal when you did make a mistake. So that's going to be the key as well, but we're actually running pretty well here. See, a little kick of oversteer there is going to set us on the back foot again. But, yeah, Fisichella is not getting away from me prior to that error. There's a huge gaggle of cars up in front there as well. We've got more yellows out. I'm not even sure we can have another safety car before the end of this race, but my Lando's probably going to go on strike at some point soon. As we all get going this time round, who knows what the order's going to be like come the end of this one. As you can see, a Lacey now trying to have a look down the inside of Villeneuve. I've got no idea where the other Arrows is. I don't think it was the one Jensen Button crashed with at the start. So Arrows could be on for their first points for in about, well, obviously I don't think they scored any last season, did they? But, I mean, you can look at this. Coulthard new fastest lap. A Lacey into the pit lane there, as well as one of the Jordans. Not too sure who that is. I believe that is, yeah, Ralf Schumacher into the pit lane then. We're almost back inside the points here. And the tyres only went up 3% on that lap. Well, after everything that's happened in the opening half of this Grand Prix, we might be one of the only cars that hasn't ran up inside the top 10 so far. I think that's Jan Magnussen into the pit lane with his Jaguar. Can't wait to hopefully go wheel-to-wheel racing with them in the near future. But Magnussen in. I think, yeah, Mika Salo in as well as a handful of others. So we're now up at a 6th place then. Obviously, we do have the modern F1 points tally in this game. Unfortunately, that just isn't something you can mod. But usually there's people in the comments that will tell you what the scores are like. If I see any, I'll probably make sure I keep pinning them. Oh, we got more yellows. We got more yellows. Someone else has gone. I don't know who. I think it might have been a car behind. So, I mean, yeah, Fisichella is just all over the road now, navigating his way through the final couple of turns. And Fisichella then is going to peel back into the pit lane here, so we're going to move up into 4th place. I think, actually, I think everybody else is in the pits. Are we going to be up into the lead of the first race of the year? Yes, we are! Into P1 we go. With just 10 laps left of this race, Johnny Herbert's got to be in for about his 5th pit stop of the day. But now we have got clean track space in front of us. You can see Frentzen there running up in P4 and P5 for both Jordans. So they're not doing too badly after I've left the team. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be long before Coulthard finds a way around me there as Barrichello into P3. Like I said, I'm really not interested in trying to hold up David Coulthard or, you know, anything like that. Especially for 10 laps towards the end of the race. We're just trying to do our own thing here and see the checkered flag and maybe get a couple of points for our troubles. As here goes DC then out of the final corner. You can see that McLaren should still have a bit more poke than us, but I tell you what, this BAR, not bad in the straight line there. But yeah, Coulthard back through then, up into the lead of the Grand Prix once more. Barrichello is not a million miles behind either. Well, David Coulthard and Rubens Barrichello probably associated as the number 2s of the early 2000s at the big teams. They're like Bottas and Perez before they made it cool. But yeah, I think we're about to see Rubens get the jump on me as well. Like I said, not really too interested in trying to defend from him, especially so I'm still just trying to make sure we keep my own car in a straight line. Jaguar, though, imagine if they took win on debut. That would be incredible scenes. Well, we might be about to set our first sub 1 minute 50 lap time in this race, a 49.2. I don't know what's more worrying, the fact that that is our best lap, or the fact that it's taken us over 20 laps to get there. This has ended up going to be one of the longest 50% races I've ever done on a Formula 1 game. But you can see Mika Salo now is up to P5 for Arrows. So I think Ralf Schumacher's had to peel into the pit lane again. Johnny Herbert update for you. I think he's gone through every set of tyres he's got as not Russell, sorry who that must be. I think that's Fisichella. at the Grand Prix. I know I got questions about that last season as well. Unfortunately, you can't override the race director, those notes on this game. So that's why it comes up with modern drivers rather than the classics. Oh, there we go. David Coulthard back into the pit lane again then. So Rubens Barrichello now, he's going to lead the Grand Prix. Of course, in this alternate universe, Rubens still yet to win a Formula 1 race there, as I think Frentzen, just as he got to my gearbox there, is also going to peel into the pits. We're going to be back a bit of P2. Only 7 laps to go. Anything can still happen. Oh, we got a Ferrari gone. Now we've got a safety car. Michael Schumacher, that is, at the Grand Prix. What's happened? Oh, we only get a look at this late on into the moment, but reigning world champion Michael Schumacher, I think he's just lit it up over the curbs, and he is going to find himself in the barrier and out of this Grand Prix. I think that's 3 years in a row he's failed to see the checkered flag here in Albert Park. So one of the Williams follows him. I've got no idea who that is, but we've got 2 cars in the wall and a 4th safety car of the day. Well, to be honest, that couldn't come at much more of a perfect time for us, because now we can switch back over to the wets and we should be able to get him to the end of the Grand Prix. Annoyingly, Johnny Herbert is once again obviously into the pit lane. He's just made it a lap-by-lap occurrence late on in the day. We do like to embrace the chaos that this mod can provide as well there. As you can see, Barrichello gets out of a very narrow pit lane. Come on, we need to go. Get on with it, team. We're in the battle for a podium here. This could be huge for BAR to kickstart the new millennium. As Magnussen, Coulthard both in behind us. I mean, Jaguar could be on for a double podium here. Frentzen's also in. So I think everybody now is trying to go onto tyres to get him to the end. Barrichello's in. Why is Barrichello pitting again? What on earth has Jaguar done? Now Johnny Herbert, I mean, you'd look at this thinking we've got a 1-2. But Herbert, of course, now might be able to unlap himself. But Barrichello's into the pits again. We're now up into the lead of the Grand Prix once more. And now we're on the right tyres towards the end of the race, with Coulthard breathing down our neck. I mean, this is absolutely incredible viewing. Johnny Herbert's gone through all his tyres, so he now can't pull away from the safety car, even though he's racing and trying to get a lap back on everybody else. I mean, the safety car's just keeping up with him. I mean, like I said, we embrace the chaos with this mod, but I think I might have to disable wet races. Oh, dearie me. Everybody's pitting. Everybody's pitting. Coulthard's in. Magnussen's in. Are we going to see Frentzen in? I mean, it could be anybody that we're battling with for the win here. I mean, Barrichello has stayed out. So, well, I guess he boxed last lap, didn't he? Yeah, this is just ridiculous. But I'm hoping safety car's in at the end of this lap. And then we can try and just go all guns blazing to the finish. Well, safety car lights have come off and we have got 3 laps to go of the Australian Grand Prix. And at the moment, looking at it, it's just myself and Barrichello. The rest of the AI haven't caught back up, hence why I'm trying to go as quickly as we can here. I'd rather fight one other car for the win towards the end of this race than, you know, 4 or 5, especially DC in that much, much quicker car as well, a little bit further behind. But as we make our way through the final couple of corners then, for all I know, Rubens Barrichello might try and peel back into the pit lane once more, trying to avoid spinning out through the final corner, and he is! Barrichello's back in again! What on earth is this towards the end of the race? So suddenly, I mean, we've just got no pressure. We've got absolutely no pressure here with 3 laps to go. I mean, I don't believe Coulthard's pitting back in again, so he might be able to get a bit closer to me once more. But in a shock turn of events, BAR, first race of the new millennium.
10.5 seconds.
First race with myself at the helm. I mean, we have led the World Championship before last year. Through brutal consistency early on, we took the lead, I think, after round 2. And held on to it for a good 2 or 3 races, if I remember correctly. But this season, we might be able to take win in round 1 and kickstart the year with a bang. Well, one of the other big talking points that raged throughout Formula 1 in the early 2000s was the tyre war between Michelin and Bridgestone here. And I tell you what, Michelin today, they pull an absolute blinder with the dry tyre in the wet conditions. You know, like I said, it's a little bit ridiculous. It's a complete cheese strat, isn't it? And if I can, then I will disable wet races in the future. But, yeah, I mean, to unlock something like that, I've no idea how that worked out as well as it has for us here. Everybody else into the pit lane again. And with just over a lap to go, we've now got a 40-second lead over Hakkinen. I'll be honest, I'm trying to chase fastest lap. Why have we got yellows out? Is there just a car stranded? Yes, there is. It's Hakkinen. Häkkinen's out of the Grand Prix, so no idea what's happened to him. But he's gone for a spin down in the final couple of corners, and we were lucky not to go into him. So Häkkinen seems completely stranded there, but of course it's too late now for a safety car in this race. Guess we've got to hope that nobody else runs into him if he's still stranded there. Through the final couple of corners, though, to start the last lap of the Australian Grand Prix. I don't think, again, we're quite going to be able to snooker fastest lap this time. 47.3. But, I mean, yeah, like anyone that's watched this series before know the racing tends to be a bit more chaotic than what we get in kind of like our normal flagship F1 series, but that's part of the charm. These races did used to be more chaotic back in the early 2000s, you know. The cars were difficult to drive. Everybody really struggled to get to grips, and, you know, mistakes were more common, and I think that makes for a better show as well at the end of the day there. As Magnussen now out of the Grand Prix as well, so Jaguar from race lead, it looks like they're still going to get a podium by the end of this, but it has all gone pear-shaped for him. So we got another one gone. Frenzen's binned it. I think that was a Lacey as well behind him, who drops it kind of panicking. It's Formula 1 Armageddon out there.
20 minutes, maybe more. Light rain is here to stay.
But there is one car doing a better job than any other at the moment, battling their way through the spray towards the end of the afternoon. Must be Frentzen, isn't it? Has been disqualified. We've just got cars stranded everywhere. I think they've run out of fuel. I don't think it's a problem with anything else. I think they've run out of fuel towards the end of the race, because these cars aren't that economical either, let's not forget. And as we make our way in towards the final couple of corners, Mika Salo for Arrows could be on for a podium here. But, I mean, welcome to the F1 Ultimate Career Mode. It can be a funny thing from time to time through the final couple of corners. It is going to be P1 here in Albert Park, Australia. Somehow we have hung on. Somehow. I forgot we'd started from the back of the field as well. This series is normally pretty crazy, but it's never this mad. Out of the final corner, it is P1 in Albert Park, and our first win for BAR.
That's P1. Race win. Well done.
So, Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
Well, the safety car completely changed the race, didn't it? It's hard to say exactly what would have happened without it, but there's no question that they came out of that situation in a good position.
The Racing Point team will be very happy with today's performance and the final result. Another display of excellent driving and excellent teamwork, and a well-deserved first-place finish.
Well, there we go then. BAR in our first ever race for our brand new team. We are a Formula 1 Grand Prix winner once again in this series, and what a ridiculous way to do it. We were almost at the time limit as well. Obviously, 50% races, I believe, are limited to 1 hour long as well inside this game, so we were very lucky that we actually got to see the end of the race as well. But I mean, look at the pit stops. A 4-stop strategy won us this race. Most other drivers, I mean, we got 7 and 8 pit stops for a lot of people. Damon Hill made 11 stops. Nick Heidfeld made 12. So did Johnny Herbert. I don't know about you, but I don't think that's the best way to try and get through a 29-lap Grand Prix there. But BAR of race winners, Rubens Barrichello in P2 there, was Alexander Wirtz in 3rd place for Williams as well, so a pretty good start to the campaign for them. Salo beats Pedro Della Rosa in the end in what must have been a drag race towards the line, with Damon Hill. Nick Heidfeld on debut gets points for Minardi ahead of David Coulthard, Johnny Herbert, and Jan Magnussen there with, I mean, look at that, both Schumachers, Villeneuve, Giancarlo Fisichella, Trulli, Button, Wirtz, and of course Heinz-Harald Frentzen, as well as Mika Häkkinen, all out come the checkered flag there. In fact, the bottom two, managed to get disqualified from the race there. They must, like I said, I think they did run out of fuel, and that was what caused all of their problems. Championship-wise, though, well, we better get it screenshot, because BAR leading the way at the top of the table after round 1, ahead of Jaguar and Williams there. Arrows, P4. They better not get a nosebleed running that high up in the order. The same can be said for Minardi, as McLaren down in 8th place, only ahead of Jordan and Benetton there. Like I said, this isn't, you know, what happens every week inside this series. We do often actually get some pretty good races that are kind of normal, if you will. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready. I think next time out, we're heading to Shanghai. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we'll return with round 2 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Shanghai International at the Chinese Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live last Friday from Albert Park, Australia, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was quite an interesting one. It was a weird return to this series, I must admit, but for us and BAR, it was not a bad one either. We took home the dub ahead of Rubens Barrichello and Alexander Wurz there. Mika Salo with a huge result for Arrows means they are currently ahead of Ferrari in the championship standings as well. Damon Hill, Nick Heidfeld on debut, as well as our teammate Jan Magnussen able to score points as well there. So it was a rather weird one. Like I said, go back, check it out. Strategy ended up being a rather strange one to kick-start the year. But it means that, yeah, we've started the year in the best way possible, and of course maybe, just maybe, we can try and fight for the World Championship this season. Definitely still McLaren and Ferrari that have a huge pace advantage though, so we're going to have to be careful as we head back this weekend to Shanghai. Of course, if you're new, I just want to say as well a massive thank you. We ticked over 131,000 subscribers in the last couple of days as well, so of course the next goal, 132k, so if you're watching this and you haven't clicked that big red button, it would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, let's head out then onto the Shanghai circuit, where hopefully we can actually qualify this time. Well, here we are then heading into qualifying for round 2 of the year here from Shanghai, and I figured out it was me being a moron in the last episode of this series. Basically, if you're playing this mod as well and you're finding that it's forcing you onto the wet tyres for qualifying, even when quite clearly it's dry, restart the session and just head straight out onto the track. It's a bit of a weird graphical bug, but as you can see, we are now on the dry compounded tyres, so as long as you just head, you know, once you get into the pit lane, you just click straight to car, it should be fine. So at least we know now we can do one-shot qualifying throughout the rest of the season. And I must admit, yeah, Shanghai really does work with these old traction control era cars as well, especially through the second snail section. You can really lean on it and feel like you're getting the maximum out of it. I've got no idea actually where we should be qualifying, to be completely honest, so it's going to be a bit of an interesting one by the end of the session. Now, of course, we actually get a decent representative. You can see we're about a second away from David Coulthard, who has just moved up fastest on the board. It's all a little bit wide there as we try and make our way out of the snail section. Get that power down as early as you can. And like I said, with the traction control, you can absolutely mash your foot to the floor there and carry the speed out onto the back straight. Almost touching towards 200 miles an hour there as you spot the braking about 125 meters out. And there, you've got to be really, really careful through the hairpin that you don't light up on the exit like I did right there. That's exactly what you've got to be careful of. And we've gone and ruined our qualifying then with one more corner to go. Where are we going to end up on the grid? It is Pedro Della Rosa that claims pole for Ferrari. We end up only P16. Well, there we go. Pedro Della Rosa, by half a tenth of a second, claims the pole over David Coulthard. Michael Schumacher, almost half a second away there ahead of Mika Hakkinen. I think, yeah, had we not messed that run up, we could have probably been around the pace of Johnny Herbert and Jacques Villeneuve there. But you can see, yeah, we lost so much time towards the end of the lap. We end up all the way down in P16. Even the arrows of Mika Salo went clear of me in the end there. So, yeah, we're going to be lining up right towards the rear of the field. Just Button, Nick Heidfeld setting identical times in their Minardis. But we've got to try and move forward as we head into the race.
It's time to find out which driver is up to the task of claiming the Chinese Grand Prix. We're here in Shanghai. We start a lap here at Shanghai with the long, difficult right-handers of turns 1 and 2, the first of 16 corners that make up this 3.3-mile circuit. The incredibly long back straight provides the best passing opportunity of the lap, with speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour before the braking zone of turn 14. Anthony Davidson also joins me in the commentary box today. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. They're starting towards the back of the field today in a car that is fast. So they'll be disappointed, won't they?
They'll have a sinking feeling as they look up from the cockpit and realise they're in a different postcode to the start line for sure. But the one positive they can hold on to is that the car is quick and they can make their way through the field.
After the points finish last race, let's aim to keep the momentum going.
Well, the sky is certainly looking very overcast here in Shanghai, and that is why rain's still predicted to happen later on in the afternoon today. So it's going to be a very difficult one. But, like we learnt last time out, the dry tyres can hang on pretty well, even in full wet conditions. So it might be that nobody has to make the switch over to the wet tyres. I thought I disabled the rain, but apparently not. Must have forgot to do that. So let's wait and see what we can do then here on the grid. 5 red lights ready for the Chinese Grand Prix. Foot to the floor. And it's going to be lights out. And away we go there as all the traction bog just kicks in a little bit. Charlotte Lacey immediately will say thank you very much as we make our way down in towards turn 1. So does Damon Hill, 1997 world champion. But we've just got to try and stay out of trouble then as we'll try and find an avenue around the outside of a couple of cars at that first corner. Just going to get a little bit worried about getting chopped in on. Have got to be so careful with this damage model. Any kind of contact can be the end of your race. Still side by side with Jean Lacey out through turn 2 and turn 3. Down the inside of a couple more cars. We'll have a look, but again, just having to back out of it there. But we will complete the move back on Jean. So back to where we started then off the start of this one. That is really important early on. As you can see, Trulli and Alexander Wirtz there, wheel to wheel through the next corner. Wirtz, of course, started the year in the best way possible. But again, a bit like myself, they struggled with qualifying. Yeah, everybody just trying to be very measured on lap 1. It feels a lot more like real life when the damage is like that. Yep, you can see Wirtz again trying... Oh, there we go. Wirtz is gone. That's what I'm talking about. That small amount of contact can make all the difference. And we've got a safety car. Well, that should probably go to show you just how brutal the damage model is on this game. Alexander Wirtz, yeah, tiny bit of contact, and that makes all the difference. And that's why we have to be so much more cautious on lap 1 than we are in some of our other series on the channel. But yeah, back to green flag racing once again then. It is still Pedro De La Rosa leading the way, but it looks like Hakkinen has got the jump on Michael Schumacher in that second Ferrari car then. So clearly the German maybe having a little bit of a hangover from his championship success last season. Admittedly, it is still very early on in the campaign, but as we try and build up some temperature in the tyres, looks like rain is meant to be arriving pretty soon.
By 4.4 seconds.
Yeah, obviously still quite a few places behind Johnny Herbert, but trying to get the engine temperature back to where it should be. How's the grip looking around the outside of Jarno Trulli? Hopefully we can try and get it hooked up this time round. And yeah, just as the AI space out a little bit more, hopefully it's going to make it easier to pick off cars there. As you can see, Fisichella in the second of those Benettons really struggling to put the power down out of turn 1. So maybe we can try and have a look around his outside as well. They're wheel to wheel down at the hairpin. And maybe if we could just get the power down on the exit. You can see Fizzy as well doing a pretty good job there. We're even, but we're on the inside. And often, well, with these lower grip cars, being on the inside is the most important thing, as the rain has now arrived here in Shanghai. How is that going to affect things over the next few laps? Well, it does make me chuckle, the fact we don't seem to get any wet races inside F124, but as soon as we come to a series...
There's a gap beginning to form.
Yeah, as soon as we come to a series where the cars are much more difficult to drive, even with the ABS... Well, sorry, just the traction control, isn't it? We obviously end up with just wet race back-to-back. Around the outside of Salo down at turn 1, but you can just see again, especially when the track starts getting a little bit slippery, traction control was not sophisticated in the year 2000. It was a bit more like an on-off switch, and that's exactly the kind of moment where it'll really catch you out. Well, making our way then down the back straight, you can see everybody now really concertinaing up. The grip levels beginning to drop, and that's starting to make things very interesting there as Barrichello tries to have a look down the inside of his teammate Jan Magnussen there. We're going to try and look around the outside of the pair of them. 3 wide with the Jaguars off the penultimate corner. There is no way this ends up going well for any of us, so I'm going to back out as they're into the pit lane. So a few drivers already then deciding it's time to pit in this Grand Prix. And now you can see, yeah, look at that, De La Rosa in. We're up back into 6th place then of this race. But Ralf Schumacher now as well, just in front of me. But look how much grip we've got. Able to attack down at turn 1. I've only just realised as well, for whatever reason, we seem to have 2 Alexander Wirtz in this game, which is a little bit odd. So, Benetton Wirtz is out. Williams Wirtz is fine. Might have to edit that ready for the next episode, because that's a little bit peculiar. Oh, we got yellows out. I think someone else around us is gone. Might be one of the Ferraris there. I can just see a big chunk of front wing down as Coulthard actually losing the place, maybe gaining the place over Michael Schumacher. But yeah, I mean, look at us all having to crawl around at the moment. Problem is, I'm not convinced the wet tyres are going to be that much better as all Wirtz. I mean, there's just no grip. There is no grip whatsoever. Shanghai is always a notorious circuit for it anyway. As you can see, David Coulthard not able to get the power down either. And we're going to thread our way down the middle there. It's a BAR 1-2. So for whatever reason, whenever it starts to rain inside this game, BAR absolutely come alive. And I think, yeah, we're going to have to box the end of this lap anyway. I mean, this is just impossible to drive at the moment. As down into the hairpin we go. And we got another safety car.
Reduce your pace. Keep your delta number positive as we form up.
And Schumacher's gone. What's happened to Michael Schumacher? Let's ride on board then with Michael Schumacher down into the hairpin, trying to get the car stopped and just into the back of David Coulthard. It doesn't look like major damage for the Ferrari, but that is enough to send him out of this Grand Prix. And I mean, that safety car timing, I don't think could have worked out much better for us if we wanted it to. Pedro De La Rosa still obviously getting a huge undercut by being on those dry tyres earlier on. But it might stop quite a few other cars from jumping us in the pit lane here. And you can see, yes, we're going to move over onto the wets. How well are they going to last at the second half of this race? I guess that's the other big question. This team a little bit slow to get them on. There we go. So where are we going to be then as we make our way out the pit lane? I think we're still up in like P4. Frenson's going to go past. Salo's going to go past as well as Magnussen. So we're up to 7th then. We haven't really lost out. Well, 2 safety cars inside the first 10 laps, but both of them just for single car retirements here has meant that there's still a lot of cars in the running as we're about to go green flag racing once again. Our teammate Johnny Herbert running up in the podium places. Is he going to be able to keep up with the Ferraris and McLarens at the front of the field then? Tyre wear as well is going to be something we're going to have to manage again. Already up to 13% just sat under the safety car. And we need to try and get this first set of wets. About another 9-10 laps as well there. Obviously, we've only got the 2 sets. We don't quite know exactly how long they're going to last. I mean, look at this. Everybody basically grinding to a halt. But Mika Salo again looking like he's having a really good time out of it in the arrows. As we're going to drop back a little way through the final corner. That might not be the end of the world, though, for us. Immediately see everybody else so tentative as they try and roll on the throttle out of that final corner. And I can't really see a lot, but apparently it's going to be green flag racing once again. Are we going to be able to move our way up and continue gaining places? Already we can see Salo struggling just a little bit. There's Jan Magnussen in that Jaguar. Oh, I could have had a look down the inside there, but it's just not worth the risk right now. Frentzen as well, the man that replaced me, hounding our teammate there for that final podium place. So 2 by 2 they go through the first couple of corners. With Vizcarra and Coulthard right behind me there. As you can see, Magnussen trying to look around the outside of Salo down in towards the hairpin. Oh, Mika locks up, but he just about parks it on the apex on the exit. And you can see all this constant tearing up has left us vulnerable there. As Giancarlo now trying to look down my inside. No, thinks better of that as we send it in very, very aggressively through the first part of the S's. We've got more yellows out. No idea who that is, but we're not going to worry about it too much. Around the outside of Jan Magnussen. And up into 6th place we go then. What would be the final points paying position back in 2000, but not in this series there. But look at that, Magnussen coming back at me on the exit. And this is what the traction control allows you to do. It does promote some pretty good racing, as we'll immediately try and switch him again down the inside. Slow it down onto the apex will go. Salo's been given a chance to breathe, but we do hang on to 6th for now. Bit like our Jordan car last year then. This BAR, very quickly I'm learning, it's probably the best of the rest. Behind, you know, the McLarens and the Ferraris still. So, obviously we were able to kind of half launch a championship fight last season. Maybe with a bit more luck going our way this time round, we could try and get ourselves in that fight. We saw Frentzen able to utilise that perfectly in real life in 1999. Just fell away from him right at the end of the year. But yeah, you can see Salo really struggling in that Arrows car. Trying to have a look down the inside into the next corner. Whoa, we don't get away with contact like that very often, but Mika Salo, very firm defending. Mika Salo was known as a bit of a super sub back in the late 90s and early 2000s, and I tell you what, with a full-time gig in that Arrows, they could genuinely score points quite regularly this year. I mean, look at that, running. I mean, he's not even going slower than Frentzen in front in the Jordan. He genuinely belongs in that position right now. Australia might not have been as big a fluke as we initially thought it was. Salo is having the time of his life in a team's car that really struggled last year as well. I had to send it to the inside, though. Actually, I broke myself there slightly, but we get the car stopped. Wasn't actually what I was intending on going for, but I guess we'll claim the place. Well, as we cross half distance then, we're still mainly worried about the tyres, but I'll be honest, it's quite nice actually to have a bit of breathing room. We're just kind of watching as Frentzen and Johnny Herbert there battle it out for that final podium place. I think De La Rosa and Hakkinen at the front of the field as well, just slowly but surely pulling away, as you would come to expect. But tyre management a lot easier here than it was last time around in Albert Park, Australia. Salo is still hanging on to P6 behind me. As Team want us into the pits, like I said, we need to try and get these tyres a few laps further. But Salo is genuinely my hero in this series so far. He's probably doing a better job at Arrows than I was able to in our debut season. So it could be worth trying to box a little bit earlier then, back onto a fresh set of the wet tyres if the team think the rain's going to stop. I'll be honest, I'm not really convinced I want to risk it still as well. I think Ralf Schumacher's had a bit of an issue. Jan Magnussen now moving back up into 7th place of this race. We've got no one out though, so I'm not going to worry too much. Oh no, there we go. It's not a particularly exciting one. I think that's Damon Hill, who's just had to pull over to the side of the road. Oh no, he actually collides there with David Coulthard. I think he's only got himself to blame in that incident. But yep, Damon Hill, 1997 world champion at this Grand Prix. But of course, as soon as I do that, it is going to return to green flag racing then. But that hopefully is not going to make too much of a difference if we can get this second set of wets comfortably to the dry period. Of course, when I say 1997, I actually obviously mean 1996 world champion Damon Hill. My Formula 1 knowledge sometimes lacks me when I'm obviously trying to commentate as well. Especially in a car like this that is such a handful no matter what's going on. Traction control really doesn't make much of a difference. And I think, yeah, most of the other runners then, their old wet tyres are going to be no match for our new ones, especially if they're in a Minardi like Jenson Button is. I think he just wants to see himself through to the checkered flag. And apparently he could get the switch back on me. Luckily we'll have the grit round the outside there to make the move happen. But JB, he's gone far further than he did last time. Herbert then clearly likes my pit strategy this race. He's immediately dived in just one lap later, so we'll be interested to see whether we can get the switch on him. Obviously, we've got these tyres up to temperature as well, and we are just really working them off of this restart there as through the final corner. It's not the longest pit lane in the world, but it's also not the shortest either there. As back down towards turn 1. Are we going to be ahead of Herbert? No, not quite. Frentzen even still is ahead of me, but that gap has come down just a little bit more. As we get on the grass, hang on to it. It's a bit like Rallycross. We're still going to try and navigate our way around some of the slower cars. There's Jean Lacey now, you can see getting jumped by our teammate just up the road. But again, this is not easy to do inside this mod. I mean, nothing is easy to do inside this game mode. So again, huge moment of oversteer through that final corner. We are seeing basically all of the remaining cars, though, into the pit lane then. So everybody has taken that first sets of wets as far as they wanted to. It's actually taken a lot of time out of our out of Frentzen there as well. But unfortunately, that's all just started to open up again. I guess it's just wait and see when the dries, when it's ready to make that switch. And maybe we can try and get ourselves back-to-back podiums. Oh, Frentzen! Frentzen, big error! Big error by Heinz-Harald Frentzen, and we're now going to try and look around the outside of him as we make our way through the double left-hander. You can see he's just about able to get the power back down again, and he's going to immediately try and cut me off. Luckily, we'll read it like a book, and again, just like we had to do earlier on, we send it down the inside of another AI car there, kind of putting the faith in them that they won't just drive into me there. But Frentzen, just get out on the wet stuff on the exit, and he will shoulder me back out and reclaim that P4 position. This all works out beautifully for our teammate Johnny Herbert, who was just able to pull away a little bit here. It's even in the slipstream. That Jordan is an absolute missile in a straight line. Breaking down. Don't run into the back of him. We don't want to do a Michael Schumacher. And Frentzen will cheat death this time. Well, we're definitely getting back towards a dry tyre here at the moment. Its circuit is getting better and better. And one thing I hadn't noticed really was just how well Williams were doing a little bit further behind. Villeneuve and Alexander Wurz, yes, the Williams version of Alexander Wurz, are closing in both on myself and Frentzen right now. And even Johnny Herbert is starting to struggle. Of course, as the track gets drier, downforce is a little less important.
Drying out quite soon. Mind you don't burn out your tyres.
Yeah, we have got to be careful with this set of rubber as well. But we're probably not a million miles away from that switch to the dries. But Frentzen now just beginning to fly. I mean, now we're just trying to keep the tyres cool as we make our way down the back straight. But there's a tiny part of me hoping that Johnny Herbert isn't going to peel into the pit lane this lap. Otherwise, we are probably going to lose out a fair old chunk of time. Oh, not if we do that before we get to the pit lane, though. Are we going to see Herbert in? No, we're not. Herbert stays out. Frentzen stays out. So nobody else thinks it's time to make the switch yet. I absolutely do there, as looking at the rears on pit lane entry. Got to be careful of that. Villeneuve opts to stay out. Coulthard as well, opting to stay out here as Mika Salo. He's still inside that top 10. I just think that's absolutely incredible by Mika Salo here. As 5 laps to go then of this GP. Dry tyres going back on the car to see us through to the flag. 2.9 second stop's not bad. Because, I mean, yeah, these V10s as well just sound absolutely incredible. There is a Lacey running one place outside that top 10 as well.
These tyres through to the end now.
There is no grip. No grip on pit exit, but hopefully we're going to be able to get some temperature up pretty quickly. No. A very lazy spin down in turn 1. And maybe this wasn't quite the right call there. We'll try and get back on the road in the tidiest way possible. Oh, this is just terrible, though. We've got no grip, no traction whatsoever. Let's try to put the power down. It is impossible. I mean, there's no water left on this track at the moment. I've got no idea why there is so little grip in this car, but our podium hopes might be completely evaporating right in front of me here. I can only hope as well, yeah, that the AI just struggle as much as I have on their outlap. I can only assume because of the cold tyres, that's what's making the difference. But if AI can get to the end of the race on their set of wets, it might not be a bad call. Just double check with the team. Johnny Herbert's dived into the pit lane again, but he's come back out on a set of wets.
Behind is 6.8 seconds.
No idea how he's come back out on a set of wets. He was probably better off just sticking on the tyres he was on. But with 4 laps to go then, this race is not over. We could see the AI really start to struggle. Well, I mean, I already am, but these dry tyres are getting there. Oh, don't say the AI are going to fall foul of the tyre bug again there. Surely it's time for dries for our teammate Johnny Herbert. As we've got a few more cars into the pit lane as well there, so not too sure who this is opting to stay out. Must be Jarno Trulli there as Herbert in again. So we're going to get the jump on our teammate. Are we going to get the jump on anybody else, though? No. So we're barely back inside the top 10. But now, we are going seconds a lap faster than the rest of the AI. Once again, the end of a race in this series is delivering the drama. And this time around, yeah, Jarno Trulli, I'm sure he'd love his first career points at the end of this weekend. Might not get that opportunity, though, depending on what happens there. As I mean, look at how much grip we've got. Round the outside we'll go. And we're going to move back up then into P9. How many more places can we claim? Well, the other thing we have got to be careful of is Johnny Herbert's one of the only other drivers that has opted back to the dries already. And he's going quicker than me right now. I'm not sure I'll have enough to get back to me there. As pretty much everybody else now, I think, has decided it is time for the dries. So I don't think we made a bad call in this race. Where are we going to re-emerge then? David Coulthard is still out ahead of me. So I think we have been overcut here. But Coulthard and Villeneuve, obviously, you've got to get those tyres up to temperature. And that is still not particularly easy. We've got yellows. We've got yellows out. Someone's got problems very late on in the afternoon. Who on earth is it? I can see greens. No, there's still yellow flags out. I think it might be Jacques Villeneuve. And Jacques Villeneuve late on in the day might be out of it. No, they've got... It's Frentzen. Frentzen's struggling. So suddenly now, it is Villeneuve, Coulthard and myself battling it out for the final podium place. And I can only assume Frentzen was trying to drag those wet tyres to the end. And he's had a puncture. Heartbreak for Jordan. But suddenly now, the podium fight is back on. Oh, Coulthard's slowing. What's going on? Coulthard's gone. Don't say he's run out of fuel. He just couldn't see a puncture on him or anything like that. But David Coulthard now out of the Grand Prix. So no idea what's happened to the McLaren, man. Johnny Herbert's going to move past him as well there. So looks like BAR are still going to be scoring good points by the end of the afternoon. Jacques Villeneuve makes his way through the final couple of corners to start the last lap. And I don't think I've got the pace to match the Williams. And on to the final lap we go now. Häkkinen's got problems. Mika Häkkinen running slowly as we make our way up through the S's, and I think both McLarens have run out of fuel here, as down the inside of Villeneuve we're going to go as well then. Of course, the weird thing is with these cars is that with the traction control, they actually burn more fuel right now there, as Villeneuve trying to get a jump on me. De La Rosa, his first ever Formula 1 Grand Prix victory, and it is going to come with Ferrari, but we're now battling with Jacques Villeneuve through the final few corners of this Grand Prix. And I can't believe McLaren, I think when it rains, their car is just not as fuel efficient as it needs to be here. As out of the snail section we're going to go one last time, side by side with Jacques Villeneuve. That Williams is so ridiculously fast in a straight line though. BMW power working very, very well for them. Are we going to be able to have a look for anything? No, we're not. And we might have temporarily moved up into P2 on the last lap of this race. But through the final corner, a dominant display by Pedro De La Rosa. Jacques Villeneuve is going to come through for P2. It is another podium for us. Heartbreak for McLaren.
There'll be many smiles at the factory after that one. A great race and a real team performance to take the win here in Shanghai. So Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
I think a large part of the result comes down to temperament. They were able to keep their heads when everyone around them was losing theirs, and that's allowed them to get the best out of the car, to maximise the strategy, and to stay out of trouble.
Ferrari are at it again, an excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there. And now let's take a look at the driver's standings. Well, the gap at the top of the championship has been cut down after a difficult race today for our championship leader. Some amazing talents out on the track today, but Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
I have to give it to Mr. Monaco. They fought so hard and had incredible pace at times, so I don't think anyone else did a better job today.
Well, 3 and 4 stop Grand Prix up and down the order there, but Pedro De La Rosa, 47 seconds clear. That's the kind of winning margin you used to get back in the early 2000s, and it was often a Ferrari that would take a win with that kind of landmark victory there. Jacques Villeneuve P2, though, a huge return for him and BMW Williams in their all-new partnership there, with BAR, P3 and P4 for myself and Johnny Herbert. Means with the team still able to pick up big points this weekend. The same can be said for Arrows. 5th for Mika Salo. He just pipped Häkkinen at the end there, as I think both McLarens had to go into fuel saving there, as Jean Alesi comes through for P7 ahead of Wirtz, Hill and Giancarlo Fisichella rounding out our top 10 there come the checkered flag. Yeah, I don't know why I've got 2 Alexander Wirtz. I need to make sure that I check the text file as well inside this mod. But Barrichello, both Schumachers and the second of the Wirtz drivers all failed to see the checkered flag. That means in terms of the championship then, our gap at the top now has been cut down to just 3 points. Salo, by finishing both races well, is up to P3 in the Drivers' Championship. I don't think any of us predicted that for Arrows at the start of the campaign there. Williams Wirtz is up in P4 ahead of Villeneuve there, with Barrichello still ahead of Johnny Herbert. Damon Hill, Häkkinen, Jean Alesi there rounding out our top 10 there, with Coulthard, Nick Heidfeld, Magnussen and Fisichella all with points on the board. Constructors-wise, we got a 17-point lead over Ferrari and Williams there. Arrows again, P4 ahead of Jaguar and McLaren as well, as it's only Jordan that have yet to score points in the opening 2 Grand Prix. That one, though, was a lot better. It was kind of a lot more what we wanted to see from this series. Good, crazy racing, but not ridiculous as well there. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Dutch Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 3 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live from Shanghai, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. So far this year, my new team with BAR, it's gone quite well. We've had a couple of decent races, we've had a couple of podiums to kickstart the campaign, and that means as we head into round 3 of the year, we are leading the championship still ahead of Pedro Della Rosa. It's been a wild opening couple of races, hence why Mika Salo is currently P3 in the championship. We have now hopefully made it so there's just one Alex Wurz in this series as well. But yeah, having a lot of fun so far with this mod. Of course, if you're new and you don't know what this series is about, basically we are going from a 1998 all the way up to 2007 in our own weird alternate F1 universe here, using this awesome mod for F1 2020. Now, we might be able to get a couple more upgrades on the car over the next couple of races, so we're going to try and continue upgrading the car and continuing to boost performance there. But yeah, of course, if you're new, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We are trying to hit 140,000 subscribers at the moment. This series, though, I'm having a ball with it. Hopefully you guys are as well. So yeah, let's head out then onto the circuit. Well, it looks like no matter what we do inside this game, every weekend it is going to rain at some point or another. Luckily here at Zandvoort, it is only been meant to be wet on Saturday, but that's going to make qualifying very, very difficult for us. It has easily been our weakest point so far this season, and you can immediately see they're struggling to get the car slowed down at the first corner. Want to ideally start inside the top 10. You know, for the championship leader, we've started no higher than 16th so far, which admittedly we're only 2 races in, but you can see how hard we've got to try and work to get the car pointing in a straight line. Traction control absolutely working to the limit there, but yeah, this might be a good track for McLaren. They've obviously got very, very good downforce on that car, but Ferrari as well, you know, you can never discount them, especially Pedro Della Rosa, who seems to be flying so far. He's kind of joined that new team and has embedded himself very quickly. Meanwhile, Michael Schumacher has really, really struggled. I mean, look how much we're just trying to fight the car around this circuit, but you've got to enjoy, you know, the sound of the V10 engine as well, working hard, making our way, though, down through the final couple of corners. Everybody just being a little bit cautious. No one wants to be the one to make a mistake on their qualifying lap as we navigate our way through that banked final corner. It is going to be a decent qualifying effort, though. We're going to line up P7. I'll be honest, I'm happy with that. Well, there we go. Michael Schumacher storms to pole position here as we return to Europe. Johnny Herbert, though, what a qualifying effort that is by our teammate to end up just quarter of a second away. Jacques Villeneuve and Mika Hakkinen will line up on the second row. They're ahead of Della Rosa and Heinz-Harald Frentzen. For some reason, I've changed it in the text file. The Benetton Alexander Wurz, he's meant to be Jos Verstappen. I just can't seem to fix it for some reason. I don't really know what's going on with that. So yeah, we've still got 2 Alex Wurz, which I guess is better than having a Jos inside this game. Salo, after a couple of brilliant races to kickstart the year, only qualifies down in P18. Think he's going to have his work cut out if he wants to maintain his top 5 form.
It was 35 years ago that the late great Niki Lauda took his 25th and final Grand Prix win here at Zandvoort. He came from 10th on the grid to beat his McLaren teammate Alain Prost by just 0.2 of a second. Well, Zandvoort is a very different circuit today, of course, but still one with an incredible legacy. And we're going to add to that. A lap of this short 2.6-mile Zandvoort circuit features 14 corners, 10 to the right and 4 to the left. The main straight is 678 metres long and heads into turn 1, the Tarzan corner. With DRS down the main straight into the braking zone, that could be the best overtaking opportunity on the track. Alongside me to discuss all the action today is Anthony Davidson. And thanks for joining us, Ant. And tell me, you were down in the pit lane earlier. How do you think the track conditions are today?
Well, it's looking a bit cold out there, if I'm honest. These tyres have quite a narrow operating window in terms of the temperatures they need to extract the best grip. So with a cold track surface, it's going to be harder to keep those temperatures up, which will lead to lower grip and maybe more mistakes.
Well, for the first time this season, we're not actually starting way down the order with a huge effort to try and get ourselves back towards the front, but I am hoping our race pace is going to be a little bit better than our qualifying trim there. Looks like we are meant to see a tiny bit of rain towards the end of the afternoon, but hopefully it won't mean that we have to go over to the wet tyres at the end. But, you know, if a safety car comes out or something like that, every possibility that that might well be the case. Obviously, tyre wear inside this mod on the dries is pretty good, so hopefully we're not going to have to worry too much. We can go quite aggressive on a one-stop strategy here today. Let's do this, though. The return to Zandvoort here for the first time in 15 years. We're waiting on those 5 red lights down on the grid. It's a mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go. They try and get the throttle down quite nicely. Coulthard's got off to a good getaway. As immediately he's going to try and cut me off down towards someone, but we're not going to allow it to happen there. Around the outside of the Scot, and almost around the outside of Heinz-Harald Frentzen as well, through turn 2. But annoyingly, we just could not quite put the power down. As look at that, Villeneuve and Schumacher. Shades of 1997, wheel to wheel at the front of the order. As again, we'll just get squeezed out a little bit over that curbing on the outside there. Really, really difficult to try and gain up places on lap 1. I spoke about it last time out in Shanghai, but you have got to be so careful around the AI, and hopefully we'll make it through lap 1 this weekend without a safety car intervention, because it has been quite problematic so far this year. Our teammate Herbert, though, showcasing just how good this BAR car really is there. Still up in P3 ahead of De La Rosa and Hakkinen. So I genuinely think this year we could be in the fight if things go our way. There's Coulthard there trying to have a look past Frentzen. Down in towards the final few corners. That curbing on the inside there is brutal. You've got to be so careful as you try and put the power down. But as we make our way in towards those final turns, we have survived the opening lap. For the first time this year, every car is going to make it to lap 2. As I just remembered how bad the AI are through that final corner. For whatever reason, they always seem to struggle. Coulthard, though, again with the straight line speed as they're wheel to wheel right the way up the order. But yeah, we are still in P8. Oh, what's going on with Frentzen? Very slow off of the hairpin. I guess we're no longer in P8. I guess we're up then into P7. So we haven't lost out anything as we start lap 2. That Jordan car's definitely got a lot more straight line speed than us. We saw it last time out in Shanghai. Has already just starting to see that Johnny Herbert maybe hasn't quite got the pace to fight those front runners. De La Rosa now sneaks by. But Jacques Villeneuve at the front of the field for Williams. Could in just his 3rd race back, we see the Canadian take the win. Oh, the AI, I mean, McLaren have just got no cornering performance through that final corner. I would have thought Coulthard, though, was immediately going to fly past me. Yeah, we have definitely got one of the weakest cars in a straight line. Oh, we wanted to have a look back down the inside, down at turn 1 there as Hakkinen will make the move on our teammate. It's McLaren BAR. McLaren BAR right now. But yeah, what I love as well about Zandvoort in this game with these cars is that the AI, they move around the circuit. They really do try to find the grip, and it is not easy. Oh, here we go. Coulthard now trying to make the move on our teammate as well. So really struggling early on. You can see Coulthard tries to have a look down the inside there, but Herbert will just cover him off. I mean, Johnny Herbert was a phenomenal racer back in his day. Never really quite had the luck after a Formula 3000 crash, because he could genuinely have been a multiple world champion had that crash not happened. I mean, he was lucky that he was ever able to race again, to be completely honest with you. It was, Coulthard again trying to look around his outside. We like to get a little bit slippery just behind, but again, you've got to be so careful as well. Obviously, modern curbs with classic cars is not fun. This thing feels like it is bouncing around all over the place when you try and lean on them. I think this time around, though, Coulthard is going to very quickly power past our teammate. I mean, look at that, though. Herbert's not willing to give it up easy. Can he go the long way around and hang on to it out of turn 1? Yes, he is. I'm loving watching this. It is so nice to have a teammate in any F1 game that is really willing to kind of get his elbows out and try and fight with other cars. Can't help but feel that Coulthard now might be able to get the power down. They're still going to be side by side, though. as we make our way up the hill. And look at that, Herbert refuses to give up with it. He wants to try and hang on to that position. The first time this season, he has truly looked confident in this car. Got a little bit unlucky both in Albert Park and Shanghai. But Coulthard now through. I think we're going to be trying to look for a move on our teammate as well very, very soon. We might be able to have a look down the inside here. So, getting wedged over that curbing, though. That was not what I needed to do. And Herbert will go right round me. And so will Heinz-Harald Frentzen and Alexander Wirtz. So, we tried to gain one. We're going to end up losing 2 places in all of that. And Wirtz especially, he needs to start delivering here. Because, yeah, at the moment, his teammate, I believe, is still leading. We got yellows out. I think Ralf Schumacher might be gone. I think Ralf Schumacher might be out of the Grand Prix. It's around the outside. And we just about got ahead before the safety car. Well, second weekend in a row for Ralf Schumacher. This time round, he's just dropped it on the exit of the stadium section there. And, of course, like we said before, the damage model on these cars pretty brutal. And just a tiny little knock. But that's enough to take him out of this race. Safety car then is coming at a really awkward time for us, because if that rain is expected come the end of the afternoon, I think it might be worth opting for a set of the hard tyres to try and get us to that wet period. Of course, yeah, with the safety car now, likely means that rain obviously is going to show up earlier in the race, so it might be that we have a few laps to go, but it looks like we're going to be one of the only cars that takes the gamble then into the pit lane here. I mean, this thing is so responsive on the brakes, and because Formula 1 didn't, obviously, because they hadn't been able to go to Zandvoort yet, I think COTA's assumed the speed limit here was going to be 50. Obviously wasn't the case. As well, a little bit of a history lesson. Of course, Zandvoort was originally going to be early on in the year. It was meant to be the first race back in Europe in 2020. But obviously, COVID affected that, so never happened. And luckily for us as well, we're going to come out in an arrow sandwich. I mean, Sato, he's gone from like 18th to 12th in the opening 6 laps.
Expect to see some rain about 10 to 15 minutes from now.
Oh no, that's not the radio message I needed. Rain is meant to be rolling in way earlier in this Grand Prix. And depending on how hard it falls, that might be a real problem for us. Well, safety car coming in then at the end of lap 9. And yeah, if that rain does roll in, we might have screwed ourselves here if the rest of the AI are able to go until the wet period. Like I said, I don't know how wet it's going to get. But it looks like we're going to have another rain-affected Grand Prix early on this season. We've got a lot of work to do, though, off of this restart. And the first one is going to be the arrows of Mika Salo. Hoping he's going to be slightly easier to overtake now than he has been on previous occasions this year, as he's going to try and really squeeze me down towards the apex of turn 1. I want to have a look down the inside of him, but I don't want to send ourselves into the side of Jarno Trulli there. But immediately, one place getting picked off. Got Jarno Trulli up next then in his Sauber car there, who just slips out a little bit, and you can see how much more grip we've got on these fresh tyres there around the outside of Jarno, and maybe could have had a look for a move on Rubens Barrichello as well then, as we make our way up the hill. Yeah, it really is a shame to see Jaguar so far this season struggling a little bit more than I'd hoped, as round the outside there we'll go. We have got grip off this restart. As you can see, Frentzen and Wirtz tripping over each other as well. We've got more yellow flags out. So I'm not able to pull off a move on Jan Magnussen. I think that might have been a car behind us who just had a little bit of a slip-up, because everybody else still seems to be running under the safety car. Unfortunately, we lost Damon Hill. It was just a mechanical failure, though, so nothing particularly exciting. It's down the inside of Magnussen. I mean, the fresh tyres, they work so well against the AI on their older scrubbed-in set. As, oh, look at that, Wirtz again, trying to look around the outside of Heinz-Harald Frentzen. I feel like both of these two were kind of like cult icons back in the late 90s and early 2000s there. As around the outside of Wirtz will go. Can we get a run on the Jordan? We know how much straight line speed that thing's got. No is the answer. Oh, I thought about a move down the inside at the first corner there, but thought better of it, as the Austrian there might try and get back round me. Not quite able to find the grip. But if we can get back into 7th, we basically gained all those places we lost. Just look at that from Frentzen. Huge sideways moment there. That'll really ruin my run. And Wirtz again, just waiting in the wings. And what I love as well is where these cars are so much lighter than a modern Formula 1 car, you can try different things. You know, you can try and make moves in different places. They also, yeah, don't seem to be hit too badly by the dirty air either, where they're so much smaller than a modern Formula 1 car as well. This time round then, are we going to be able to have a look past Frentzen? Down the inside will go. Big send. Oh, again, though, a bit too aggressive there on the exit the corner. And I think... Oh, Wirtz is going to get between us, so I think we'll have to hang on to that one. Frentzen, I apologise. That was a bit ragged. There we go. New fastest lap of the day. That should give you an idea of just how well these fresh tyres are working for us right now. It's closing in on Johnny Herbert and I think David Coulthard, who Mark's just come over the radio and informed me that he has got issues. It's not Mark in this game, is it? We're on F1 2020. It's not even Mark. It's Jeff still. Throwback to Jeff back in the day. Well, Jacques Villeneuve then is still leading this race at the front of the field. But I tell you what, with our pace in the car right now, we might be able to become a threat to him. Not if we get a fishtail moment like that out of turn 3. It's a bit of a shame. All of this track works fantastically with this mod. It works really, really nicely. Apart from the final corner. I think that's why I didn't feature this track back in 1999 and must have completely forgot about it. This team recommending a new strategy. We're not going to worry about that until the wet period arrives. But yeah, if it was just that final corner, the AI worked better. Probably wouldn't have any issues with it because the speed we can gain on them is ridiculous. Herbert now, though, breathing down the neck of Coulthard. As you can see, we are, I mean, all three of us practically pushing each other along. But it is so nice that you've got 4 teams in the fight this year. Yes, McLaren and Ferrari still have a bit of an advantage, but BAR on our day, or clearly Williams as well, can compete there. As round the outside of both of them will go. Coulthard might be able to get the run on me back down towards turn 1, but I'm going to desperately try and defend it. Much, much later on the brakes. And we'll move up then into P5. But definitely still the quickest car on circuit right now as we close up to half race distance. But Herbert is losing so much time stuck behind Coulthard here. I mean, they're going about 2 seconds a lap slower than the cars in front of me, you know, including Coulthard's teammate in Mika Hakkinen. De La Rosa's still in P3. I believe Schumacher and Villeneuve are still hounding each other for the lead of the Grand Prix. So clearly 1997 tensions are starting to bubble up and boil back to the surface. But yeah, we are just flying along right now. This car is quick. So there we go, another new fastest lap of the day. I mean, it's probably not long before the AI won a box. Interestingly as well, Jeff, has been telling me the rain doesn't seem to be rolling in as we got another one out. I think that might be Salo, and now we got a safety car. That is bad for us. Oh, and exactly the same thing we saw for Ralf Schumacher early on. Jean Alesi, I think that is out of the Grand Prix. It's not Salo, but it is an arrows in the wall. Sure, we're about to see everybody else peel into the pit lane here, so we will have the net lead of the Grand Prix. But it is just a question of how well we're going to be able to get on there. Yep, look at that. Both Ferraris, Hakkinen and Jacques Villeneuve all into the pit lane then. So going to be interesting to see where De La Rosa comes out in all of this. But we are up to the front of the field. But now the advantage we saw earlier on has been completely reversed. 15 laps to go then, and I tell you what, if you look at that sky above, we are not that far away from some rain here. As we get ready then to roll off the start once more, Jacques Villeneuve is right up my trumpet. He wants to try and get his first win in over 2 years here. But as we control the pace though, going to try and bolt it at the ideal time for me. Maybe catch some of the others by surprise. And that time is going to be about now. As are we going to be able to get the jump on Jacques Villeneuve? No, we're not. In fact, we're going to be under pressure by the time we get back down towards turn 1. Have to defend the inside from the Williams man there. But look at him immediately trying to look right around me. We know how quickly those fresher tyres are going to fire up for them. But luckily, we hang on through turn 1. And that might be the most difficult bit for us. Like I said, one eye now is going to have to be kept on the sky. But Villeneuve, we know he's quick, we know he's hungry. Williams, of course, using the Michelin tyres just like ourselves. And again, you can just see trying to look past me there, round the outside at the top of the hill. Not quite able to. Is he going to be able to make it work the long way around? And you can see... Oh, so close to contact there between us. That could have been both cars out of the Grand Prix. As we do get a warning for a collision with him. I didn't feel any contact on the car. But Villeneuve swoops through back into the lead of the Grand Prix. As immediately that happens, the rain now is starting to fall around this venue. Schumacher as well trying to look for it. And I don't think we're going to be able to defend there from the Ferrari. So he makes lighter work of it. But will park on the apex. So Hakkinen will say thank you very much. And from first, straight down to 4th then off this restart lap. Now, the question is, do we ever need to pit? This is the other problem I've got. As you will have seen in our qualifying lap, we have completely set the car up for race pace here, and dry race pace. So as the rain starts to fall, I wasn't obviously expecting it to show up again come Sunday afternoon. The car is just going to be slip-sliding all over the place. It seems like the ballast has been set really far rearward. Works fine when you've got traction control on a dry circuit, but you get a little bit of a slip, and immediately the back end works like a pendulum there. As Schumacher's struggling, Hakkinen now might try and have a look around his outside. Not able to do anything there. Are we going to be brave through the final corner, though, and maybe get on a fight back here as around the outside of Hakkinen will try to have a look? We just have not got the grip there as he almost puts himself in the wall of the exit of that final corner. It is really touch and go once again in this series. I mean, it is impressive just how quickly the rain has started to fall here. We are definitely going to have to make a switch to wet tyres before the end. But obviously I don't want to do that too soon. We've got to try and be able to take those tyres to the end of the afternoon there. But the team is saying it's time. I think, to be honest, they might be correct. Everybody's struggling as well around us as we're trying to look down the inside of Mika Hakkinen. I mean, you just send it there and then try and dance on the throttle so the back end doesn't kick around. But I mean, look at this. The Rainmeister in front struggling. Jacques Villeneuve struggling. I mean, we've all basically turned to crawling speed. I reckon a boat would be quicker at the moment, especially with all this rain dropping on the circuit. But if we box now, we might have to box again before the end of the afternoon. We've got yellows out for someone. As our Schumacher spins in front of me, we have to go for a full pirouette. Don't hit the wall. Try and get the car going again. And now we've got a VSC.
Reduce speed immediately and keep a positive delta.
Oh, Herbert's gone. Johnny Herbert out of the Grand Prix. So I think he's made contact with Pedro De La Rosa. And I mean, this is just chaos at the moment. Just how quickly things can turn around in this series. It's probably the closest thing I can think of. It's actually Malaysia 2001 as Coulthard's gone as well. So we're immediately back a bit of P5 then. Everybody struggling. Everybody into the pits.
VSC ending. Wait for green.
Yeah, I mean, the safety car, the VSC, yeah, coming to an end. But I don't think anybody cares. We're all just trying to get ourselves into the pit lane here. And onto a fresh set of the wet tyres. Maybe they'll see us to the end. Maybe they won't. I'll be honest, I do not care. There's a few cars trying to stay out there. Jenson Button, Jan Magnussen, Mika Salo, all trying to make it work.
See these tyres through to the end now.
But as we try and make our way out of the pit lane, they've got to be really careful of the understeer. This is just chaos again. I mean, look at that Jenson Button. How slow is he having to go crawling around in that Minardi car? I mean, when the grip falls off in this mod, it absolutely falls off there as down the inside of Button. Make sure he doesn't run into the back of me through the exit of the corner. I mean, again, this is Mika Salo conditions. This is where the Arrows man absolutely comes alive. We're down to just 15 runners. Yep, there's Johnny Herbert there confirmed out of the Grand Prix. Yeah, down into lean mix 1 then as well on the fuel, just so we try and lean on the engine a little bit less. Not that we can really do anything with the power there. Look at that, Frentzen, Jos Verstappen, Jarno Trulli and Salo all just in front, trying to limp back round to the pit lane here. Surely they're going to be diving into the pits this lap. Got to be careful. I mean, we're 9/10 of a second back, but we could be in their gearboxes by the time we get round to the pit lane there, as none of them are pitting. What on earth are they doing? Are they already on the inters? Oh, the wet, sorry? Did I just not realise? I mean, they're actually hanging on pretty well. No, they're not. I don't know. I just do not know what's going on right now. As, yeah, Button's definitely dived in, so I reckon these guys might have boxed, actually, at some point. I could not tell you when, but I think they have. Have they? I just do not know. I've got no idea what's going on at the moment there, as we'll try and switch Salo up the hill. That'll be one car ticked off. Maybe we can try and get Jarno Trulli as well, as, I mean, this section might be where they lose a little bit less. I mean, look at that, Salo's coming back at me. So clearly has got the confidence. There's, oh, a little bit of contact there. I think we've collided with him. And Salo just like keeps it out the wall. And now we have got another safety car. Third of the afternoon. I mean, these conditions are near impossible for anybody to drive on. I think if this was real life Formula 1, it would probably get red flagged. I thought I'd take a look then as to when Trulli and Verstappen decided to box. Jan Magnussen pitted under the second safety car over to a set of wets, even though it was still dry, and is now running P4 in this Grand Prix. So they've absolutely nailed the strategy here to boost themselves up the order, and we could be seeing some more first-time point scorers of the year. But now both Williams are running up in the podium places, so they have played this to absolute perfection. We're going to try and get a run on Jarno Trulli back down towards turn 1 there. You can see having a look down the outside of him and Jos Verstappen in towards turn 1. Oh, and I think there's been contact. I think luckily we're still in it, but Jos Verstappen is out of the Grand Prix. And I mean, we were down the inside, we were on the inside curb there. I don't think we could have done a lot else about it. I mean, maybe the dive bomb was a bit too aggressive, but I sensed an opportunity. And Jos Verstappen has paid the price. Well, Magnussen might be running up really high up the order, but that doesn't stop Häkkinen absolutely pressuring him to try and relegate him back down into P5. Frentzen as well. This has not been a particularly great weekend for Jordan, but he's done pretty well to keep himself kind of there or thereabouts, as almost into the back of the Jordan, who can't quite put the power down. Almost going to spin on the exit as well. Frentzen is all over the show, and surely we've got to try and get around him now. Down the inside, nope. Again, we're just going to get cut off there. And I think, yeah, Frentzen is desperate to try and do basically anything he can to keep us at bay. Definitely the advantage we've got through that final corner is reduced dramatically when it's raining still.
Ahead, but remember, we need to get to the end of the race on these tyres.
Frentzen might have broke slightly earlier than I was expecting. So we're going to go down the inside. We almost cleaned us both out of the Grand Prix. But Rubber to 6th. And Magnussen as well has got a 5-second penalty. I'm not too sure what he's done. But that might immediately give us P5. Well, obviously we've seen the likes of Jordan, BAR, Williams still able to fight with McLaren and Ferrari this season. It's a real shame that Jaguar seem to have dropped off the pace slightly. Especially when, you know, Jan Magnussen and Barrichello was such a fun lineup to watch back in 1999. Really hoping they can bring some upgrades to that car and get themselves back in the fight in the near future there. But at the moment, I'm more interested in trying to get around the Dane. As you can see, they're really struggling to put the power down at the stadium. Please spot me on your outside, sir. As around the outside, we'll try and go. A little bit of banking to help us out. And we are up into 5th. 3 laps to go. Häkkinen is barely hanging on to the sole remaining McLaren in this Grand Prix. He was taking good time out of Alexander Wurz in that Williams and looked maybe like he could snooker away the final podium place. But I think this weekend Williams have really shown their true pace this year. Villeneuve's still leading the way at the front. He's basically dominated all afternoon. Apart from that one lap we led under the safety car, they didn't quite have the ultimate pace on Saturday. But yeah, come race day Sunday, Williams took the lead with Villeneuve and have never really looked back. And like we said, their first win in over 2 years, I'm sure will be a memorable one for them. Every race so far this year has been memorable for one reason or another. And I guess we kind of embrace the chaos. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Mark, with 1 lap left of this race, I don't think that's going to make much of a difference here, especially with how little grip these cars have got. Wurz, though, just barely hanging on ahead of Häkkinen and myself right now. Could we try and get our 3rd podium of the season on the board? Or are we just going to try and hang on to this P5 finish there? As you can see, the Austrian desperately defending from the flying Finn, who ducks out the slipstream, ducks back in. We'll try and duck back out once more. And almost contact between them there. But Häkkinen, what a move round the outside down at turn 1. And Williams, although it still looks like they're going to get the win today, it is not going to be a double podium for them there. As what on earth have we just witnessed from Mika Häkkinen? Up into P3 he goes. A beautiful move to start the last lap here. BMW, I'm sure, will be gutted with that one, as McLaren will get the jump on them with the Mercedes power. And Häkkinen immediately, as we've seen before, is going to run out of fuel. What on earth is up with McLaren this year? They desperately need to upgrade the fuel tanks on those cars. And Wurz, but it looked like for a moment he wouldn't get a podium, immediately now has re-inherited it. As that might explain why Häkkinen has been so quick over these last couple of laps. McLaren's fuel management is just absolutely terrible here. Häkkinen might still hang on, though, for P5, to be honest, because Magnussen has dropped back so badly in these last couple of laps. But in towards the final couple of corners then, Jacques Villeneuve has not won a race since before he became Formula 1 World Champion. He ended 1997 in dramatic fashion by finishing P3 in Jerez, but through the final corner here, a new millennium, a new era of Formula 1. Jacques Villeneuve is going to be back on the top step of a Formula 1 podium. Can we go right the way around Alexander Wurz as well? No, we can't. Williams hang on. It is only P4.
Anthony Davidson, a resounding victory today. What set them apart from the rest?
Rain always has the potential to liven up a race and mix up the order, and they've taken full advantage of that to claim the victory today. It's always a bit of a lottery when the conditions are like this, but they've managed to stay on circuit and have come out on top.
Jacques Villeneuve then, like we said, for the first time in nearly 3 years, back on the top step of a Formula 1 podium there. Beats out Michael Schumacher and Alexander Wurtz's teammate there. Huge points for Williams as well in the Constructors' Championship. We'll take a look at that in just a moment there. But P4 for us, our worst result so far of the year. But I'll be honest, I'm just happy we survived. We beat out Barrichello, Hakkinen, Salo, Jarno Trulli, Della Rosa there, and Nick Heidfeld, with Magnussen falling away right at the end there. I think him and Frentzen must have come together. I did not see what happened there, but yeah, both of them retiring right at the end there. But Verstappen, Coulthard, Herbert, Alesi, Ralf Schumacher, and Damon Hill all failing to see the checkered flag here. It was a chaotic race weekend, and that means now, if we have a look in the championship, Villeneuve up to P2. We've had 3 winners from 3 different teams inside your opening 3 Grand Prix there. Della Rosa down to P3 ahead of Wurtz. Salo still got more points on the board, staggeringly, in his Arrows car there, which means he's still hanging on to P6 overall. And now it is just Button, the Jordans, and Jos Verstappen who have yet to score points this campaign. Apart from Button, I genuinely see everybody scoring points this year. Williams now ahead of BAR, though, by 10 points in the Constructors, as we've still got 10 points over Ferrari. But McLaren Mercedes, if they want to fight, they have got to sort out the fuel usage on that car. They're down in 6th place at the moment. Every single race they have to crawl to the flag. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Spanish Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 4 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Spanish Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live towards the end of last week from Circuit Park Zandvoort, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We've had 3 races so far this campaign, and all of them have been absolutely ridiculous. It really has been one of the wildest starts I've ever had to a series on F1. We've had 3 winners from 3 different teams in your opening 3 Grand Prix as well. Myself leading the championship ahead of Jacques Villeneuve, who seems to make a return with Williams, and then Pedro Della Rosa in P3 in his Ferrari there. You can see Williams currently leading the Constructors' Championship as well. Yes, I know, for newer Formula 1 fans, that is a crazy, crazy stat to wrap your head around as well, but Williams genuinely at one point was this good in the F1 world. Will they be able to continue that on, though, as we head into Barcelona this weekend? It's going to be a tricky track, but I think it might suit our car just a little bit more as well. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subscribers currently on the channel. And yeah, let's head out then straight into qualifying. Well, here we are then heading out then to a very, very important qualifying session here in Barcelona. Because this one, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for the car to make overtakes as we head into the Grand Prix, of course. Unfortunately, we have to still use the old version of Barcelona inside this series, so we've got that horrible final sector, but McLaren, Ferrari and Williams all are going to be in the hunt today. We saw our teammate Johnny Herbert last weekend get on the front row. Luckily for BAR, we've got 3 very high downforce circuits in a row, with Zandvoort, Spain, and of course next time out we'll be heading back to Monaco. So yeah, it is hopefully going to be another stronger qualifying session for us. Of course, got our first top 10 qualifying of the year last weekend. As you can see, there's Johnny Herbert temporarily bumping himself up to the front of the order. So I think we've seen, yeah, Williams, McLaren and BAR all at some point on this lap provisionally fastest. But are we going to see our closest championship rival, Jacques Villeneuve even, storm to our position here as we try and put the power down up in towards the final sector of the lap? I believe as well, for the first time all season, I know I said it to Zandvoort, but we actually shouldn't be getting any rain today either, which is always nice to come back to sunny Spain. Through the final couple of corners, though. Easy, easy, easy on the throttle. It's so easy still to light it up out of that final corner. Villeneuve is going to claim pole position, though, after winning last weekend. We only good enough for P8. Well, Jacques Villeneuve then storms to pole position by just 0.003 of a second ahead of Pedro Della Rosa. Our teammate Johnny Herbert there able to get between the Ferraris as McLaren really struggled in the end. We just seem to lack a little bit of qualifying pace. I do set my car up though for races inside this game. They're ahead of both Jordans and the Jaguars. Mika Salo ahead of his teammate Jean Alesi. And then unfortunately it is Giancarlo Fisichella right at the rear of the field there. Jenson Button and qualifying Damon Hill as well. We're just starting to see more and more of the younger Brits come through.
Welcome along then to what promises to be another fascinating Spanish Grand Prix. Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya then, a high-speed 2.89-mile circuit which demands an efficient downforce package and bravery on the part of the driver, especially through the blind right of turn 9, which we might just see taken flat this weekend. Now, Anthony Davidson, I wonder, might we be in for some early pit stops today from the midfield teams, all trying to put some pressure on or disrupting things for the leaders up front?
If you're in the middle of the pack, you know, you got your own race to run. I don't think they're going to be thinking about causing trouble up front. However, closer to the head of the pack, don't be surprised to see some split strategies. If you're running second and third, for example, bringing one car in for an undercut while leaving the other one out there longer can put a lot of pressure on the leader and maybe force them into an error.
After the points finish last race, let's aim to keep the momentum going.
Well, with a fully dry race ahead of us then, or at least it's meant to be, the biggest thing I want to know today is will McLaren actually be able to see themselves to the checkered flag, of course. All 3 Grand Prix so far, those cars have either started to run out of fuel or have completely run out of fuel towards the end of a race. So maybe in fully dry conditions, that car is going to be a little bit more economical this weekend. We line up, though, down in P8. We've got a lot of work to do. Qualifying has not been our strong point this year, but hopefully with a good race ahead of us, we can still try and score big points, especially when my big rival is lining up on pole. It is 5 red lights on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. They're trying to put the power down as best as possible. Looks like our teammate hasn't done particularly well there, as Coulthard will cover off from his teammate Hakkinen. And look at Alexander Wurz getting the run down towards someone. Schumacher as well, trying to look around the outside of Pedro Della Rosa. There's almost contact between the Austrian and the Scotsman just in front of me. Round the outside of Hakkinen will try to go, though, as he gets a big wobble off out of turn 3, and we will move up then into P7 off the start there. So a pretty clean, tidy getaway for us. Jacques Villeneuve, though, absolutely controlling the pace at the front of the field. Let's not forget as well, this is Pedro Della Rosa's home Grand Prix, so he'll be looking to try and get a big result as well this weekend. So yeah, immediately just trying to settle in with the car there. You see David Coulthard. Yeah, not the best start in the world for him. Kind of screwed over his teammate in the end. Watching that McLaren in these opening few races, it is really not as stable as, say, the Williams or our car is. There we go, proven. Coulthard, big mistake out through Kampsa. That's going to leave him once again vulnerable as Wurz and Coulthard for the second time this lap almost bang wheels there. Somehow Coulthard will hang on as Wurz gets a bit of wobble behind, and we will say thank you very much. And the outside of the Williams car, not quite able to put the power down there though. These things are still tricky to drive there, as round the outside will go again. Not going to give up on it on Alexander Wurz. By the end of lap 1, we have gained 2 spots, which is really exactly what we needed. But yeah, Jacques Villeneuve though still leading the way. Not ideal for us. Oh no, I mean you can see the speed Alexander Wurz has got there, back down towards turn 1. Luckily we'll be able to pinch him to the apex just a little bit. So we've got yellows out. I think someone behind us might have ran into problems. I could do with a safety car, to be honest, early on, but running slightly down on, or burning through more fuel than I was really hoping for. So that might be something to have to manage later on in the race. But early on, for the first time this season, really doesn't feel like I've got the pace in this car. I'm watching Herbert just slowly pull away, and I can't even challenge Coulthard. Well, we are setting personal bests each and every lap, but you can just see by the time we get back down to turn 1, Wurz there, I mean, every single time he's pressuring me, and it's just not allowing us to really confidently focus on Coulthard in front. Luckily, I've worked out we can use Lean Mix 1 through the final sector, and And that'll basically mean we're not burning through any extra fuel than I need to be. So, oh, Coulthard, another mistake there. That'll bring us closer to the McLaren. Like I said, that thing, so unstable. It just looks like such a handful all the time. McLaren is a team, you know, I'd like to move to at some point in this series. But I don't think with that car. Oh, there we go. Finding a bit more confidence then as we slowly move in. I mean, the Ferraris and Jacques Villeneuve, though, at the front of the field, they're running like mid to high 24s. I was pretty happy with that lap, and it was a 25.6. But maybe, just maybe, that's giving me the breathing room over Wirtz that I need. We can try and focus on getting the Coulthard here. Still reckon if things went our way, we could get past Johnny Herbert by the end. But yeah, I think we're just starting to see Ferrari and Williams flex their muscles, stretch their legs early on, as we've already got our first casualty of the day. Looks like then one of the Minardis going up in smoke very, very early on in the afternoon. I believe that's Jenson Button, who's our first casualty in his second DNF so far of the year. Not the season for JB. Or perhaps McLaren need to try this out then. We're running lean mix, and it's actually seemingly making us quicker at the moment. We saw a little bit of a wobble there by Coulthard out in the final corner. We'll still use rich revs back down towards Sermon as Pedro De La Rosa already in for a very early pit stop in this Grand Prix. You can just see Coulthard, though, has got the legs on me in a straight line. But yeah, rest of the lap, I'm using lean mix 1, and it's actually not seemingly making much difference. Using that curve through turn 2 absolutely will, but clearly then Ferrari trying to try some different strategies here. De La Rosa already into the pit lane. He's going to re-emerge, I think, still ahead of Hakkinen. But why on earth are we seeing AI2 stop? Our tyres are on barely 15% wear. Oh, Coulthard's in. Why on earth are the AI pitting so early? What on earth are some of the Bridgestone runners doing here? As we're going to inherit then up to P4 and even P3. As Johnny Herbert and Jacques Villeneuve stay in front of me. So this is clearly, what, Michelin versus Bridgestone? I guess, no, Coulthard's on Michelin's, isn't he, as well? So, very, very weird what's going on early on this afternoon. I guess we get some free track space, though, to try and hunt down our teammate. But yeah, with De La Rosa then back out in P5. Admittedly, he's less than 12 seconds behind me. Could still be a threat by the end of the afternoon. But Jacques Villeneuve, if he is one-stopping, he's got a huge opportunity. I'm trying to monitor the gap then to the other cars around us. It looks like we're pretty even, if not slightly quicker than Jacques Villeneuve right now, as a new personal best for the day comes in. We've definitely got the pace over Johnny Herbert and Alexander Wirtz. De La Rosa, though, behind is absolutely flying along in that Ferrari. As there you go, another half a second clear of myself. So, Ferrari are still looking very, very racy here. But I mean, yeah, Villeneuve's got a 20-second lead over Pedro. He would need to basically go a second a lap faster every single lap if you wanted to have a look at him by the end of the afternoon. I mean, it's the most Ferrari call you might ever see on this game. But Ferrari back in the early 2000s actually had a strategy department. But what we're very quickly learning as well is, for me, it's kind of the fuel usage that really dictates the pace. When I use like standard and rich revs, we can take close to a second out of our teammate. When I'm only using lean though, the gap just open up slightly, so it does make a big difference. Fuel management here is really, really important. I guess the bigger question for us is, do I think I've got a shot at Jacques Villeneuve by the end of the afternoon? If I do, then we kind of got to try and keep burning that fuel a little bit more aggressively. If not, it might be worth just focusing on the gap to like Pedro De La Rosa behind, kind of falling back towards him and then having enough fuel to battle him. It's a really, really interesting race, and I'm happy that we've just got an interesting race for the sake of it, rather than just chaos kind of forcing interest out of it, if you get what I mean. Well, things might be about to get incredibly awkward down at BAR. The car behind is currently lapping quicker than the car in front, and not by a huge amount, but definitely a noticeable chunk each and every lap. I mean, you can see just out of the final corner how much we're fighting with it to try and keep it pointing in the right direction. But Johnny Herbert, I don't know when he's going to pit yet. I have a very, very difficult call to make as a team there. Of course, he's played the number 2 to Michael Schumacher in years gone by. He desperately wants to try and showcase to BAR what he's capable of as well. But we are leading the championship, let's not forget. Well, I think we're definitely just starting to overwork these tyres a bit too much towards the end of the stint. Maybe leaning on that traction control a little bit too aggressively as well. We know Michelin have brought some very hard compound tyres this weekend to try and handle all of the aggression required to get a car around this Catalunya circuit. But yeah, unless Johnny Herbert decides to peel in, I think we're going to box at the end of this lap. We make our way, though, down in towards the final couple of corners. I think Jacques Villeneuve is into the pit lane then. We're going to hop, skip, and jump over the curbing into the pit lane. But we are just about going to make it in then. So Johnny Herbert opts to stay out one extra one. Just want to make sure I don't get done for pit lane speeding. But yeah, very, very difficult here at the moment. Trying to find a limit in this car and making it work for us. But now we've got to try and get the undercut on our teammate as well. That could make things a little less awkward towards the end of the afternoon. There's a pretty clean, tidy 2.8 second pit stop. Where are we going to come out relative to the McLarens? That's the other one.
No more scheduled pit stops.
Where are those McLarens? They really have been a bit quiet this afternoon, and we've actually stayed out ahead of them then. So the undercut has not worked for them. In fact, Coulthard... Oh no, he is still ahead of Hakkinen, sorry. But yeah, McLaren, they are really in the doldrums right now. This new car of theirs is not working. On one lap later, then, Johnny Herbert is going to peel into the pit lanes. So as we round our way through the final couple of corners, this is going to be moment of truth time between me and our teammate there. I'm not convinced I've done enough, but we did go purple through the middle sector as well, which hopefully will bring us a little bit closer to him as we try and roll on that throttle at the final corner. I still don't know, to be completely honest, obviously what Ferrari are planning on doing to the end of the afternoon. As well, make sure we're still ahead of Alexander Wurz then. Ferrari are up into the lead of the Grand Prix. They've got a 1-2 at the front of the field. We've still come out behind Johnny, but if things were to end like this, I believe, yeah, De La Rosa, Villeneuve and I would be covered by about 5 points. Well, our teammate as well really likes to opt for a much lower downforce setup than the one I like to run on this car. So as we make our way out in the final corner, you're about to see just how much of a straight line speed advantage that gives him. We get a better run off that final corner. So we've almost hit new fast lap of the day, and already you could just see Johnny Herbert getting away from me back down towards turn 1. A bit like we saw with Coulthard earlier on. We're going to have to wait for a mistake or something to try and happen here, or we keep trying to apply the pressure to him and just see if we can force the error. Yellows, we've got yellows. They've gone back to green again. Have we got someone with issues? That Villeneuve there, I don't think he's dropping back at all. Might be a car in front of us, though. Could be a lapped car, for all I know. Can't see anything flashing up at the moment as we bobble our way over the sausage curbs. Problem as well I've got is the AI seem to be able to springboard themselves out of that penultimate corner. We do gain a little bit back through the final turn. No issues for anybody in front, though. I guess Villeneuve is just trying to hunt down those Ferraris. Go on, there, more blue flags. Nick Heidfeld, and I believe that might be Jos Verstappen in the way in front. No, it is Giancarlo Fisichella. So yeah, just nicked the wheel over the curb there. That might be a warning. Nope, we'll get away with it. We were very lucky there. Just got a bit wedged out, and unfortunately that cost me a big moment. As there we go, Pedro de la Rosa back into the pit lane then. So Ferrari unable to get those cars to the end of the race. Heidfeld's going to try and use our teammate to get the run around the outside of Giancarlo. But hopefully both of them are going to get out of my way there as well. They both do move. A little bit sketchy from Nick Heidfeld. Again, we've got to be careful of the damage model. But De La Rosa, 8.4 seconds back. So this strategy not working for Ferrari yet, unless Schumacher can somehow stay out till the end. There we go, Michael Schumacher, 1 lap later into the pit lane here as we're going to try and get a bit closer to our teammate Johnny Herbert. It is Bridgestone versus Michelin at this stage of the afternoon, though, as you can just see again our teammate able to get the run on me back down towards turn 1. But if we could move back up into P2, I would take that. Jacques Villeneuve, he looks like he's set to become our first repeat winner of the year. Ferrari and McLaren, they have been the big teams over the last couple of seasons, but it does not seem to be their way so far in 2000. BAR, Williams have both shown up, and it is really creating some interesting drama. Will we find a way around Herbert, though? We've only got 10 laps to go. Johnny Herbert, yeah, back to lap the man he replaced at Benetton all those years ago. Will Jos Verstappen make it easy for him? That to obviously give way to World Championship machinery that he has never really seen again there as Jos. He's just about starting to move there. He does get out of the way. He actually gives Johnny quite a slipstream as well. And almost runs into the back of myself down in towards the hairpin. You have got to be careful with the AI in this mod doing that. It's happened before. They'll just mistime it behind you and completely careen into the back of you and ruin your afternoon. But as we are still, you can see how much I'm trying to explore the venue for grip. to try and get around Herbert here. No idea what's happened to Ferrari as well. I can only assume that they've been held up a little bit in the traffic further back. As I mean, this is the closest we've been to Johnny Herbert this time round. Back down towards turn 1. Surely we've got to try and have a look for it on our teammate. Down the inside we'll go. Big late diving manoeuvre there, but we keep it between the white lines. Herbert will come back at me though on the exits. We can't quite gather it up. And he'll still be in front as we make our way through turn 3. Try and put the power down again. This middle sector is really where we can come alive around this venue. You can see, again, the high downforce package on our car working wonders here to allow us to really hang right underneath this gearbox there. Lucky Strike logos all over both cars. You can see we've got 2 more slower cars as well. Looks like it's both Saubers there of Hill and Lacey. Just trying to put the power back down up the hill again. This is dramatic stuff towards the end of the afternoon, and I absolutely love it there. Damon Hill, he'll get out of the way for our teammate. Will he get out of the way for me? Yes, he just about will, and again, be careful. Just double check your mirrors at the air. I won't run into the back of you. Jarno Trulli next up as well, having a pretty good afternoon of it. Let's see where he's going to let us by. Is he going to let us by particularly easy there? Jarno, obviously still very inexperienced. As we navigate our way through the final couple of corners, I think he's just about going to have enough there. So a little bit of a moment again through that final corner, but so does our teammate Johnny Herbert. And once more then, as we make our way down towards turn 1, both of us are getting a nice slipstream off of the back of the Sauber car. Will he let us by? Yes, he will. Like I said back at the start of the season, I wanted to prove ourselves against a real teammate. Once and for all inside this series. You know, a proven race winner. Another really, really good driver. Yeah, I know we spoke about it before. Johnny Herbert IRL absolutely deserved more from his Formula 1 career. He could have easily been a multiple world champion had he not had that Formula 3000 crash. But at the moment, he is still delivering here as well. We had a look down the inside. Herbert, though, able to cover us off later on the brakes around the outside. Last thing, obviously, we want is for both cars to come together as we will mash that throttle down out of the final corner. Desperately trying to hang on to the steering wheel. And once again, can we get the run back down towards turn 1? We are inching closer to our teammate. Are we going to be able to close enough to have a look? No, we're not. And just a little bit of contact there. We lose a bit of our front wing as well. We get a warning for the collision. It's lucky it didn't take both cars out of the Grand Prix. And just pushing too hard, too aggressively. We have faced the consequences there, and both Ferraris, I'm sure, are going to be able to get back past me. Not convinced it's worth pitting by the end. I think, yeah, we can stay out, but we're going to lose a lot of time. If only I could see how far back the McLarens were, as there we go, De La Rosa will get around me. Alex Wurz, I completely forgot about the Austrian as well, of course. He's still running in this Grand Prix and not a bad spot. But I think, yeah, if I don't pit now, he'd get ahead of me anyway. So Pedro De La Rosa looks like he's going to move back into the podium places. Michael Schumacher forced to just get stuck behind me as we make our way through the final couple of corners. I'll tell the team put a new front wing on as well. No, Schumacher, I'm trying to pit. And we got a safety car. What on earth is Michael Schumacher doing there? We're trying to get ourselves into the pit lane. The German has a look down the inside, refuses to back out of it. And his terrible start to the year just goes from bad to worse. We've created more drama right towards the end of the afternoon. I guess for us it might be a little bit of a saving grace, to be completely honest, as we've got to serve that 5-second penalty first and foremost. Fredson 40 seconds back though, so I'm hoping we'll come out ahead of him. We should still be inside the top 10. Will we be ahead of Fredson? I don't think we will. No, there he goes. So back out then, I believe, in P8 of the Grand Prix. But what an absolute disaster. Well, let's ride on board then with Michael Schumacher here. His teammate Pedro De La Rosa has already made it by. And you can see originally he tries to get a run down in towards the final complex of corners there. You can see we are just all over the place, struggling to try and get the car planted. I think he senses a switchback, but surely at that point he's got to back out of it. How on earth we don't retire from the Grand Prix as well? But I mean, look at this. He gets down the inside, but you can see we're trying to move over to the pit lane. In my mind, this is when you just brake, nudge the brake, back out of it, let me go, and then try and get on with it. Instead, he decides just to try and continue turning at me. I mean, he's barely got the car alongside. It could have been a very simple braking manoeuvre there for him. But Schumacher into the back of me. He's out of the Grand Prix. And I tell you what, if I know Michael at all, he will not be happy. 2 laps to go then of this Grand Prix. Safety car is being clawed back in again. For some reason the game isn't letting me keep up. And I'm expecting there to be chaos after this restart. Because half the field are a lap up on the other half. Jacques Villeneuve had lapped so many cars up to this point that now, yeah, it is going to be carnage trying to work out and reorder everybody as we get ready to go green flag racing once again. It's still going to be the Williams at the front of the field. Maybe Johnny Herbert has got a lifeline here to try and get back in that fight. But as we round our way out of the final corner, we want to try and get back around the around a couple of cars before this race is down and out. And the first one is going to be Heinz-Harald Frentzen then. Not with the straight line speed of that Jordan though, back in towards turn 1. Frentzen is going to immediately pull away from me there, as I think Button just doesn't want to have anything to do with any of it down towards someone. Hakkinen gets a big wobble as well out of the first corner. And we've got yellow flags out temporarily, but they go away pretty quick. It's Fisichella now trying to move out the way. We're trying to look down the inside of Frentzen as well, who's not afraid to put us in a very dangerous situation there. Damon Hill, Jos Verstappen even, everybody's trying to jump out. As we'll go down the inside of Frentzen into the next corner, return the favour. Hakkinen's still running up in P6 there. Could we see McLaren actually get to the end in one piece there? As I completely forgot about Stewart as well. What on earth is that? Hakkinen just getting a little bit caught out. I think that was behind Jarno Trulli there off the chicane, and we will take another one then, so thank you very much. Salo is desperately trying to defend the last point as well from Rubens Barrichello here, but I think basically now everybody in front has navigated their way through some of the slower traffic, so if we could get closer to Coulthard and Wirtz by the end, I would be very, very happy here. But 1 lap to go of the Spanish Grand Prix. I mean, this has been a, well, like I said, an absolutely chaotic restart, but hopefully we're going to be able to survive just one more outing here. I mean, as long as we get to the line, we should actually still guarantee ourselves some points from this race, which would be good. As Mika Salo then drag racing with the Arrows car back down towards turn 1. Luckily, we're going to be able to make that move work right the way around the outside. But yeah, are we going to potentially be able to get close enough to Wirtz and Coulthard? Could we see McLaren once again run into fuel problems there? As you can see how much we're hanging the car off the exit there. We've got another driver out. We've got 2 more drivers out. That's Hakkinen. What on earth has happened? Well, riding on board then with Mika Hakkinen back down towards someone there. The McLaren driver on the very last lap of the Grand Prix just dips a wheel over the curb. And the Jaguar behind him unable to avoid the accident there. Let's take a look from, I believe this was Jan Magnussen's point of view. Just try and find him quickly up and down the roster. Of course, with the lap traffic, it is a bit more difficult to do. But you can just see, yeah, here we go. Jan Magnussen makes his way through turn 1. He sees Mika get the wobble, and nowhere for him to go on the exit of the corner. And both drivers out on the very last lap of the Grand Prix. As we make our way then in towards the final half a lap here, chaos for Mika Hakkinen behind us. And a couple of other drivers there. Alexander Wirtz, though, still trying to hang on from David Coulthard. Let's not forget, we've got much, much fresher tyres than the 2 in front of us here, as it looks like Jacques Villeneuve is going to become our first repeat winner of the season. Try and put the power down up the hill, but where are we going to be able to look for a move there as Wirtz just gets a little bit of a wobble? Coulthard desperately trying to hang on in that McLaren. It looks like they finally are going to be able to finish the race with fuel. It's down the inside of DC. We're going to go. He jumps out of the way through the second part of the chicane. More pain for McLaren on that final lap. Villeneuve will take the win. Alex Wirtz is slow, but it is only good enough for P5.
Talk to me, Ant. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
Well, I honestly feel it was down to the driver and car today. I mean, we can talk driver skill all day, but if you don't have a solid team to back that, you're never going to get anywhere. When you hit that sweet spot of having both an excellent driver and an incredible car, that's when you see results like those we witnessed today.
They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everyone at the team.
Well, there we go then. Jacques Villeneuve takes the win here at Barcelona, ahead of our teammate Johnny Herbert. First podium of the year for him, and Pedro De La Rosa does get a home race podium as well. There, Wirtz, myself, Coulthard, Frentzen, Magnussen, and even though Hakkinen, yeah, obviously had that retirement on the last lap, they're still able to walk away with a couple of points as well there. Salo finishes out your top 10. Once again, somehow Mika Salo able to scrape together a couple of points from the result. That, though, means Jacques Villeneuve is 4 points ahead of me in the drivers' table. Pedro de la Rosa as well, closing in that gap at the top of the standings there. Wirtz and Herbert, admittedly, are not a million miles away either, as still Mika Salo ahead of Rubens Barrichello, Michael Schumacher, Hakkinen, and David Coulthard so far this season. He is having the season of his life there, and long may it continue. Only now we've got Button, Schumacher, and Jos Verstappen still yet to get off of the starting blocks, and constructors-wise, Williams now with an 18-point lead over BAR there. Arrow's still ahead of McLaren, as Ferrari are in a pretty safe P3. Every team, though, has scored points after 4 Grand Prix, which is rather impressive as well there. Yeah, Jordan, by courtesy of Frentzen, they're getting their first points on the board as well. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Monaco Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 5 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the jewel in the Formula 1 crown. It's time for the 50th anniversary Monaco Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live earlier on in the week from Barcelona, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was quite an interesting one, and we really have seen Jacques Villeneuve stake his claim as a championship threat. The Canadian driver now has the world title lead by just 4 points over myself, but yeah, Pedro de la Rosa as well waiting in the wings. Ferrari and McLaren, they have not had it all their way so far this year, with Williams and BAR both getting the jump on them. We won't mention the fact that currently McLaren is behind arrows in this series either. Mika Salo is having quite possibly the greatest campaign you are ever going to witness in a Formula 1 game. But yes, we return though this weekend to the Monaco Grand Prix, of course, the toughest track on the calendar. I must admit, I am looking forward to this one, but I think, yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to try and stay out of trouble as well. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. This weekend we have got the final 2 rounds of the F1 24 driver career mode going live as well. I've already recorded those races. They're both absolutely brilliant. But yeah, today though, it's time to try and win the Monaco Grand Prix. Well, legends are made here on the Monaco streets, and most of their journeys begin on Saturday afternoon, ready for the Grand Prix. This place is really, really difficult, and especially in these older cars. You know, they're very nimble, but they are certainly a handful as well over the bumps here. Obviously, we know, based on the first 4 rounds, that the BA are very, very good through the high downforce sections. And, of course, Monaco, they don't come more high downforce than this place. So maybe we've got a good chance today to try and hook up a good qualifying effort. But, yeah, like I said, these cars are so light that it's quite difficult to actually work out what the front end's doing on a lot of occasions there, as Portier in practice was one of the most notorious bits for it. You just get a little bit of understeer and you can't really feel it through the steering rack there, as definitely lacking straight line speed against the likes of Pedro de la Rosa in his Ferrari. But hopefully we're able to make all of that time back up, and hopefully a little bit more through the twistier bits, as down through to back, down the 1 gear on the way in. The car really wants to oversteer out towards that outside wall, but threading the needle through nice and tidily. Just a couple more corners to go. Larascas, no famous Michael Schumacher moment there just yet, but as we try and put the power down out of Anthony Nose, a little bit of a wobble, little snap there to try and correct it up towards the line. Will it be pole? It is P2. De La Rosa, that straight line speed, he snatched it at the line. Well, half a tenth in it in the end, but Pedro de la Rosa storms to yet another pole position this season ahead of myself and Michael Schumacher. But yeah, it looks like BAR is going to be Ferrari's biggest rival this weekend. Title leader Jacques Villeneuve down in P5, so we've got a good opportunity to take some points at him as well if we can survive. McLaren all the way down in 7th and 8th there, so really not the qualifying session they would have wanted. Salo continues his great season with a P12 start, and Fisichella once again will get the jump on Jos Verstappen. Jenson Button lines up at the rear of the field for his first ever Monaco Grand Prix, but from the front row, we have got a huge opportunity.
Formula One returns to Monte Carlo once again today, home to the world-famous Monte Carlo Casino, first opened in 1863. And, of course, a certain road race, first held here in 1929. There's no greater an occasion, no more valuable a win than the Monaco Grand Prix. The prestigious Circuit de Monaco then. It's not all that dissimilar today to the layout that made its debut almost a century ago. It's 2 miles and 19 corners through the streets of Monte Carlo, and although the average lap speed of around 93 miles per hour is the lowest of the season, the tiny margins for error make it the natural habitat of the safety car. Anthony Davidson joins me once again in the commentary box, and it's fantastic to have you with us here today, but I'm curious, as a man with experience out on the track, how do you stop those pre-race nerves from becoming overwhelming when you're lining up on the grid?
But from the moment qualifying's over, you start to feel the adrenaline in your body build up and the buzz in your stomach as you anticipate the run down into turn 1. It's all a bit like going into battle, and the unknown situation makes you nervous. Those pre-race nerves are a good thing. The day you don't have them means that you don't care anymore. And of course, you have to make sure that all the procedures are second nature to you, so that they're not taking up too much of your capacity.
Well, here we go then, trackside already for the Monaco Grand Prix, and I'm slightly nervous because it looks like yet again we are meant to see changeable conditions towards the end of the afternoon. I think today the strategy is going to be, well, we can't actually start on any other tyres, we've got to start on the mediums apparently, which is a little bit peculiar, but yeah, if we could try and take those to the wet period, you know, we're probably going to get a safety car. It's Monaco with this damage model. It's going to be chaos. So we could see that rain arrive a little bit earlier into the afternoon. So if we can make a no-stop work and get to that wet period, then we might just have a chance here. But De La Rosa, he is hungry for his second win of the year. We're also hungry for our second win of the year. It is going to be 5 red lights on the grid. And it's lights out, and away we go there as we've actually done a fairly good start in the second phase of the launch. De La Rosa will cover us off down to turn 1, and Michael Schumacher tries to have a look down the inside as well there as Pedro just gets a little bit of oversteer there. We got a little bit boxed in, and Schumacher will say thank you very much there up at the top of the hill. But again, you can see, I mean, the Ferraris and ourselves are covered by barely a tenth of a second at the end of qualifying. But we find time around this circuit in so many different places there. But the dream start for Ferrari this one. They've got a 1-2 at the front of the field. Looks like everybody a little bit further back has been fairly well behaved. But yeah, it's staggered. We haven't seen yellow flags or a safety car here on lap 1. But yeah, today, as always, is just about survival at Monaco. You know, Jacques Villeneuve starting a little bit further behind. There's an opportunity to try and get back ahead of him in the championship. I think if, you know, it's very early on, but I think if things were to finish like this, top 3 in the title will be covered by about 2 points here. As it looks like Wirtz has got the jump on his teammate as well. So I'll just try and dance between the walls early on. Let's just not worry about those Ferraris too much too early. Just try and get into our own rhythm. Well, I think Ferrari then early on are just trying to break away from myself there. We've been the only driver that has been able to keep up with them at least throughout Friday and Saturday. You can see that trend seems to be carrying over into Sunday's race as well. Herbert already 4 seconds behind. So we're running well over a second a lap quicker than our teammate here. Early on, he's under increasing pressure from the Williams and the McLarens further back. But of course, yeah, we've got to think about the bigger picture as well. You know, our Constructors' Championship, the AAR have got a pretty good shot here, especially if our teammate can still keep delivering big results. But yeah, for us, we've just got to keep up with Ferrari. We saw them completely bottle it back at Barcelona. They could easily mess up strategy again. Well, I'm not going to try and sit here and claim that F1 at Monaco was better back in the 2000s or anything like that. Although I must admit, yeah, you go back and listen to the V10 screaming on a Saturday afternoon in full anger. It was certainly something to behold. But yeah, this track is so much more fun in smaller cars as well. You know, this thing feels agile. It does feel a little bit sketchy. Obviously, like I've said, because it's so light over the bumps, it can feel a little bit all over the show. But, you know, it's better than these big, heavy, modern Formula 1 cars that kind of have to lumber around these Monaco streets. You know, this place is meant to favour, you know, light, nimble cars. You know, the ones with the aerodynamics, everything like that. But to be fair, I say that today. So far, it's still Ferrari winning. And that car is all about power. That's why I'm a little bit worried about De La Rosa. Because after this, most of the circuits towards the end of the year are very power-orientated. Well, that is much earlier than any of us were anticipating then. Team already saying rain is expected in 10 to 15 minutes. Now, it's not always accurate inside this game. But yeah, if we saw rain before half distance, that would certainly change things up. So Michael Schumacher there, a little bit of a wobble as he tries to put the power down under the tunnel. But yeah, you can still see they're able to just stretch his legs off the corner. I mean, we've got to be right underneath him and hope he makes an error at exactly the right place if we want any chance of getting through. Showcase to Ferrari that we've got the pace to match him early on. New fast lap of the day. Herbert is already 12 seconds behind. How is our teammate 2 seconds a lap slower? Surely he's got front wing damage or something, because there's no way he should be that slow. I mean, I'm trying to have a look, but I can't see anything on Johnny Herbert's car. I just don't think he's got the pace here early on in the race. And you can see he's got a nice train of those Williams and the McLaren stuck behind him. But yeah, Johnny Herbert is just not confident. Oh, that time around, Michael Schumacher, a little bit of an error. Can we have a look down the inside? No. Oh, Michael there almost opened the door for me, but I think he had confidence again that that car, even on a short straight like that down into to back, he knew he would still have the legs on me there. But yeah, Michael Schumacher is definitely struggling at the moment. I think he feels a little bit trapped behind his teammate Pedro Della Rosa. Surely we're going to see him make a move pretty soon. I mean, it's such an assault on the mind, this circuit, especially in these kind of cars. You know, you are dancing on the limit, and we are trying to push Michael Schumacher along there as well. Della Rosa, first one to blink then into the pit lane comes our race leader. So Michael Schumacher now, maybe for the first time this season, is going to lead a Grand Prix. Team reckon it's got to be about that time to dive in. No, our BAR are telling us to go long. So not too sure what's happened there. I can only assume Della Rosa feels he can come out ahead of Herbert. But yeah, our team telling us to go long. They want to work the overcut. I mean, looking at that gap, Della Rosa, he has got out ahead of our teammate there, but only just. So Ferrari have timed that to absolute perfection then. So he's going to be on fresh tyres trying to work them hard.
Tyres, car behind, running hards.
So Della Rosa, yeah, wants to go on a harder set to try and see himself through to the wet period. But that's unleashed Michael Schumacher and myself. Was Della Rosa just holding us both up? Are we going to see Schumacher into the pit lane as well? Yes, we are. Michael Schumacher in. So we have now been unleashed at the front of the field. And now we get to try and go for it here as we went purple through the middle sector. New fastest lap of the day immediately.
Fastest lap of the race so far.
Have Ferrari just made a little bit of an error here? Will Schumacher potentially get the jump on his teammate as well? He's going to be mighty close between them on pit exit. But this is critical moments in the Monaco Grand Prix as we navigate our way up through the top of the hill. Looks like we might have a little bit of pace over those Ferraris. Della Rosa will still come out ahead of Michael Schumacher as we almost take ourselves out of the Grand Prix trying to watch the timing. No, Schumacher's done it. Michael Schumacher now has got the jump on his teammate. And if we have to pit before the rain arrives, Schumacher is into the net lead of this Grand Prix. Well, both myself and Michael Schumacher then have been unleashed here as we almost set another new fastest lap of the day. Now down into the low 18s, but Schumacher, I think he's about to go even quicker than me. So he's already built up a 1.5 second lead over his Spanish teammate. But finally, is Michael Schumacher back in this series, ladies and gents? We've waited for it right since the get-go. A 17-8. Michael is hungry. Teams still don't believe that rain is getting any closer right now. It must just be lurking up in the hills around the Monaco harbour. But yeah, Schumacher, I mean, for me, the thing I'm really nervous about actually is if we end up having to lap AI here too early. So I think if we close up to AI cars, then I'm probably going to try and box there as another new fastest lap of the day. Maybe Hamilton, maybe Verstappen, but is there anybody else scarier than having Michael Schumacher hunting you down? Oh, well, as soon as I say that, we have closed up to our first lap car. Jenson Button just strolling around in his Minardi, so don't know how far behind the rest of the field he is. He was a little way off in qualifying. Come on, Jenson, you got to move, man. We cannot afford to sit behind him for all too long. There's JB there. I mean, he's still just stuck in the way. I mean, where does he really go to try and get out of the way here? Oh, come on. Move, move, please, thank you. He's cost us so much time there, but we've got to be patient. Can't afford to risk any kind of damage to the car. And we've lost over a second to Schumacher doing that. Oh, there we go. Finally, we got a bit of fight back in us then. New fastest lap of the day. And as we approach half distance then, I'm going to make the call to dive in pretty soon. Still not sure when that rain's going to appear. And I think if we were to box now, we might just get ahead of Pedro de la Rosa as well. I think Schumacher's a bit too quick for me at this stage. But if we could split those Ferraris, we've got to take the chance. Oh, no, why? We got someone out. No idea who it is.
The next part of the track, no overtaking through the yellow flags.
Oh, looks like Jan Magnussen's our first casualty of the afternoon. And I mean, a safety car then would have worked out beautifully for us. That looks to be a standard mechanical failure, though, for Jan. So disappointment for him and Jaguar, who have just not kicked on at the start of this season. I mean, I guess the good thing is with these old V10 Formula 1 cars is you can hear them around other parts of the circuit as well. So I know I've actually closed up to quite a few cars here as Herbert into the pit lane. So, yeah, we know there's actually quite a few cars just up in front. So I think we'll have to go one lap longer here. Otherwise, Johnny Herbert, we might just get a slow pit stop. Don't really want to risk that. But yeah, we are definitely then going to dive in the end of next lap as the clouds starting to loom. Oh, Jarno Trulli up next then as the blue flag's just starting to get called out. As well, we got a little bit of rain just appearing on the screen. The rain has arrived then. So just as I was about to make our pit stop here, the rain has started to fall. I still think it's probably going to be worth being on the softer tyres for when that starts getting heavier and heavier. We saw it back at Australia. If the track is quite slick, yeah, it is worth it to stay out on these dries. Plus, to be honest, it gets us away from some of these lap cars as well. I mean, Jarno Trulli, I don't think he's going to let me out the ways. Oh, that's a bit of understeer. Yeah, I think we need fresh tyres here. We're going to go to those softs because I don't know how heavy the rain's meant to fall. As Jarno Trulli there does jump out the way down in towards the Rascats. Carefully, he doesn't run into the back of me here. But as we peel into the pit lane then just about under the speed limit, you can see, yeah, De La Rosa now 20 seconds behind. So he's really struggling. Will we see Michael Schumacher navigating his way through? Sadly not. Can hear him doing it.
Go, go, go.
So we'll try and get a clean, tidy pit stop then as we make our way back down towards pit exit. Got to be really, really careful there as Schumacher will go through. Not really surprising, that one.
Now, we want to finish the race on this compound.
But yeah, as we head back out then onto the circuit. Nice and easy there on the exit. We're ahead of De La Rosa. That is critical. Tell you what now, this is a question of Michelin or Bridgestone. Both teams just starting to struggle with the grip, but I think Ferrari have got a little bit more core temperature in their tyres, and they seem to be working quite nicely at the moment. De La Rosa is going to struggle to find a way around me unless we make a mistake onto a straighter section of circuit, but Schumacher just still opening up that lead at the front. Rain is getting heavier and heavier, though.
Behind, 2 seconds.
I guess it's a small consolation, but we might have timed our fastest lap very well. Well, I tell you what now, the tides change incredibly quickly. Monaco in the wet is such a confidence-based venue, and Schumacher now is really, really struggling. We are pulling away from De La Rosa behind, so I think these soft compound tyres are working really nicely for us. Now we've got some core temperature. You can see as we start lap 24, it's still not easy to drive this thing. But the gap to Michael is coming down. Well, Johnny Herbert then, he's made the call. He's one of the first big names I've seen to dive into the pit lane here. And I don't think that was a bad shout. We're going to have to try and follow him in at the end of this lap over onto a set of the wet compounded tyres. But Michael Schumacher, you can see he's practically crawling along as we make our way into the pit lane there. P1 and 2 are going to be neck and neck as they make their way down into the pit lane here. But surely we're going to see everybody have to dive it in. Hopefully we can get a nice, clean, tidy stop as well as the team just about ready. Come on, no, we need the wets. This is like Daniel Ricciardo. I told him we were boxing. We need those wet tyres going on as there goes Schumacher down the pit lane. Luckily, we're still going to be in P2 here because I can only assume De La Rosa had a slow stop as well. But all that time we've just taken out a Michael immediately has gone back to him. Will we be quicker on the wet tyres towards the end? Will we be able to get this set to the end of the Grand Prix? We saw just how bad the wet tyre life is on this game. Maybe we're going to struggle. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm happy we've got traction control in this car, because I think otherwise we'd find ourselves in a wall incredibly quickly. But I mean, look at that. Practically crawling off the corner. We got a safety car. No idea who's gone. I don't think anybody's gone. There we go. It's one of, I think it's Hakkinen. And Mika Hakkinen then, he's still out there on his dry compounded tyres and just down towards turn 1. It's a slow, lazy spin into the wall. But Hakkinen in trouble. He is out of yet another Grand Prix. Oh no, I think Johnny Herbert might be breaking down. What's happening? Ugh, to our teammate here. Herbert is really struggling. He's at the front of the safety car queue. So I'm not too sure what's going on, but how hilarious is this then? For the second time this year, Johnny Herbert cannot go quicker than the safety car. If I had a nickel for every time that happened, I'd have 2 nickels. Weird that it's happened twice, though, as how come Schumacher can jump in, but I can't? What is that about? Come on. But Johnny Herbert apparently is falling out of the queue. He's binned it! Johnny Herbert's binned it under safety car. And we've got front wing damage from it. Our teammate's out of the Grand Prix. And what on earth is this? I've never seen anything like that on a Formula 1 game. De La Rosa apparently is going to cede the position, but it's pointless because we need to dive in for a new front wing. Johnny Herbert has binned it under safety car there. He's got a 5-second penalty now as De La Rosa because he hasn't let me back by. But this is just anarchy. Here in Monaco, surely they've got to red flag this. No one can stay on the road. Let's come on, team. We're here. We need a pit stop, please. Why are none of you here? Come on! What are they doing? What on earth are the team doing? They're not servicing us. Finally, they recognise it. What on earth is this? Has everybody caught napping for the second time? On to another set of the wet tyres, please. A new front wing on the car. And we have been absolutely screwed in this Grand Prix then. Where are we even going to come back out? Hopefully still ahead of Jacques Villeneuve here. But what on earth is that? Alexander Wirtz now up into the podium places. But I mean, yeah, there's still a lot that can happen. We're only at 2/3 distance. But I've never seen anything like that. Twice in one lap, I got to say that. Safety cars coming in then at the end of this lap. And annoyingly, we have not caught up to it. To be honest, though, I'm not convinced that's such a bad thing here. Because I think everybody that's still in this race is just going to be looking to try and get themselves to the checkered flag. We might still be able to close up to Pedro De La Rosa with his penalty by the end. But as long as you keep it on the island, you got a pretty good shot of scoring at this rate. Well, in the dry, we were able to set about 1:17, 1 minute 18 lap times here. In the wet, we are going to be about 15 seconds off the pace. And still on that lap, we went a good 3-4 seconds clear of the cars in front of me. I got no idea how much breathing room Michael Schumacher has at the front of the field. But I think he's pretty in control of this race. As long as De La Rosa can keep the Williams back. We are just trying to close back in, though. I'm not going to give up until this race is over. I just feel like, I mean, in a race like this, there's opportunity for anybody, as we just catch a glimpse of that second Ferrari. Well, hopefully Nick Heidfeld is going to peel out the way as we make down in towards the tunnel again. I mean, look at how much we are all struggling. I mean, into here, it is barely full throttle when you get up to 4th gear. And even the tunnel, you're having to blend out of it, because there just isn't the grip on these tyres. Heidfeld, we're barely catching him at the moment. So Nick Heidfeld and that Minardi might actually have some okay pace, as there we go, he's going to let me through. We've got eyes on Wirtz and De La Rosa in front. It's probably quite impressive after everything that's gone on so far in this race. Still, Williams, Ferrari and BAR find themselves near each other. How is the tyre wear looking? Yeah, we should be able to get to the end on this set. But yeah, Michael Schumacher is not breaking away either at the front, so we've genuinely got a good couple of seconds extra a lap over the AI in front of us here. It is all about confidence. Car performance doesn't mean anything, but I'm sure all the extra downforce is helping us as well. Catching Alexander Wirtz is one thing. Trying to get round the Austrian is certainly going to be another here, unless we've got the grip and the power off of the corners. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a switch away from the wet tyres before the end of this race. It's been horrendous conditions here. I mean, if this was modern Formula 1, they would have thrown a red flag out by now. But, yeah, F1 back in the late 90s, early 2000s was a little bit more kind of a let-them race. We've seen wet races here. Of course, that famous one back in 1996. Olivier Panis from, what was it, 14th or 16th on the grid to take the win. And, of course, 2008 as well. It was Hamilton with a sterling drive there to get to the front after hitting the wall early on and giving himself a puncture. You can see now we are all over the back of Alexander Wirtz. Problem I've got, as always, straight line speed. We can get to him. We can practically push him along. But if we can't find a way through in the twisty bits, we're going to struggle to do anything up the straights. So try and put the power down. Not happening there. I mean, you've basically got to wait for an AI mistake. You can't really look for moves either with this mod, obviously, because the damage is so brutal. Any kind of contact will see both you and your rival most likely out of the Grand Prix. So we've got to try and get something done in a straight line. Oh, big moment there. Luckily, the car just about finding some grip in the end. This is tricky stuff. Oh, Vert's again struggling. Vert's really, really struggling that time round. As we make our way down through the tunnel. Oh, that was so close to the wall on the exit. Oh, and another big lock-up down in towards the next corner as well. Just see we can get... We're practically pushing him along, but you cannot risk anything with these cars. They are so delicate, so fragile. 4 laps to go after this one. I mean, we should, hopefully, unless Verts loses so much time, we drop 5 seconds from De La Rosa, we should still get a podium. But I want to try and get ahead of him. I want to challenge those Ferraris like we did so much throughout the early stages of the race. There is all, we just run into the back of him. He loses a little bit of rear wing. I don't know if that's cosmetic or not.
30.9 seconds.
Somehow we don't get any front wing damage from that, but Verts now, I think he's okay. Oh, Verts again. Another wobble. Another wobble. Come on. We just got to try and keep it there, and Verts, he has to give me the room that time round. He'll still get the power down on the exit. Down the inside will go. Oh, side by side into the chicane there. We've got to be careful that we give him the room, but I think we might just about have done it. It's going to be a drag race off the corner as both of us side by side into the back there, but Verts finally backs out. And we are finally back up at a P3 of this Grand Prix. We got yellow flags out. I don't know whether Verts has hit the wall.
Let's get back up to racing speed.
He seems to be still going there, but can we close in 6 seconds to Michael Schumacher with just 3 laps? I'm not optimistic. Tyre wear warning light has now flashed up as well then. Let's not forget, we had to box for a fresher set of the wets than everybody else a couple of laps later, because obviously Johnny Herbert took our wing off. So, I mean, I don't know how bad Michael and Pedro are going to be struggling. I mean, everybody surely has got to try and limp their way to the end, but I said that we needed 2 seconds a lap over Schumacher. That's exactly what we've done. Well, Pedro De La Rosa and Michael Schumacher have still got the pace down the straights, of course, but yeah, I think they're both absolutely screwed on their tyres, so I don't think the Bridgestone wets are working even as well as the Michelin wets are at the moment, and if we could try and find a way around Pedro here before the last lap of the Grand Prix, what stops us from trying to challenge Michael Schumacher for the win as we try and make our way down through the tunnel? Oh, Pedro there gets a huge moment. We have to avoid him on the exit, and that might work out quite well for both the Spaniard and his German teammate. As I mean, Pedro's, yeah, almost has got the gap over Alexander Verts already, so he could still be on for a P3. Well, no wonder everybody else is struggling here. Our tyres up to about the 70% mark, so everybody else's has got to be up around the 80, and both Ferraris are in with 1 lap to go. Ferrari can't make it. I think they've accepted they weren't going to win this thing. And Alexander Verts now, he's going to be up at a P2 of the Grand Prix. So what on earth have Ferrari done? Surely you just try and hang on with 1 lap to go here. But Ferrari, Bridgestone not confident. They don't want to risk not scoring anything in this race if one of those cars has a puncture. I mean, they still will come out in P3 and P4. But Michael Schumacher, I mean, surely you take the punt. Surely you try and go for the win on these Monaco streets. I mean, he might still get pretty close to us by the end because our tyres are absolutely cooked as well. But as we navigate our way through the final lap, oh, surely we can't lose 14 seconds to Schumacher. We certainly can if we're driving like that through these first few corners. But suddenly Verts and ourselves given a lifeline. I think Coulthard as well really struggling towards the end of this one because Zach Villeneuve now has moved back up at a P5. So you got yellows out somewhere. I don't know if that's a car in front or behind. I think, yeah, it is a car in front there. So is that one of the Jordans that's got issues? Not too sure what's happened to them in what has been a torrid season so far. But as we navigate our way then in towards the final few corners, I thought we were about to see our 4th different winner of the year, courtesy of Michael Schumacher. It's not going to happen. And as Jacques Villeneuve was able to get his 2nd win last time out of Barcelona, I thought we might struggle to keep up with the Canadian. But through the final couple of corners of the Monaco Grand Prix, the wildest race I think I've ever had inside this mod, and that's saying something. Out of the final turn, Schumacher's really struggling as well. Of the round variety, we are going to win the Monaco Grand Prix.
They've done it then. They've won here in Monaco with an emphatic performance and a victory they can be proud of for years to come. Anthony, tell me, what was it that helped them achieve this success?
Without a doubt, the safety car changed everything today. The key to their success was keeping calm and reacting to the situation quickly. We've seen teams in the past throw away wins because they were too hesitant, but here they were decisive, and that's allowed them to take the advantage.
Well, after almost an hour of racing there and a 3-stop strategy, we come through to take the win at the Monaco Grand Prix. I'll be honest, I kind of forgot we started P2 there. It was such a crazy race. But to get home and, just to survive was pretty impressive. To get home with the win, I'm really, really happy with there. Alexander Wurz kept out of trouble all day long and will walk away with 18 points for Williams there as Michael Schumacher comes through for P3 ahead of his teammate Pedro Della Rosa, who just hangs on ahead of Jacques Villeneuve. Coulthard gets some well-earned points on the board with both arrows again scoring points there. Salo 12th to 7th, Jean Alesi 16th to 9th. When all is said and done, with Rubens Barrichello between them and Giancarlo Fisichella rounding out the top 10. He's always gone well around this circuit there. Herbert, Hakkinen and Magnussen, the only drivers not to see the checkered flag this weekend, so disappointing results for them. And taking a look then at the championship standings, that means we reclaim the lead at the top of the table there. We are here to fight this season, especially, if Jacques Villeneuve and Pedro Della Rosa continue to have tough races as well. Wurz now up into P4. They're comfortably ahead of Salo, who he and Schumacher get the jump on Johnny Herbert and Rubens Barrichello. Coulthard now ahead of his teammate Hakkinen, who yet again failed to see the checkered flag, and I believe, Giancarlo Fisichella, he doubles his points haul as well so far this campaign. Constructors-wise, Williams, though, do open up the gap now to 20 points at the top of the table. Ferrari still waiting in the wings as McLaren try to close in that gap to arrows. Jaguar down to P6. Jordan still in 8th place there, ahead of Minardi. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Montreal. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, where today we return with round 6 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Canadian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live late last week from Canada, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Sorry, from Monaco even, I should say, last time out. It was quite a dramatic one. Once again, I think for the 4th time this season, we saw changeable conditions in a Grand Prix, and at Monaco of all places, with these cars that are a bit of a handful, it was pure chaos throughout the second half of that race. Easily one of the wildest races I've ever had in any F1 game as well there. But it does mean, though, as we return this weekend to Montreal, with 2 wins on the year so far, we are still leading the World Championship ahead of Jacques Villeneuve there. 2 wins for him, Pedro Della Rosa in P3, with obviously the 5th win of the season ahead of Alexander Wurz. Mika Salo still somehow is hanging on inside the top 5 as well. He's ahead of Schumacher and our teammate Johnny Herbert there, and to be honest, it's just funny to see. And then, McLaren, Mercedes still having a disaster so far. Coulthard down in 9th, Hakkinen only down in 10th place so far this season. But of course, this weekend we return to Jacques Villeneuve's home Grand Prix. I don't believe he ever won in Canada in real life, so I'm sure that'll be one that he wants to try and get done this weekend as well. Of course, if you're new around here, please do make sure and leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. But we head into quite a spell actually of faster race circuits. Canada this weekend, France, Austria and Silverstone. Our car's not as good in a straight line, so we might be set to struggle over the next few. So trying to get maximising the car and trying to make sure we lose as few points to Villeneuve is going to be critical. Let's see what we can do. Well, here we are then. It's time for qualifying for the Canadian Grand Prix. I must admit, yeah, I am looking forward to this one. We're going to try and make sure that we don't kind of get too caught in the trap of sacrificing what makes this car good to try and keep up with some of the other runners there. A lot of the AI teams have got way more straight line speed. But yeah, we are going to try and focus on what makes this car great, what has allowed it to push on and, you know, still have that advantage where we can, rather than trying to match everybody else in the straight line and then the car being a little bit more slippery. This should, though, on paper, be a good track for McLaren and Ferrari. Still probably the two quickest cars in a straight line on this game, and you can just see Pedro de la Rosa really proving that so far on this lap. The next few rounds, I think, are going to be really tough for us and a bit of a wake-up call, but we've just got to try and keep ourselves as close to that championship fight as we possibly can. There is all drifting it right the way into the hairpin. Not quite the line I wanted there, and it's going to compromise us on the exit as we try and put the power down. But just the Wall of Champions chicane to go now, of course, named after the 1999 Grand Prix here. The three previous world champions stacked it into those final corners. Take the curb on the entry, take the curb on the exit. Oh, way too hesitant on the throttle, though. De La Rosa is going to storm to back-to-back pole positions. We only end up P8, a long old way away. Well, utter domination by Pedro de la Rosa then at the front of the field. 6/10 clear of his teammate Michael Schumacher. He has just really come in to that team and immediately kicked on there. McLaren, like I said, they look strong here with P3 and P4. And then it's both Williams, both BARs, both Jordans, both Jaguars, both Saubers. There is a bit of a mix-up. Mika Salo, once again, getting a really good qualifying effort there ahead of both Verstappen and Fisichella, and then Alesi and both Minardis. It's one of those tracks where the AI kind of form into their groups. But yeah, that probably won't happen in the Grand Prix, so let's get on with it.
Hello and welcome to the Ile Notre Dame once again for what promises to be another incredible Canadian Grand Prix at a fiercely competitive circuit, where pole position can often be decided by less than 1/10 of a second. With top speeds of around 210 miles per hour heading into the overtaking opportunity of turn 13, the 2.7 miles of the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve are some of the quickest on the Formula One calendar. There are 14 corners in total, with 60% of the lap taken at full throttle, and average lap speeds clock in at about 130 miles per hour. Joining us today to oversee all the thrills and spills, it's Anthony Davidson. And great to see you. How are you feeling about the race today, and how are the circuit conditions from what you've seen?
Well, it's looking a bit cold out there, if I'm honest. These tyres have quite a narrow operating window in terms of the temperatures they need to extract the best grip. So with a cold track surface, it's going to be harder to keep those temperatures up, which will lead to lower grip and maybe more mistakes.
Well, there we are then, lining up on the grid already for the Canadian Grand Prix. Once again, Johnny Herbert getting the better of me. I guess we did that qualifying at the one circuit where qualifying really matters, and we won't really talk about how his race went there. Absolutely hilarious watching him bin it behind the safety car. But not ideal for the team, though. We need to be eyeing up the Constructors' Championship, and we need Johnny to continue delivering as well there in the other car. But, yeah, on a Saturday afternoon, he seems to have the better of me more weekends than not. Lining up P8, though, on the grid here in Montreal. Let's see what we can do today. It is going to be 5 red lights. It's the lights out, and away we go there. Jacques Villeneuve, oh boy, not getting off to a particularly good start, but neither have we. We saw a little bit of contact immediately with Frentzen there. Lucky that neither of us lost a wheel in that one down at turn 1, as immediately Herbert is going to try and go on the offensive on our championship second place driver there, as Frentzen is going to try and have a go at the championship leader. As we try and dive back down the inside through the next corner, Jacques Villeneuve deciding it's better off just to back out of that one against Herbert. We got yellow flags out a little bit further behind, but I think everybody has made it through the first couple of corners fairly clean and tidy. Monaco, staggeringly, was probably the race with the least attrition so far this year, which is quite impressive when you think of everything that happened. Still only, I think, 2 drivers binned it, and that, of course, was our teammate, and Mika Hakkinen as well there. So, yeah, I think we're already starting to see, though, a little bit of unrest between a few drivers there. I think Williams, BAR, and McLaren might be closer on race pace than qualifying allowed us to believe. As you can see, Hakkinen there trying to chase down the Ferraris at the front of the field. He's kind of taken my role from last weekend. Try and just challenge the Ferraris early on and keep them honest. Well, Pedro De La Rosa just stretching his legs at the front of the field. As you can see now, Jacques Villeneuve. Oh, I wanted to have a look around the outside of our teammate Johnny Herbert back down at turn 1. Unable to make anything happen here in the early laps of the race. But I mean, yeah, you can clearly see BAR how much we're just trying to hang on to kind of your other big teams around a circuit like this. And this is going to be a bit of a wake-up call for us with so many fast circuits coming up. You know, there are still upgrades that you can do to the car and things like that in this mod. So I guess we've got to try and focus on some engine upgrades, isn't it? V10s. V10 engines. We're not on about power units anymore. This was the time when Formula 1 was all about power and cool things like that, rather than hybrid efficiency and reliability and all that boring stuff. But yeah, I mean, we're able to hang on with Jacques and Johnny, but we're kind of seeing already, you know, Wirtz, the McLarens, the Ferraris pulling away still. So, yeah, I think unless something crazy happens, this just isn't going to be our weekend. But you can't have off weekends when you're in a World Championship fight. We've got to maximise everything. I think as well we are definitely quicker than Jacques and Johnny, but the problem is it's where we're quicker than Jacques and Johnny at the moment. As here we go, Villeneuve again trying to look down the inside there. They almost bang wheels, as our teammate definitely doing us a bit of a favour here. Just will get the power down ahead of the Williams car again. You can see, yeah, we're opening the gap up to the cars behind. But oh, again, just like lap 1, Villeneuve slotting back in. I've just got to be careful I don't cream into the back of him. Oh, Villeneuve this time around, he's going to get a run on our teammate in towards those final couple of corners. Are we going to see Herbert able to really do anything? No. Just tucks back in behind him there. I don't think he wants to be the man to crash into the homeboy around this circuit. So are we going to see Jacques...
With extra fuel, fuel target +1.
Yeah, are we going to see Jacques just chase down his teammate in Alexander Wirtz, or are we going to be able to hang with him? The other thing I've learned very quickly... fuel might be a bit of a problem here as well, but that'll be a problem for everybody. These cars now with the traction control are incredibly thirsty, so we might see both McLarens fail to finish again. Oh, we got driver out. I think that's one of the Minardis gone. What's happened? Well, I believe then Jenson Button once again. His start to the year with Minardi has been absolutely terrible there, and yet another mechanical issue has befallen him. Minardi, just not their year so far, especially when Arrows have been doing so well. Well, after all the craziness of the opening few Grand Prix, it feels quite weird to have a fairly calm start to another one. I guess we saw the same thing in Monaco, where things were kind of very, very easy early on, and then things got a bit crazy. But trying to apply pressure then to our teammate Johnny Herbert. I don't think the team want to bring out team orders too early on in the year, so might try and get this move done on the road. We're pretty even, though. It's just the same, yeah, we're even, but slower than basically every other car in front. All right, let's try a bit of rich revs then, see if we can make the move work on our teammate. I figured out a system that will hopefully allow us to keep enough fuel in the car to the checkered flag. You can see immediately when you go up to the rich revs how much you burn through down the back straight there. Plenty of curve through the final couple of corners. Again, though, can we try and put the power down up towards the start-finish line? Going to be a new personal best for the day. So, yeah, we're losing probably still close to a second a lap, though, on those Ferraris, even with a nice slipstream. I think for us, though, yeah, we're at our strongest through this first sector against our teammate, maybe on the exit of this chicane. But again, they just get a little bit of a wobble. You just think you're going to nudge that wall, and immediately all the confidence evaporates. Oh, here we go. Villeneuve further up, making a move now on his teammate Alexander Wirtz. So they're going to go side by side down at the final chicane. And oh, we got contact. Is someone gone? I don't know whether one of them's gone. Villeneuve seems to be going slow. It's Coulthard, sorry, he's battling with. That might explain why they were, you know, both willing to risk it a little bit more. There's no team orders, obviously, when they're not on the same team there. But yeah, both of them immediately brought back into our clutches. Maybe Coulthard now is struggling a little bit more because he's dropped back incredibly quickly. Oh, McLaren's terrible year just seems to going from bad to worse, though. Coulthard seems to have very little control on that car right now. As we have a look down the inside of our teammate. Just as I went for that, I had memories of Spain, and I thought, yeah, probably not worth the risk. So luckily he was able to back out of it. Are we going to see Johnny Herbert, though, able to make the move on DC? Again, I think that McLaren car is still going to have a bit more straight line speed. I mean, every time I've been close to the Scotsman, whoa, he seems to be fighting that car as we'll accidentally cut our way through the final chicane. There's Schumacher already into the pits then as well. Our Ferrari once again trying a two-stop. It didn't work out for them in Barcelona. We're seeing a lot of deja vu. That might explain Ferrari's lack of, strength in pace early on then. It's Pedro Della Rosa and Mika Hakkinen both being into the pit lane as well. So it looks like Hakkinen is still doing pretty well here as well. We're going to come out right alongside the Ferrari on the exit of turn 1. Luckily, we'll just get the power down. And a bit of P5 we go then. But how depressing is that? The car that we were fighting with last weekend, inside 13 laps here, has got a pit stop over me. I mean, I'm not just going to let him by. He is one of my championship rivals. But honestly, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do a lot. Oh, and here he goes down the outside in towards the hairpin. Oh, just moved around a little bit there. And of course, you've got to be on such high alert with the damage model. I mean, Schumacher now, yeah, has really closed back in on his teammate as well. I think we're about to wave goodbye to the pair of them, though, down this back straight. As we'll wait and see. Here comes Pedro Della Rosa once again. I mean, how am I meant to compete with that car around a track like this? It's all cool. Dart into the pit lane. A little bit of chaos and confusion there as Della Rosa almost runs himself too deep into the corner. So Herbert now is up into the podium places. Michael Schumacher as well. New fast lap of the day. He's going to make that move down at turn 1. So Schumacher, of course, still hunting his first win of the year. Should have taken it at Monaco. Didn't. We could have had 4 winners from the first 5 Grand Prix. Oh, here we go. Johnny Herbert wants to try and get his elbows out then with Pedro Della Rosa a little bit further up. No, just decided to give him the line into the braking zone there. As I mean, you could get away with a lot of curb back in the early 2000s, so that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I think it might be worth an overcut on our teammate today, to be honest. So I'm going to wait for him to pit, and then I'm probably going to come in 1 or 2 laps after. Don't lose the car. Oh, here we go. Schumacher. Oh, he tried to have a look around the outside. Of course, these two teammates back at Benetton in 1995. So, yeah, Schumacher will be trying to look for a way past him. I mean, he was pretty comfortably better in their season together. But Johnny Herbert seems to be a revitalised man inside this series right now. Not revitalised enough to have suddenly loads more straight line speed. As, yeah, Ferrari now close down the Williams. Oh, I just thought then I might understeer into that wall. And a new fastest lap for Della Rosa as well. He went 1.4 seconds clear of me that time. Oh, Button. It was Heidfeld, sorry, that must have retired from the Grand Prix earlier on. There's Jensen Button now getting in the way of Michael Schumacher and ourselves. Hopefully he's going to let us all by down this back straight. Come on, Jensen. He's going to get between ourselves and Johnny Herbert there. And look at that. Just sits on the apex of the corner. I mean, he could have just gone down the escape road or something like that to get out of the way, but just as I'm trying to close in on our teammate, Button's going to ruin that temporarily. Team are talking about pitting now, so hopefully we're going to see Johnny in soon. And there we go, Jacques Villeneuve. Yeah, Villeneuve into the pit lane, so I think, yeah, we've still obviously got Alexander Wurz out at the front of the field. I'm excited to see, obviously, what Williams are able to do as the season goes on, because it seems like they're just a slightly better all-rounder than us. But it's really now for Jacques Villeneuve about trying to lose as few points as he can to the likes of Della Rosa and gain those points on myself. I mean, Della Rosa could very easily leave here with the world title lead, I believe. There we go, Johnny Herbert into the pit lane then. So this is critical for our Grand Prix. We have got to try and push on this lap and try to get the undercut on him. It might be the only lap I'm inside the top 10 throughout the entire GP here. But if, oh, that's not what we wanted to do. That is not the way to start it. Come on. Oh, we're trying to use the engine mode, their lean mix on the traction. And then as soon as we get the car up...
Mix 2, fuel to mix 2.
Yeah, we're just doing it on this 1 lap mark. You don't have to get so immediately on my neck about it. But yeah, as we try and make our way then down in towards the final corner. Somehow still, we went purple through Sector 1. So I don't think that little hiccup cost us too much time here. There's almost 200 miles an hour as we make our way into the pit lane. Nice and tidy on the entry. Could have been a little bit more aggressive there, but I don't think we can complain too much, as Wurz still out 8 seconds behind us. But we have not overtaken a car on track today, so I'm hoping we might be able to get 1 still before this race is down and out. As Coulthard, yeah, really struggling. Barely ahead of our teammate Johnny Herbert at the moment, so he might be in the wars there, as there goes Herbert as well. Out of the pit lane. No, No, not able to make it happen. Oh, and again, don't say Jensen Button's going to screw me here twice in about the space of 5 laps. Must be so boring racing that Minardi car, especially when you haven't even got your teammate to battle with anymore. Because, yeah, I mean, this is one of the other things you have to remember. Back with Formula 1 back then, it was, you know, there was a lot more having to lap other cars and things like that. You know, the pace split was a lot bigger there. So it was, you know, a lot more of a, you know, it was a bigger thing. It was more prominent. As Button's going to try and jump out of the way of me this time. Actually does a decent job there. Well done, JB. Well, like I said, I am still expecting that McLaren to probably run out of fuel before this race is done and dusted. They just don't seem to have figured it out still. And obviously, yeah, unless they make some big upgrades or really try and work on the proficiency of that engine, it's not going to be easy to solve by the end of the year. I mean, they have started to see the end of some races. I think it does affect them weirdly more in the rain than it does in the dry, just for obviously the way the AI kind of lean on the traction control in wet conditions, but it's certainly peculiar. I mean, this is the other problem we've got at the moment. Coulthard still, yeah, has that straight line speed, so unless he makes an error, I don't think Johnny Herbert is going to be able to find a way by. I mean, if you were going to guess anyone was going to make an error, it would probably be one of the McLaren drivers. They have not found the balance very fun at all either in that car. It is certainly a problem child for Ron Dennis and the team. But, yeah, at the moment, Johnny and I are just stuck behind him. Oh, here we go. Big mistake from Coulthard at the final corner. Herbert now going to try and get alongside him as we somehow set new fastest lap of the day. So that slipstream really working for us there, as I want to try and have a look around the outside of our teammate. He can't find a way past Coulthard. Hopefully I will. But just again, not able to do anything off of those first couple of corners. You can see this is where we're really strong, even against our teammate at the moment. He's definitely opted for a lower downforce setup than I have. Oh, again, Spain. Spain is on my mind. Oh, Hakkinen again. Sorry, Coulthard even makes another mistake through the final chicane. That time around, Herbert's going to be able to capitalise, and maybe we'll do the same. As we're trying to look down the inside of the McLaren down at turn 1, and he doesn't lose 1. He loses 2 places down to that first corner, and it's only taken us 25 laps.
You up a place?
And we finally made an on-track overtake in this Grand Prix. Are we still going to be able to challenge our teammate, though, by the end? And maybe only lose out a couple of points to Villeneuve. And as soon as I take that fastest lap, Pedro de la Rosa will go, no, that's mine, thank you. Well, pace-wise, myself and Johnny Herbert have been pretty much even and nose to tail all afternoon long here in Montreal. Just starting to get a little bit nervous, though, when you look at the skies above. I'm hoping it doesn't happen again, but we could see another race with changeable conditions. That sky is looking ominous. We are still trading that fastest lap with De La Rosa at the front of the field. Yeah, we might be nowhere near each other on track, and I think the Ferrari might be on 2-stage harder compounded tyres, but if there's a chance for a bonus point, it could be critical by the end of the year. I'd like to get 2 more, though, if we can finally get round our teammate. So that was close to the wall. But we're going to have to be strategic. We're going to have to use rich revs somewhere to get around our teammate, Johnny Herbert. So we've got yellows out. Someone's got issues. No idea who that is.
Flags ahead. No overtaking through the caution zone. Be careful until you see the greens.
It seems to be a lap car. It's Jarno Trulli. Another mechanical failure for the Sauber driver. Bit of a shame for him late on in the afternoon, but yeah, there you go. Confirmation Trulli is rather unsurprisingly out of the Grand Prix. But yeah, we've got a little bit of lap traffic to deal with as well, which tend to favour the AI over myself. But yeah, we need to use the rich revs to get a run on our teammate. The problem is, we're probably going to get 1, maybe 2 chances at it, as I don't think I've seen Mika Salo running down in P17 at any point this season. So it really has been a terrible day for the Arrows, man. He's even behind his teammate at this stage of the day, so yeah, not too sure what's happened to him. But will he get out of the way for both of the BAR cars in one go here? Is he just going to sit in the way down in towards the hairpin? Yes, he is, and this might provide us with an opportunity against our teammate there. As Salo again just moving around a little bit all over the show. Herbert might have to just lift out of it slightly. So we're going to try and get the slipstream on the pair of them here. We'll take as much as we possibly can off of Salo down in towards the final chicane. And look how close we are now to our teammate Johnny Herbert there as we both bobble over the curbing through the final corner. We've still got those yellow flags out, so we can't do anything down at turn 1. But can we try and do anything through this first complex of corners there? Again, we'll try and look around the outside. Try and cut back underneath him, though, on the exit of the corner. Come on, get the power down. Get the power down. Not quite close enough this time around, but turns 5/6 is another good one for us. Not when we get a run like that, though. Come on. You can just see he blends out the throttle, but not close enough. Well, I think our teammate then might just have been told to go a little bit easy on the fuel towards the end of the afternoon here, because you could just hear him blending the throttle slightly down the end of the back straight there, as we've got, again, more blue flags. This time around, I think that's Jean Alesi up in front. But, yeah, there's definitely a chance still to try and capitalise and get round our teammate before this race is done and dusted. I'm trying to think, I don't believe he's beat me anywhere yet so far this season. Maybe actually Barcelona. He had a pretty good race there, did Johnny Herbert. But, yeah, as you can just see now, Alesi, very experienced head now, just trying to move out of the way. We've already seen one Arrows car hold us up. I think we're going to see another one do it. There's Herbert there trying to close in. We're going to try and go for a bit of a late apex. No, not quite able to. There is Schumacher, new fast lap of the day.
The fastest lap of the race so far.
So Schumacher still trying to push on to get to his teammate by the end of this one. And Jean Alesi now, again, will have to do, it's basically a carbon copy of what happened with Mika Salo a few laps ago. And Alesi, the Frenchman, will back out of it. But we are no closer to Herbert. I've got no idea what's going on with our teammate then, because now, suddenly, he seems to have enough straight line speed once more. I thought one lap with rich revs, and he might really, really struggle towards the end of this one. We'll try and put the power down again at the final couple of corners. Are we going to be able to have a look to the inside of our teammate? We're going to go for it. Send it down the inside on Johnny Herbert there. We nick a wheel on the grass, though, through turn one. That might compromise us on the exit of the corner, as we're still getting a wobble. But I think we've pulled it off finally. And after sitting behind our teammate all day, we have made the move happen right towards the end. It looks like Wirtz and Villeneuve are right with each other as well, a bit further up. But we might only lose a point or two. Or maybe more. Damn it, man. Just dropping the throttle, and the car won't find reverse gear, so Coulthard will go back through again. And I think suddenly we spent 34 laps trying to get around our teammate, and we go and lose that in another spot as well. Salo will get back round me. Hopefully we're going to be able to try and get through again, obviously with the blue flags, but that is heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking towards the end of the afternoon, and now we're not getting any blue flags for some reason. I think the game all a little bit confused as to what's going on. Don't want to run into the back of Mika as best as possible. And are we still going to see Coulthard run out of fuel before this race is down and out? Can't believe that just as we finally got past our teammate Herbert, it immediately will amount to nothing here. But I think Pedro Della Rosa going to be making his way down in towards the final few corners of the Grand Prix there. And we've had 6 races so far. We've had 3 different winners, and all 3 of them have won on 2 occasions. No one seems to be able... Well, I guess, yeah, Villeneuve actually did, didn't he? See, no one seems to be able to win back-to-back, but Villeneuve's achieved that. But still, BAR, Williams and Ferrari, they've all got their own strengths, they've all got their own weaknesses. Della Rosa, though, is going to be back on top this weekend here in Montreal. Ferrari has sent out a warning shot to everybody else. You come back to some more power-orientated circuits, and none of you can compete with our car in a straight line. Ferrari know how to build an engine. That is safe to say there, but in towards the final couple of corners, Schumacher, I believe, is going to come through for P2. Hakkinen, after such an abysmal campaign so far this season, is going to walk away with a trophy ahead of both of those Williams cars as well. Herbert, he did lose the place to me, but at the end of the day, it won't matter. He's going to be one picking up more points. We are only going to come through for P8.
They take the checkered flag then here in Canada in what has been another fabulous Grand Prix. Talk to me, Ants. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
Well, time management probably played quite a large role in the outcome of this one. As ever, it's not just about speed, it's all about maintaining that speed consistently over a stint, over a race distance. So being able to keep up the lap times while still being smooth on the controls and gentle on the tyres, that's really where the race was won today.
Looking at the podium, you can see that red suit familiar to fans across the globe. A world-class win for a world-class team. Ferrari do it again.
Well, there we are then. Pedro Della Rosa reminds everybody just how good he is behind the wheel of that Ferrari this weekend. Schumacher seemed to get the better of him in Monaco. But yeah, once more, they're just able to hold off the pressure from Michael in the end, and he will claim yet his second win of the year there. Michael Schumacher P2 ahead of Hakkinen and Wirtz, with Villeneuve, Herbert, Coulthard, myself, and both Jaguars rounding out the top 10. Admittedly, qualifying was very much one team, second team, third team. The race, it did mix up a little bit more there when all is said and done. And if we take a look further down the order, first of all, you can see, yeah, both Jordans narrowly missing out on points in the end. And you can see, yeah, just Heifeld and Trulli that failed to see the flag button 2 laps down. That must have been a very, very depressing afternoon for the Minardi there. Points-wise, though, De La Rosa now 3 points back as well. Jacques Villeneuve, so I mean, yeah, the top 3 covered by just 6. And still, Alexander Wirtz there, just waiting in the wings, picking up the consistent points in P4. Schumacher and Herbert now will finally get the jump on Mika Salo, relegating him down into P7. Hakkinen will get the jump on his teammate there into P9. Overall in the championship standings as well. And still it's just Schumacher, Button and Verstappen who are yet to score points in this campaign. Constructors-wise, Ferrari get the jump on us, 9 points in it though. So I think, yeah, as long as Johnny Herbert continues racing like that, hopefully we're going to have a good chance there. McLaren finally back up into P4, but I think it's going to be a long road for them to close up on your top 3 as well. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready at Le Castellet. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 7 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the French Grand Prix at Le Castellet. Of course, if you missed that in the last video that went live from Montreal, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. I can't believe we're almost halfway through this season already. I guess it's very, very different doing a 16-race championship over the 24 races that we've become used to inside F1 24. Taking a look at the Drivers' Championship, though, we currently have a 3-point lead over Pedro De La Rosa, who has a 3-point lead over Jacques Villeneuve as well. Things are really tightening up at the top of the table there. Jacques Villeneuve just ahead of his teammate Alex Wirtz, and Michael Schumacher slowly but surely trying to stage a comeback as well. I mean, McLaren, they're having an absolute disaster of a season, all the way down in P9 and P10. But yes, we return though this weekend to Le Castellet. As I mentioned in Montreal, we've got a lot of high-speed circuits coming up, pretty much between now and Japan. Every single circuit probably isn't going to suit our car too well, so we'll have to wait and see as to how we get on. But of course, if you're new, make sure you get yourself subscribed as well. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs on the channel. But yeah, let's do this thing. Well, here we are then. It's time for qualifying in Le Castellet, and I must admit, it is looking very, very overcast. Bit like Montreal, though. I'm not expecting this one to be a particularly memorable one, like, outing for us. However, if free practice times are anything to go by, McLaren, they might well and truly be back this weekend, and, well, on a circuit that as often you'd think on paper would suit them quite nicely with all the straights. Yeah, I don't think it could come soon enough. McLaren, of course, have usually been the threat to Ferrari in this series. Williams seem to have come back a big way this year, but maybe it's not too late for McLaren to try and start springing a surprise as well. They're a bit lucky in the fact, you know, BAR, Williams, and Ferrari have all kind of taken points away from each other so far this season. But yeah, this weekend, I'm not expecting BAR to take many points at all. Once again, of course, we had our worst result of the year last time out in Montreal. We ended up finishing P8. Admittedly, we should have been in P6, but I did bottle it late on in the day in typical Mat 2-2 fashion. As you can see, Schumacher making his way through Scene Corner, of course, still yet to take a win this year is Michael. The championship hangover has been real for the German, but yeah, as always, we've got to try and capitalise through Sector 1 and Sector 3 here. I must admit, I do miss Le Castellet. It was a good fun driver's track inside these games as well, as we try and navigate our way down in towards the final couple of corners. Just keep it clean and tidy. The car does feel pretty agile around this venue as well. Try to avoid that inside curve through the final corner, get that throttle down, and then power up towards the line. Schumacher's going to storm to pole position. For us, it is only P9. Well, to the surprise of probably no one, Ferrari, yeah, on a track that is mostly dominated by straight lines absolutely cooking there in qualifying in the end. I mean, McLaren 4th and 6th, maybe I hyped them up just a little bit too much here before we head into the GP. But we found ourselves sandwiched between the Jordan cars there, which is a little bit of a shame for us. I guess, yeah, all we can hope for is that we can go forward in the GP. I mean, we were over a second behind our teammate Johnny Herbert. But yeah, Arrows, Salo, I think, yeah, his miracle run at the start of the year is going to start to crumble around these more power-dominated circuits. But let's see what we can do.
Welcome along then to France, host of the world-famous Tour de France. But we're not talking 2 wheels today, we're talking 4, in a country widely thought of as giving birth to the art of motor racing back in the late 1800s. We've come a long way since then, and you're about to find out how far. It's time for the French Grand Prix. 6 lefts and 9 rights give us a total of 15 corners here at the Circuit Paul Ricard, and a lap covers an overall distance of 3.6 miles. Average speeds will be somewhere in the region of 142 miles per hour, and they'll be maxing out on the Mistral Straight at around 205 miles per hour.
After the points finish last race, let's aim to keep the momentum going.
Well, I think all we can really hope for between now and kind of Suzuka this season is that we just keep trying to pick up as many points as we can, maybe rely on a little bit of issues for Pedro De La Rosa and Jacques Villeneuve as well there, and just pray by the time we get to Brazil that we are still in the title fight. I'm going to overfuel the car quite aggressively today because we know we will get through those, you know, that extra fuel based on how many straights there are around this venue. But yeah, consistency and reliability has often been our strong point inside this series. So long may that continue, and maybe, just maybe, we can get that world title. It is 5 red lights, and it is lights out and away we go here in La Castellet. You can see a couple of poor starts there. Hakkinen and Frentzen not getting off the line particularly well, so we might actually be able to make up a spot by the time we get down in towards someone. They're going to aggressively cut in front of the Jordans down at that first corner. It's Coulthard, Hakkinen, and our teammate Johnny Herbert 3 wide there. Ferrari absolutely waltzing away off the start of this one as Jacques Villeneuve, once again, like we saw in Montreal, will try and remain in hot pursuit there as well. I wanted to have a look down the inside of Jacques Villeneuve. Sorry, not Jacques Villeneuve, his teammate Alex Wurz even. But not quite able to make that one work there as, yeah, Herbert losing a couple of places. Had a really good qualifying effort to get between those McLarens. But as we head into the race, though, this is where we're going to really struggle today. And I mean, look at that. Our former Jordan car absolutely trying to fly past me down in towards the chicane in the middle of the Mistral Straight. We just like hook it up there, back round the outside, though, on the exit. And yeah, we are going to have to use those rich revs here and there around this venue. We've learnt a few good fuel-saving techniques in this car. But ultimately, yeah, these V10s, they were thirsty back in the day. Hence why, obviously, refueling was obviously a thing as well there. And, of course, obviously got scrapped with the V8s ready for 2010 as well. But fairly calm opening lap then. We've gained 1 spot. I think our battle today, though, is likely going to be with Wurz, Herbert, and maybe the McLarens. We just cannot seem to shake off Frentzen and Schumacher here. Maybe running a bit too much downforce around this venue. How many times have I said that? Top speed in the car actually seems pretty competitive. You can see every time that Jordan does have to brake a whole lot earlier up into the chicane there, but it's costing us time every single lap. So we've got yellow flags out. Someone fallen to the wayside? Yes, one of the Minardis. Oh, sorry, I actually meant one of the Arrows cars here. And as you can see, as they make their way down the back straight, he's 3 wide with both the Saubers. What on earth has happened? You just see him fly through the shot in the very next camera angle. I mean, let's have a look from his teammate's perspective then. Almost wanted to make it 4 wide down the back straight. And you can just see moves completely across there. So I don't know how that Sauber's survived that one, but yeah, I think that's Mika Salo gone then. Safety car has been deployed. Well, tyre wear we know is pretty good on this BAR car as well, and I want a little bit less downforce on it as well. So we're actually going to dive into the pit lane at the end of lap 2 here under this safety car. Make sure we get it slowed down nice and tidy. Looks like Hakkinen as well has had the same idea, so we might try and take a set of tyres to the end of the afternoon there. Looks like De La Rosa as well has done that, so maybe Ferrari now You know, giving their number 2 driver what was, you know, perceived as their number 2 driver preferential treatment, as we will, I mean, we're going to re-emerge right at the rear of the field, so, yeah, De La Rosa, Hakkinen and I are going to have our work cut out, but this might be the better strategy towards the end of the race, if these tyres will last. There you go, team know the assignment, so they clearly do believe it is possible. Well, safety car coming in then at the end of lap 4, so it hasn't been a long period behind it, but yeah, we need to try and go uber aggressive off this restart. If we can get ahead of De La Rosa as we're trying to navigate our way through some of the slower traffic, then that would be really, really useful. However, I think the straight line speed of that Ferrari is probably still going to carry it here, as just trying to eye up where we can go for a move on Mika Hakkinen out of that final corner. Green flags waving once again. So let's go racing once more there, as immediately you can see Pedro going to fly past Nick Heidfeld back down towards someone. So yeah, instantly able to put a couple of cars between himself and, well, World Championship leader, of course. We still are the world title leader, as that Hakkinen as well is going to try and move past the Minardi. So there's going to be moves coming in absolutely everywhere here over the next couple of laps. I guess that's the joy of there being such a pace differential between our car and some of the back markers. Of course, we used to be in one of those cars. Well, admittedly, it wasn't the Minardi, but it was the Arrows.
Let's get into mix 3 ASAP.
And let's see if we can actually make a move there. There we go. Straight passing Heidfeld down the back straight, but we have got Frentzen waiting in the wings as well. I can't even see where he is. I think he must be tucked up behind us. As, I mean, yeah, look at that. I mean, Pedro De La Rosa is just making moves everywhere at the moment. He's already way up the order, getting through quite a few bits of traffic there as well. Switch underneath Jensen Button down the second part of the Mistral straight. And there we go. We made a couple of spots up nice and early, but plenty more to try and make. I mean, look at this. Hakkinen as well, just getting slowed up by Jarno Trulli and Mika Salo through the final couple of corners. So it must be the other Arrows driver then that's out of this race. As you can see, Hakkinen now immediately will cut to the outside of the bright orange car. I love that. I love that Arrow so much. It's so cool there. So Hakkinen immediately locks up, almost runs into the side of his fellow Finn. Whoa! What is that? Hakkinen, huge moment as we just about avoided contact there. I've got no idea how, but we will capitalise with an aggressive move down the inside of the McLaren man into the very next corner. And again, you're so scared about the damage model. And even with the slipstream, though, we can't do anything against Mika Hakkinen. Here is Salo's going to try and defend from him. Can we have a look down the inside of one Finn again? Oh, Salo tried to cover me off there right at the last moment. He's actually done a really good defensive manoeuvre. We will again just squeeze around the outside, though, on the exit of the corner. But yeah, De La Rosa's gone. Hakkinen, we do have a chance against. Oh, here we go. Jarno Trulli trying to defend from Hakkinen again.
7.0 seconds.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's good news then. Johnny Herbert only 7 seconds up the road. As you can see, Trulli there just gets a little bit caught up behind Mika on the exit. Hakkinen has not figured out how to do turn 1 in that car. But then again, we've seen all season long just how much of a handful that McLaren is. Both drivers really struggling to extract much pace out of it at all. Yeah, out to the back straight again we'll go, though. Are we going to be close enough to get a run on Damon Hill? I mean, for us, it is all about where the AI get held up. If they can get held up through that final sector, then we've got a good shot at it. As I think actually that Sauber slightly quicker than us in a straight line. Is Hakkinen there just about able to cover off from Damon Hill. Of course, these two battled for wins a few years ago. But yeah, not anymore. Damon Hill, of course, by this time IRL had already retired from Formula 1, but he's still kicking around in this alternate universe. Hopefully he's going to be kicking around in P13 as we've just got that little bit more downforce down the inside. Hakkinen trying to make the same move on Fisichella up in front. Oh, you just see that Hakkinen, he has to give him the room. Fisichella's not willing to back out of this one, and that does me a lot of favours. Not when I drive like that, though. Oh, where's Fisichella going? Big mistake there by Giancarlo. Just dive it down the inside of the final corner. Let the traction control keep it pointing in the right directions. There we go. Coulthard and Schumacher into the pit lane then. So we're back up inside the top 10 and into the points here. But, I mean, Schumacher's probably going to get back to me by the end of the afternoon. So we've got yellows out. Someone else maybe with issues. I think it's Giancarlo. I think he's carrying on going there. Is Coulthard again, another big manoeuvre down the inside of Jan Magnussen. Really has been a shame to see Jaguar not up to the same pace that we saw from Stewart last season, as they could have definitely sprung some surprises here, but yeah, and still trying to defend out onto the back straight. Not really able to do anything that time. Is he going to be able to get a run, though, with the slipstream? No, I think he's just slowly dropping away from Hakkinen here, but these have been some really, really dramatic laps in this Grand Prix. Exactly what you want, where there are some split strategies at play. We try and get the power down on the exit as well, though, on the Jaguar driver. I think we will. We'll get to the inside of him, and we should move up then into P8. Yeah, Jan Magnussen not interested in defending that one. Well, what's going on here? Rubens Barrichello, Mika Hakkinen, these two certainly have gone wheel to wheel once or twice in Formula 1.
We need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
I tell you what, Mika Hakkinen must think his car is much, much stronger than anybody else's here, because he is defending so aggressively and being so erratic at the wheel of that McLaren. We will go around him before we get out onto the back straight there. As, yeah, we're following Rubens. Jos Verstappen actually having a pretty good race out so far. A little bit further up. Of course, he's not Alex Wurz. I do apologise for the double Wurz still in this series, but there doesn't seem to be anything I can do about it, as Hakkinen again will try and force his way to the inside there. We won't allow him to make the move happen, and we'll actually just trim the exit curve as well. But yeah, Barrichello, we've got to try and get round him before we make our way in towards the final sector, because we could, whoa, potentially create a little bit of a gap there. Clearly Rubens struggling for confidence in that Jag, as we'll try and still have a look to the inside there. That got really nip and tuck. Well, we haven't seen much from Jos Verstappen this season, not that I'm really complaining. Of course, back with Benetton for the first time since the mid-1990s, of course, when he was teammates with Michael Schumacher on his way to his first world title. Are we going to be able to get a run on him again? And just see the top-end speed of this car really, really is compromising us. Luckily, the ability to brake late into the corners, though, certainly isn't. Kalin around the outside will go. We'll leave him to battle with Hakkinen behind. Try and build up a little bit of a buffer there, as De La Rosa is already near enough 10 seconds clear of me after the safety car restart. We've already got eyes on Johnny Herbert, though, and he hasn't even pit yet. Oh, no, that's not good. Michael Schumacher, he's already on the relative behind again, or we know roughly where he is. I don't think it's going to be long before that second Ferrari car moves back past us. I also don't think it's going to be long before Hakkinen flies past me. Well, I'm not going to try and claim that I can see the future, but I think this move right now was quite predictable once I got past Hakkinen, in the first place. I mean, look at that, yeah. The McLaren driver there. I mean, he hasn't actually got that much extra top-end speed, but he's definitely just got enough. Or apparently not, as he gets a huge slide on the exit the corner. I mean, if he opens the door for me, I'm going to take it. And here he goes, back down the inside again. I mean, that car, I know it's bad, I know it's a handful, but it can't be that bad, surely, when you've got that much of a straight-line speed advantage over us. Hakkinen back through, Schumacher only 4 seconds behind, so, yeah, our kind of undercut strategy might not work as well as I'd hoped. You know, if we can beat the likes of Coulthard or Johnny Herbert, then I guess we can't complain. Oh, there we go. Jacques Villeneuve then finally into the pit lane here. I was starting to get slightly concerned that maybe I'd missed something and that our top runners had also pit and got out way ahead. I mean, Villeneuve's only going to be out, what, 4 seconds behind us. So, yeah, De La Rosa back up into the lead then of this Grand Prix. I can't work out who's in P2. Is it Alex Wurz? It's got to be Alex Wurz, surely. I mean, I know this car's strengths lie in other areas, but just look at the way Michael Schumacher's going to romp up to the back of me here. I mean, he's taking, what, 3-4 tenths out of me before we've even made it down in towards Seton Corner. Luckily, he hasn't quite got any downforce advantage unless I do that. But, I mean, yeah, at the moment, it's a pretty futile exercise trying to keep the German behind us. Don't think he's going to win today, though. I think his teammate Pedro De La Rosa's got that pretty locked up, which is not good for me, as finally Herbert into the pit lane as well. So De La Rosa, yeah, I think he's going to be... Well, I think he's already up into the lead of the Grand Prix, isn't he? Who's the other car then in the pits? That's what I want to know. It is Alex Wurz, so I was correct there. So we might very temporarily be up into the podium places before Schumacher gets past me. There we go, up into P3. And immediately back out of it again. Oh, Schumacher's in. What? Why? Why is Michael Schumacher pitting again? Eh? Wait, so De La Rosa hasn't... Well, obviously he pit really early on. Schumacher has now pit twice since his teammate pit.
2.6 seconds.
I mean, I know, for example, yeah, Herbert and Villeneuve surely are going to the end, but could we see others end up on a two-stop strategy for some reason? I think Michael Schumacher has been well and truly screwed over in that. Like, yeah, De La Rosa's in, and so's Hakkinen. What on earth is going on here? I mean, what's our tyre wear looking like? We're at 6% wear. The hard compound tyres on this game don't wear, so suddenly, out of nowhere, we are going to be up into the lead then of this Grand Prix. Admittedly, you know, we're going to lose it against Jacques Villeneuve pretty quickly, but have Williams pulled off a blinder here? And out of nowhere, could we actually be on for a podium? Could De La Rosa get back to me by the end? I think he will. He's only 10 seconds behind, but we have only got 10 laps to go. I think we've got to try and get the elbows out a little bit then with Jacques Villeneuve here as he makes his way past us down the Mistral Straight. I've got to be very, very careful with fuel usage before the end of this one, but yeah, suddenly now it's your top 3 in the championship, your top 3 in the race order. A win here could be absolutely pivotal, but I am nervous about that fuel. As here we go, Villeneuve again, trying to look around my outside. We'll try and just save a little bit of fuel through the twistier bits. This race has been absolutely unpredictable. Oh, again, Jacques Villeneuve having a look down the inside that time round. Yeah, I think he very much firmly tells me it's his race lead and he's having it. So Jacques Villeneuve, could he become our first 3-time winner of the season? Could we try and stick with him and potentially drag us along towards the end of the afternoon? I mean, De La Rosa's still only, yeah, 7 seconds back. Coulthard now, new fastest lap of the day, so... I mean, look at that running order. It is so unpredictable, so different to what we got in qualifying, but I absolutely love it. Yeah, De La Rosa's hungry. I think De La Rosa is still likely going to win this race.
Faster than us by around 1 second per lap.
I mean, Villeneuve's obviously pulled out a fair chunk of time on that lap, but yeah, De La Rosa's going nearly 2 seconds a lap faster. Well, I tell you what then, with 5 laps to go at this Grand Prix, I don't think De La Rosa's going to get to Villeneuve by the end of this. He's definitely still going to get past me, as we have found a way to kind of fuel save towards the end of this one. But Jacques Villeneuve and Williams, they might have completely shocked Ferrari here with that one-stop strategy. I mean, we've made it work as well, even more aggressively. But, yeah, I mean, we've got a little bit of lap traffic still that we've got to try and get by before the end. Could that change things up at all? There we go. Thank you, Nick Heidfeld. First car that back to lap today does get out of the way pretty easily. Maybe he can hold up De La Rosa just a little bit as well. I mean, I'm watching that gap to the Ferrari. It is going to be agonisingly close, but I think he does simply have too much pace against us towards the end of the afternoon. But that being said, if he can get held up just a little bit here and there, could make a world of difference still before the checkered flag. 3 laps to go. I mean, he's still quicker than Jacques Villeneuve, but it's just not by enough at this stage of the race. Right, come on then, JB. Please jump out of the way as well, sir. Make it easy for me. That's not making it easy for me. Jensen, what is that? Jensen Button just refuses ever to move out of the way for us, and that has really held us up. Luckily, he's done the same to De La Rosa behind.
So we've been looking at the damage, and we think you should be okay to continue. It'll cost us a little bit of time, but we're nearly at the end of the race.
I wasn't aware we made contact with Jensen there, but apparently we must have done, so... Tiny bit of front wing damage now as De La Rosa right on my gearbox. We're going to try and use the rich revs, but I mean, you look at the gap. I don't think it's going to do a lot before the end of this race. I've been studying the pace against Wirtz and Herbert. We should be pretty safe ahead of them, but yeah, goodbye Pedro De La Rosa. Not ever convinced we could do a lot there. Maybe, just maybe, that Ferrari saved a little bit more there, but 5 seconds in 2 laps out of Jacques Villeneuve. Not going to hold my breath towards the end of this one. However, if you told me after Saturday that we'd be still in for a fight for a trophy today, I probably wouldn't have believed you. And as we make our way then onto the last lap of the French Grand Prix, I mean, so far this year, the wins have been pretty split evenly between myself, De La Rosa, and Jacques Villeneuve. But I think Villeneuve, yeah, looks like he's going to be the first driver
2.8 seconds
to make it 3 wins of the year so far. But like I said, if you told me we could have been in for a podium fight today, I probably wouldn't have believed you. These are exactly the results we need around some of the tracks where we are going to really struggle over the course of the season there. This should have been an easy Ferrari win, but Williams today have played a blinder with the strategy, and Ferrari, well, once again have been well and truly bamboozled. It would appear inside this series, admittedly P2 for De La Rosa is still not bad going, but the one-stop strategy is working so much better, and Ferrari just seem reluctant to try them still inside this game. Jacques Villeneuve, though, when we battled with him in Shanghai, I certainly didn't expect him to be a world title threat. Otherwise, I might have fought him just a little bit harder towards the end of that GP. But it is going to be the Canadian who gets win number 3 of the year. Williams are going to extend their world title lead as well, with Wirtz beating our teammate in Johnny Herbert there. The gap at the top of the title, I think, is going to be even closer than we came into this weekend. Jacques Villeneuve back on top. De La Rosa fastest lap. We get a podium.
Another superb French Grand Prix comes to an end, and it's a thoroughly deserved victory. What do you think it was, Hans, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
It was a question of right place, right time today. We were looking at an entirely different race before the safety car came out, but they were able to take full advantage after the field had been bunched up.
Well, it always helps when I don't go and accidentally skip right through the final race results, but there we are then. Jacques Villeneuve back to the top of the World Championship there, and Pedro De La Rosa and I just 4 points behind him, tied in P2. Wirtz, of course, bagging that P4 finish ahead of Schumacher and Johnny Herbert as well, means your top 4 in the championship with your top 4 in that race order as well there. Yeah, with Herbert still beating out Hakkinen in the end. I thought McLaren would be stronger here. No idea what happened to Coulthard, but he really struggled towards the end of the GP as well there. But yeah, Jacques, after the disappointment all the way back in Albert Park, Australia, De La Rosa and I have scored points in every single race so far. The first driver to get 3 wins on the year, and I mean, apart from that, a worse result of P5. I mean, yeah, De La Rosa's finished 9th at Zandvoort. We came 8th in Canada, so I guess it's pretty even between your top 3 so far this season. Thank you all so much for watching this video, though. If you have enjoyed it, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 heads to the Austrian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 8 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Austrian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live from Le Castellet, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. But yeah, today we return to the Styrian Mountains here. We've made it to the halfway stage of the season, and I tell you what, we're still doing better than I thought we would be at the start of the campaign. Jacques Villeneuve leads the way, but 4 points in it between him, Pedro De La Rosa, and myself there. Williams, yeah, they've got a bit of a buffer in the Constructors' Championship. They might be on for their first title since 1997, but Ferrari and BAR still in hot pursuit. Arrows still in P5, ahead of the likes of Jaguar and Sauber as well, which I just think is absolutely incredible as well there. But yeah, the last race out in Le Castellet, we took a bit of a strategy gamble, and it actually paid off for me. We ended up coming P3 when sensibly the car was probably better paced for kind of a 6th or 7th place finish. So, especially around, you know, the likes of Austria and Silverstone in the next couple of races, we need to try and throw caution to the wind as best as we can and continue trying to pick up those big results. If you're new around here, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed as well. And yeah, let's return then here to the Styrian Mountains. Well, I must admit, I do love coming back to Austria with this mod, because of course, yeah, this circuit was obviously on the calendar back in the early 2000s, and then took quite a hiatus for a fair few years before it finally returned with the start of the Turbo Hybrid era in 2014. However, yeah, like I mentioned, not so looking forward to the lack of straight line speed in the car this weekend, although the worst of that might come on Saturday. Changeable conditions predicted on Sunday afternoon. The opening 4 Grand Prix were absolute chaos because of it. But since then, the last couple of races have been a little bit calmer. So it looks like we're resuming kind of the madness of the start of the season this time out here in the Styrian Mountains, but of course only time will tell there, as Michael Schumacher still yet to get a race victory this year. It has only been Villeneuve, Pedro de la Rosa and myself that have got wins on the board. Could the German finally get back to the top step of the podium and finally end his championship hangover season that has happened so far? I mean, he's going to need a miracle if he wants to get back in the title fight by the end of the year, as horrible lines through the final couple of corners. Go back and watch some Austria hot laps from back then. That was the line you were allowed to take, but we end up in 8th place yet again. Well, there we go. McLaren Mercedes back in the fight once again. They're DC getting onto that front row alongside Michael Schumacher, with either the other McLaren and the Ferrari in P3 and P4 there. Herbert once again gets the better of me in qualifying. He always seems to do so, but we usually will end up ahead of him in the race. Looks like Villeneuve and Wirtz, they're struggling a bit in that Williams as well. Just 0.06 of a second between myself and Wirtz. But yeah, anything can happen in the Grand Prix, so let's just get on with it.
This is it then, race day in Spielberg for this year's Austrian Grand Prix. The grandstands were a sea of red in 2019 thanks to the commemorative hats in honour of the late great Niki Lauda, who took home victory of course back in 1984. And it's a sellout crowd once again here today. It's a short lap here in Spielberg with just 10 corners, 7 rights and 3 lefts, making up the total distance of 2.6 miles. And expect to see a lot of cars running wide today, especially through the last corner, as the wet conditions make the cars skittish through the downhill sections. And as always, a man with plenty of racing experience joins me in the commentary box. Today it's Anthony Davidson. Tell me, Ant, you're no stranger to surviving the melee of turn 1. So how do you keep out of trouble when there's so much going on around you?
Well, the throttle goes both ways, Crofty. You've got to have the discipline not to try and win the race on the first lap, so always be prepared to lift early and give those around you more space. Trying to be the last of the late breakers with half a dozen cars around you may pay off from time to time, but it's also a great way to lose your front wing.
Well, anything can happen here in Austria, and the story even more so in changeable conditions. Looks like the rain is meant to hang on quite the way into the GP, and of course with no intermediate tyres back in the early 2000s, that is going to make life very, very tricky as well there. So looking after the tyres is going to be really important, because you might find later on in the afternoon you haven't got any spare sets to try and get to the checkered flag. We're going to have to opt for a fair bit of spare fuel as well. Don't want to end up in a situation where we're running out before the end of the GP. But let's do this thing though. It's time for the Austrian Grand Prix. We've got a couple of grid penalties coming in, so we're up to 6. It is 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there as Michael Schumacher will lead the way down towards someone. It was De La Rosa and Johnny Herbert that took some grid penalties there. As we've got to be careful. There's a car trying to look around my outside down at turn 1 as both Williams will go side by side with Hakkinen of that first corner, and we'll try and get the power down, and we've instantly got a safety car. Of course we do. No one's out though with the race, so I don't know what's happened. Well, the only thing I can really see that's gone on is one of the Minardis there just ran into the back of Herbert down towards turn 1. That kicked up a little bit of front wing that I think got collected by the car behind. And apparently, yeah, that's the only thing I can see that brought out the safety car here. Well, my best guess is that the FIA wanted to get this race going, but weren't too sure just how bad the conditions were going to be, so they've allowed us all to get a few sighter laps in now, as Michael Schumacher will lead the way down through the final couple of corners on this restart. And I think we are about to go green flag racing once again then. Circuit still feels very, very slippery, and I tell you what, I'm happy I'm in one of the cars with traction control. A couple of the back market teams don't have any, as for some reason already even Johnny Herbert is going to peel into the pit lane there, so not too sure what's happened to our teammate. Has forced him already in for a very early stop, but yeah, luckily, of course, obviously, yeah, with all those laps behind the safety car, it means we've been able to look after the tyres a little bit more there as down the inside of Coulthard. I genuinely wasn't trying to go for that one, as Heinz-Harald Frentzen might say thank you very much on the exit as well there. So yeah, Hakkinen just dropping down a couple of spots then off of the restart. You can immediately see when you drop away from the cars just a little bit more how much better the spray is, as now the other McLaren making a little bit of a mistake down towards turn 4. I mean, everybody at the moment, you're just trying to keep the car on the island. But Michael Schumacher, he's not called the Rainmeister for nothing. Just starting to inch away a little bit. With conditions like these in the early laps, we're really going to have to try and lean on these separate engine modes to try and extract pace out of the car. Oh, that's a big lock-up down towards turn 1. I mean, you used to be able to run out wide here, but Hakkinen will say thank you very much on the exit of the corner. Yeah, we're going to try and use first gear on the exits. Sorry, mix 1 even on the exits, as I've got no idea what's going on with Johnny Herbert here. That's, I think, the second or third time he's pit already in this GP. But yeah, really struggling to try and find traction in this car at the moment. But yeah, we'll just use that lean revs off the corner, and then once we get up into about 5th gear, we'll flick it all the way up into the rich revs there. As you can see, Villeneuve trying to apply pressure to Coulthard. I wonder whether McLaren once again are going to run into fuel issues by the end of this. Well, I tell you what, we need to get the popcorn out at the moment, because Jacques Villeneuve and David Coulthard, they're putting on a show early on in this GP. Of course, our teammates back into the pit lane yet again. Here is all Hakkinen. Oh, a little bit of a wobble there by the McLaren. Or just about sneak back around the outside of him there. And once again, Hakkinen, we saw it back at Monaco. He was one of the only drivers to actually retire from that Grand Prix. That McLaren is such a handful. It's quick, but it's so difficult to try and extract pace out of. Well, after the opening few laps of craziness here, things are just starting to calm down as we get to 1/4 distance. One thing I hadn't really kind of remembered was, of course, Pedro Della Rosa, just a couple of positions behind me here. He's on a bit of a tear, trying to close back in on Mika Hakkinen, so he's made really good progress, despite that, obviously, safety car in the early laps there. But Schumacher at the front of the field, coming under a little bit more pressure from Villeneuve as well, as we almost completely take both myself and Alex Wurz out of the Grand Prix. There was not much space there. We've got yellows, Someone's gone off. Is that Johnny Herbert trying to get out of the way? No, he's into the pit lane again. He's genuinely doing that every single lap, so I got no idea what's going on with him. I can only assume he's got a little bit confused by the amount of tyres he's got. But hopefully that isn't going to affect us later on in the day. Weirdly as well, was again almost into the back of Wurz down at turn 1 that time. Yeah, the tyre wear nowhere near as bad as it was in the opening couple of races, so not too sure what's changed with them. I guess it works nicely for me though, because the rain is definitely getting less and less. I mean, we've spoken about it before, but this mod, the AI, the cars even, I should say, so difficult to drive in the changeable conditions. You really do feel like you're dancing with them. It is so much fun when you get it hooked up there, as Della Rosa, a second and a half quicker than me that last lap. Oh, we just nicked the curb though through turn 1, and that might give Della Rosa an invitation in that Ferrari as we make our way out of the first corner there. There we go. And yep, the Spaniard, of course, second, well, we're tying the championship with him.
Try to keep focus.
I was hoping we could try and put Wurz between myself and the Ferrari, but definitely still quick through the second half of the lap. But it's so difficult to get it hooked up, and you can just see that Ferrari's traction control is something else there. That thing's so much more stable than any other car going round. Della Rosa again, he might look for a move on Wurz into turn 1. No, thinks better of that one. We'll definitely get the run on him though up that hill. Ferrari have got a little bit more straight line speed than Williams still this year. It is just that Williams car is a much better all-round package. Are we going to see Della Rosa? He's going to look one way. He's going to try and move to the inside line of the Austrian. Of course, Alex Wurz, home Grand Prix this weekend. And maybe we can try and capitalise on the exit as well. Not quite able to put that power down again there. We're just stuck staring at the compact logo on the back of that Williams. But we've got the pace. We cannot afford to watch Della Rosa just romp away. Well, around the outside of Wurz there. Surely not, no. Nowhere near enough grip, and you just get on the wet line. It really does unsettle the rear end of the car as well. Say, so happy we've got traction control. I cannot imagine. I mean, I know obviously we did a couple of wet races in those older cars, but yeah, they were an absolute handful and so difficult to try and extract any kind of pace off us this time round. We might be able to get the run on Wurz. He's going to go defensive in towards turn 1, much later on the brakes, and around the outside we'll go. Try and get the car straightened up on the exit of the corner there. We might still be under pressure. As Michael Schumacher, yeah, still leading the way at the front. I've got no idea what the gap between him and Villeneuve will be. Wurz, though, tries to go all the way back around the outside, but we will say absolutely not. up at the top of the hill there, get the car parked on that apex. And hopefully now we're going to be safely through. And although De La Rosa's got the pace over me, maybe we can challenge David Coulthard there. As I mean, Vert still hasn't given up on this, though. Trying to use that Williams straight line speed, but not enough. Well, Coulthard now really getting his elbows out with Pedro De La Rosa, but I think it's going to be too little too late there. The Ferrari clean around the outside of that McLaren car, and once again, it looks like their qualifying pace has really improved recently. But they still haven't got enough in the races there as well. Dive it down the inside of DC as well. I'm sure the Scot not particularly too happy with that aggressive move. See, bad memories for him here. Of course, he took Mika Hakkinen out, didn't he, on lap 1 of the Austrian Grand Prix. I think that was 1999, I want to say. Why have we got yellows? Why have we got yellows? Someone's gone off. I think that's Alex Wurz has gone. No, Coulthard's pitting. False alarm. Coulthard's just in the pit. So, interesting then. AI might not be able to make it to the dry period. I absolutely will be. Oh, there we go. De La Rosa's in. Pedro De La Rosa's now going to dive into the pit lane as well then. So, maybe the AI tyre wear not as good as our own. I mean, a lot of the upgrades we've done on this car have been focused more towards trying to make it better on its tyres. There is Villeneuve's in as well then. So's Michael Schumacher. Not anymore, it's not Mark, because we are out into the lead of the Grand Prix. That horrible line through turn 1. Let's try and ignore that for better reasons. But yeah, how far behind is Schumacher going to be then? As we've lost one of the McLarens, and now we've got a safety car. Look at this then, running on board with David Coulthard in towards the final couple of corners. Gets round one of the Jaguars. Doesn't avoid the other one, though. And that is a really, really poor error by DC. He is out of the Grand Prix. Well, I could not tell you whether that safety car has worked out well for us or not here. As the track beginning to dry up just a little bit more, we are definitely going to be making the switch over to dry tyres when I pit. It's just a case of when do we pit here. And of course, now the AI have been given an opportunity to bunch up. You know, the likes of Schumacher, Villeneuve, they're going to be on fresh tyres. So this is really, really difficult to judge. Well, I think a bit like we saw at Le Castellet, we've got to take a gamble here, and that's exactly what we're going to do. From the lead of the Grand Prix, we're going to peel into the pit lane here and move over to the dry compounded tyres. That rain is clearing up pretty quickly. Oh, that is some understeer into the pit lane. Make sure we don't crash on our way in. That'd be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? But yeah, I feel like if we do it now, obviously, hopefully not the entire field would have bunched up yet, so we might be able to gain a little bit of time over a few other runners as well there as the team try and get a dry set on. 2.9 second stop isn't bad going, as we've had quite a mix-up of the grid there. Both Saubers now running up inside the top 10. And I tell you what, yeah, there is not much grip on these tyres at the moment, as we'll try and very slowly navigate our way out the pit lane, though. Back out still inside the top 10. We cannot complain about that, as get over on the dry line, you'll have a bit more grip. Oh yeah, Johnny Herbert's nightmare weekend looks to be continuing. Obviously, he hasn't been allowed to get his lap back under the safety car, so he's going to be restarting this race right in the middle of the field there, and he's going to be Schumacher that is going to lead us away. But I tell you what, we're not a million miles away from the dry compounded tyre here, so although we're probably going to lose a couple of spots on this first lap, we might then after that be able to fight here, and especially when the AI, of course, have got to pit again before this race is done and dusted. We should not be in too bad a spot there. It's trying to put the power down at the final corner. Like I said, there's no real point in us defending from absolutely anybody off of this restart too aggressively, because we just want to try and keep our car on the road. As Johnny Herbert there immediately will start letting other cars by. He's actually going to try and defend from Alex Wurz a little bit. As you can see, Hakkinen now trying to look around the outside of Jarno Trulli. What is the braking performance like? Oh, Herbert! What on earth is Johnny Herbert doing there? Down the inside of Hakkinen. And well, for the second time this year, Johnny just being a little bit wild and unpredictable under a during a safety car window, as he's going to finally drive out of the way for both myself and Jarno Trulli. Yeah, you can see Damon Hill desperate to try and defend as well. But I tell you what, yeah, these tyres are already finding a little bit of grip then, as we've jumped Jarno Trulli in that Sauber car. You can still see Hill trying to defend from Wurz there, but that's going to be a pretty futile exercise. His yellow flag's out further behind. I think that is just, yeah, Johnny Herbert doing Johnny Herbert things. His team now telling us we need to try and push on. So, yeah, I think we've got the grip already. I wouldn't surprise me if we start seeing AI in, which we will. Hill and Hakkinen into the pit lane here, just one lap further on, so we have timed that to absolute perfection. And now, I mean, hopefully we'll see a couple more cars in the pit lane as well, a little bit further up. You can see Alex Wurz stays out, don't know who else is, but yeah, Villeneuve in, Schumacher in. So De La Rosa now will take the lead of the Grand Prix for the first time today. But we have utilised that once again to absolute perfection here. And hopefully now, Alexander Wurz, of course, home Grand Prix. Like I said, I would like to see him get a decent result because he has been very, very consistent so far this campaign. Took us forever to get round him early on in the GP. I don't think we're going to struggle this time round, though. As we'll try and get the power down. We're still struggling a little bit for an out-and-out grip, but yeah, we've definitely got a lot more performance at the moment. Now, the Austrian is down the inside will go. Careful not to lock up and spin. Up at a P2. And there we go, De La Rosa as well into the pit lane at the end of that lap. So now we'll have a rough idea as to what our gap is to Michael Schumacher. There's still no guarantee we're even going to win this race, because those Ferraris are that much quicker than us at the moment. As we make our way then over the line, new fastest lap of the day. Don't think we'll even, obviously, yeah, we probably won't claim that bonus point either. How far behind is Michael Schumacher here with 14 laps to go of the Austrian Grand Prix? He is 11 seconds back. Villeneuve not far behind him. I need to beat Jacques though. Well, I tell you what then, 12 laps to go. Michael Schumacher has got the bit between his teeth. He's already taken 5 seconds out of me. So yeah, there's no chance we're going to be able to defend from him. I mean, how on earth has he done that?
2 seconds.
An 11.3 there. Meanwhile, we did a 1:14.7. What on earth is going on? Schumacher is still running nearly 2 seconds a lap faster than me. A 1:08 is a ridiculous lap time around this circuit. De La Rosa, his teammate, will go even quicker. So I think Villeneuve might be under pressure from Pedro De La Rosa by the end of this. It might depend on how much they battle. We'll kind of decide whether they can get close to us or not. But yeah, Schumacher's going to have me probably either right now or next lap. Is he going to gain enough? Not quite there. Oh, Michael Schumacher again. Having a dive up the inside there. I wasn't really expecting him to go for that. I thought he just used the straight line speed of that Ferrari to fly past me up the hill, which now you will do. Yeah, we've got to learn to pick our battles a bit more carefully towards the end of this season. Especially, you know, against someone like him that, you know, he's not in a title fight. He's not a concern at the moment in the bigger picture. Jacques Villeneuve behind, though, absolutely is. And I tell you what, this is the problem we've got at the moment. Our pace isn't actually that much worse than the likes of Villeneuve behind me. De La Rosa, yeah, is definitely running a bit quicker. But if Jacques and I could work together to stop Ferrari getting a 1-2, that would probably be in his best interest and Williams as well. Of course, Ferrari are going to be their only real threat this season. I don't believe Johnny Herbert is either consistent or quick enough to really challenge at the top. But yeah, Schumacher just pulling away from us. Through these sets of corners, we're actually pretty much matching the Williams and the Ferrari as you would expect us to. As soon as we get out onto a straight line, though, they are closing in. Time hand over fist there as we shut the car through the final couple of corners. Oh, a little bit of a mistake as well. That won't do us any favours. Are we going to see Villeneuve get to the inside for turn 1? I mean, look at how quickly the delta comes down. Villeneuve having a look for it. We'll just get aggressive, though. He wasn't far enough alongside there to ever warrant any kind of space. But that might leave him vulnerable to De La Rosa as well. As Pedro now trying to have a look around the outside of the Williams. We've got the 3 championship protagonists all wheel-to-wheel on the road at the moment as De La Rosa clean around the outside. And he will move up then into P3 of the Grand Prix. And if I wasn't going to be able to do a lot against Villeneuve, I'm not going to be able to do anything against that Ferrari. And here we go, Pedro De La Rosa, 5 laps left of this Grand Prix. It's been a fantastic recovery drive up to this point. Down the inside, he's going to have a look there. We're not going to make it easy for him, though. We are still championship rivals at the moment, as we're desperately trying to defend the inside. I mean, look at that. A little bit of contact between myself and De La Rosa. Jacques Villeneuve had tried to make it 3 wide there. So all 3 of your championship protagonists there, wheel to wheel as we make our way up the hill. Luckily, we'll get the power down up the top there to maybe still fight with World Championship leader Jacques Villeneuve. But it's basically whoever comes out on top between us 3 today will be into the lead of the championship. And for now, it looks like De La Rosa is going to be that man. This is the problem we've got through this middle sector. We can hang close to Jacques Villeneuve, but you get out onto a straight, like I said, and just he waltzes away from me. We feel completely powerless to try and fight with these guys at the moment. Like I said, I knew the middle length of the season was going to be really tough for us. All we can really do is just try and lose as few points as possible, as that slipstream does help us claim a new personal best. But yeah, I think at the top though, I mean, we could be under pressure from Hakkinen towards the end, unless that McLaren runs out of fuel. But as we round the final corner then to start the last lap of the Austrian Grand Prix, safe to say, yeah, this one again, I mean, we can't really complain. A P4 finish is pretty much as good as I think we could have got, but it's so gutting, you know, when you play a blinder with the strategy, to know that you're still powerless, especially as we watch De La Rosa and Jacques Villeneuve just inch away in the championship as well. Though I think if they end like this, which I think they will, they're going to be tied now at the top of the table, and now we've got yellow flags. That is Hakkinen behind. So I think Hakkinen behind, yep, he's running out of fuel, so another issue for McLaren as well this season. Will he even be able to hang on ahead of Heinz-Harald Frentzen, who I think also is running into issues here, so we could see a bit of a mix-up further behind towards the end of the Grand Prix. But as we round our way through the final corners, Michael Schumacher, he's had a pretty torrid first half of the campaign. This should be win number 2. He should have claimed it back at Monaco. Can we discount him out of the title fight now just yet? I don't know. Michael Schumacher will win the Austrian Grand Prix and become our 4th winner of the year. De La Rosa P2, Villeneuve 3rd, and we come home in 4th.
Great effort there from Ferrari to take the victory today. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
It was a question of right place, right time today. We were looking at an entirely different race before the safety car came out, but they were able to take full advantage after the field had been bunched up.
Ferrari are at it again, an excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we go. Michael Schumacher from pole position. He will take the Grand Prix victory here in Austria. The Rainmeister is well and truly back. And Ferrari again bagging a 1-2 there. De La Rosa, what a drive from 13th to 2nd come at the end of the GP there. Villeneuve ahead of myself with Hakkinen hanging on to 5th ahead of Jan Magnussen there. Frentzen lost that 1 spot towards the end. Verstappen in 8th ahead of Schumacher, and Jarno Trulli gets a point on the board for Sauber as well. Actually quite a few retirements in the end. Nick Heidfeld, Damon Hill, Wirtz, Button and David Coulthard there. So we were, well, yeah, when you factor in Johnny Herbert as well down in P15, I think we were the only Brit to do anything worthwhile this weekend there, which is quite funny. Championship-wise, it does mean now 1 point in it between Villeneuve and De La Rosa at the front of the field. 7 points covering your top 3, though, in the table. And I tell you what, Wirtz and Schumacher, they only need a couple of big results, and they are not a million miles away from getting themselves back in the fight as well there. Hakkinen will jump Herbert with that good result as well. Jan Magnussen gets points over Damon Hill, Jean Alesi, and Heinz-Harald Frentzen as well to elevate himself up into 11th place. And now it's just Jenson Button who is yet to score points in this campaign. Williams, the gap at the top, slashed to the 6 points over Ferrari as well there, with McLaren making good progress. Jaguar jump Arrows, Jordan jump Sauber, with Benetton now ahead of Minardi as well there. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the British Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 9 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend ready for our home Grand Prix here at Silverstone, and this hopefully is going to be quite a big one, because not only obviously is it my home Grand Prix, but the clue's in the name as well. British American racing team here, of course. We're back once again. I'm trying to obviously keep this series going, although there doesn't seem to be as much interest in it as some of the other stuff we're doing on the channel. So a massive thank you to everybody that is still enjoying this one. Taking a look at the Drivers' World Championship, there is still just 7 points in it between Jacques Villeneuve, Pedro de la Rosa and myself at the top of the table there. But Michael Schumacher finally bounced back with his first win of the campaign last time in the Austrian Alpine mountains. We're halfway through the season. We've obviously still got a few more difficult tracks for us, but Hungary next weekend, Japan, COTA, Mexico, Brazil, hopefully are going to suit our car a little bit more than Silverstone, Belgium or Italy will. So trying to make sure we get to that flyaway season with, you know, not too much of a points disadvantage to De La Rosa and Villeneuve is going to be key. Let's see how we get on this weekend though as we return, to the high-speed circuit of Silverstone. Well, here we are then, ready for qualifying at our home Grand Prix, and I'll be honest, this one is going to be difficult. Ferrari, McLaren, Williams, we know how much straight line speed they've all got in those cars, and just trying to hang close to them is going to be the main goal here. I think if we get the lap absolutely nailed, we can not be a million miles away. I would also love, at some point this season, to out-qualify Johnny Herbert again. I believe we've only still done it the once, all the way back at Monaco. So yeah, would like to try and get the better of our teammate. Of course, both of our home Grand Prix this weekend. But rumours and speculation coming out that we could be in talks with McLaren for a drive next season. Yes, the car seems to be very, very unpredictable right now. But, you know, a bit like we've kind of seen with Michael Schumacher going to Ferrari and wanted to build up a championship-winning team, I could be really, really tempted to try and do the same thing down at McLaren in the future as well. There is a little bit of a wobble out through the old Turn 1. Of course, unfortunately, we do have to race on the modern Silverstone layout rather than the classic one inside this game. So a little bit of a snap there as we try and make our way out onto the back straight. But so far, this lap has felt fairly hooked up. A couple little errors creeping in here and there, but we're not a million miles away from Pedro de la Rosa as well. Of course, all eyes, I would have thought this weekend, are going to be on him and Jacques Villeneuve, but navigating our way through the final couple of corners, that's been a pretty good lap, if I do say so myself there. Will the final position represent it? Yes, it will. P5 as we spin over the line. Well, there we go. Ferrari once more will lock out the front row here at Silverstone, ahead of both of those McLarens as well. We line up P5 though, so better than championship leader Jacques Villeneuve, which we can't complain about. Herbert down in P7 ahead of Alex Wurz, so Williams as well seemingly struggling around this venue. Then obviously you've got the Jordans and the Jaguars a little bit further away. But yeah, let's head into the Grand Prix then. It's going to be, yeah, like I said, damage limitation.
Welcome along then to Great Britain and the Great Silverstone Circuit for today's Grand Prix. The 3.6 miles of the Silverstone Circuit in Great Britain is hallowed ground to the Formula One faithful. We have 18 corners that wrap around this former World War II airbase and some good passing opportunities at the end of the DRS zones. Anthony Davidson joins me once again in the commentary box, and it's fantastic to have you with us here today. But I'm curious, as a man with experience out on the track, how do you stop those pre-race nerves from becoming overwhelming when you're lining up on the grid?
But from the moment qualifying's over, you start to feel the adrenaline in your body build up and the buzz in your stomach as you anticipate the run down into Turn 1. It's all a bit like going into battle, and the unknown situation makes you nervous. Those pre-race nerves are a good thing. The day you don't have them means that you don't care anymore. And of course, you have to make sure that all the procedures are second nature to you, so that they're not taking up too much of your capacity.
Okay, I know it's your home Grand Prix, but treat it like any other race. Don't take unnecessary risks.
Well, so far this season, that's where we've been strong, not taking unnecessary risk, picking up the points as and where we can, and trying to make sure we walk away from each race with a good result. This place, though, is going to be very, very fuel intensive, so we're going to opt for about 3 extra laps worth of fuel in the tank, maybe just a little bit more as well there, just to make sure that we're safe and that we can get to the finish. But yeah, behind both Ferraris and both McLarens here, we're going to have our work cut out. I think the goal today is to try and stay ahead of Jacques Villeneuve for as long as we can. 5 red lights here for the British Grand Prix. A mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go. We've actually done fairly well on the hookup, at least for me. inside this game. Villeneuve is immediately going to have a look down the inside of turn 1, but we will hook it up quite nicely there and immediately try to apply some pressure to Mika Häkkinen as well, down the inside of the McLaren man at turn 3. It's going to have the inside line though as we make our way through the rest of the loop there, and Häkkinen, the flying Finn, will just about hang on. Oh, a little bit cautious there as you can see off the corner, and then goodbye. Mika, yeah, with way more straight line speed than me, so is Jacques Villeneuve. So we make our way down in towards the next corner then. Luckily, we'll hang on to it around the outside of the Williams. So yet again, you know, Ferrari kind of obviously, you know, they have got the strongest car. They're quick down the straights, they're good through the corners. McLaren are pretty much as good down the straights, but nowhere near as good through the corners. Williams a bit worse in seemingly both departments, so it's kind of impressive that Jacques Villeneuve has kind of hung on in there. And yeah, we're better through the corners, but have got absolutely nothing down the straights. I do think it's pretty impressive that they can kind of add all those characteristics inside this mod for the different cars, and it has led, yeah, some very, very interesting races over the course of this season. It's been a bit of a shame that the hype really hasn't kind of stuck around for this season in this series, because ultimately I think it has been the most interesting one we've done so far. But I think ever since the save corrupted in 1999, the interest has just never quite been there in the same way. As at the final corner we're going to go. Schumacher will lead the way. Could he make it win number 2 in a row? Well, my goal early on in this Grand Prix is just to try and keep those McLarens pretty close. As it looks like David Coulthard already struggling. Him and Häkkinen going to go side by side through the old turn 1. And DC will just about hang on there. Would love to get a podium at his home race, but once again, that's going to leave Häkkinen vulnerable to me, and we will send it down the inside through turn 3 and turn 4, up then into P4 then, and like I said, you know, that McLaren, quick, but it will, but as we've already seen with DC, it's such a handful to drive this season, and we will see mistakes coming out from both of them, so if we could lose as few points as possible to De La Rosa, that would be ideal. But yeah, it is a question of how well will Jacques Villeneuve carve his way through. As you can see again, Coulthard struggling. Thank you very much, sir. We will inherit that P3. Well, if Ferrari somehow don't win the Italian Grand Prix in a few races' time, it'll be the most Ferrari-esque bottle I'll ever see inside this series. That thing is so quick in a straight line. And I mean, yeah, I don't think we're really, you know, unless we get a safety car or something like that, don't really think we're going to see much of them this afternoon. 33.7 for Michael. We do a 34.2, and that was a new personal best of the day for me. I'm pushing to the limit just to try and keep the McLarens behind. Oh, I think Coulthard's made an error. Yep, Häkkinen now will move past his teammate, so DC really, really struggling to get to grips with that car right now. Well, I guess that works quite nicely for us then. We've got a little bit of breathing room at this early stage of the day. I feel like, yeah, this circuit seems to be working for me quite nicely. Maybe one of the best races I've driven so far. Admittedly, we are only on lap 6. So plenty of time for, you know, a typical map 2-2 bottle. So, oh, yellow's out temporarily. Not too sure what that was about. Have we got anybody at the Grand Prix? Yes, we do. And I believe then we're on board with Rubens Barrichello as he makes his way out into the back straight in that Jaguar. Home race, of course, for them as well. And it's simply gone pop on him. Disappointment for Rubens. He is the first retirement of the afternoon. Oh, well, those Ferraris at the front of the order now just started to trade fast this lap as well. So De La Rosa is really, really starting to push his teammate along. Because we've got, I think Coulthard, no, it's Häkkinen. Häkkinen's at yet another Grand Prix, I think. What on earth's happened to Mika? Well, we don't really get the start of this incident, but I can only guess he's gone and pitched himself off of the road, and on a weekend where McLaren are trying to convince me to potentially join that team, is he having I think he's having a mechanical failure as well. He's got no control over that car whatsoever. And like I said, with McLaren trying to get us to sign, watching both of their drivers struggle to keep the car pointing in the right direction, probably not a good omen. Well, I never thought I'd be saying this as we went into the season, but I think I actually want to see Michael Schumacher win here over Pedro De La Rosa. I'm just starting to get a little bit nervous about whether Michael's going to be able to launch an attack on the crown throughout the second half of the campaign. Maybe just gave everybody else a bit of a chance through the first half of the season. But yeah, De La Rosa now is really starting to cut into his lead. Maybe if they fight, I mean, they would have to fight a lot to let us close in. But maybe, yeah, if they tripped over each other or something like that, that could be really useful. There's Johnny Herbert now up at a P5 as well, so he's able to pick up the pieces. And all the upgrades we're bringing to this car, he's making it more competitive at these higher speed circuits. So there we go. Already got Pedro De La Rosa then into the pit lanes. That's a very early call to make in this Grand Prix. Ferrari, we know their tyre wear isn't as good as a lot of the other teams.
Let's get back up to racing speed.
And yeah, are we going to see them have to two-stop this Grand Prix and potentially allow us to catch up in the middle stint, and then the hunter might well become the hunted? Oh, there we go, Michael Schumacher. Schumacher's into the pit lane as well then, so Ferrari, like I said, there's no guarantee that they are two-stopping because they've boxed already, but maybe there's a window here, there's a chance, and we know how slow the pit lane is here at Silverstone. Have Ferrari once again just kind of lent into how much pace they've got and gone through their tyres far too quickly? BAR better make sure they get this screenshot then, because at their home Grand Prix, with their two hometown drivers, we have got a 1-2. Admittedly, it might not last very long. But yeah, Johnny Herbert and myself flying the flag at the moment for the British fans. Williams and McLaren just are not delivering this weekend. Schumacher, though, he's only come out less than 20 seconds away. So even if he does have to two-stop this, he might still get me by the end of the afternoon. Well, coming into the pit lane then at the end of this lap, we've done pretty well throughout the first stint in this Grand Prix, but there is still plenty more work to do, and of course a lot of it now is dependent on what Ferrari end up doing. Oh, just panicked at the last moment there. Obviously the pit lane speed limit line way earlier inside F1 2020 than it is in F1 24, so you have got to be careful as you make your way in as well. But yeah, Johnny Herbert then should take the lead of the Grand Prix. Admittedly, it might only be for a lap or two, because Schumacher and De La Rosa both are still hunting him down.
Complete, go now.
So there we go, you can see Schumacher at 1:32.8, new fastest lap of the Grand Prix. We should come out ahead of Wirtz and Villeneuve, though, I think. I don't quite know whether they pit or not yet in the Grand Prix as well.
Pit strategy
nice
complete.
and easy on pit exit.
Tyres through to the end now.
Don't want to do anything stupid there as we try to make our way back out onto the circuit. But yeah, both BARs seem to be quietly consistent today, and that is allowing us to beat a lot of our bigger name rivals. There we go, Johnny Herbert as well then into the pit lane 1 lap later. So we are both definitely one-stopping, so is Heinz-Harald Frentzen, so that might elevate him up the order a little bit more. But yeah, the second half of this Grand Prix is going to be more about finding out what those Ferraris are doing than anything else. I mean, it's Ferrari. They might not even know what their plan of attack is at this stage of the afternoon. But if they do have to pit, it is going to be mighty close for the win. Well, if we get to about lap 20, lap 21, then I'll just accept that Ferrari are one-stopping this and just went for a little bit more of an unorthodox strategy. But I've said it before and I'll say it again on this game as well. They really are their own worst enemy. There is no chance with a car that quick that there should even be a title fight this year. But the fact that Villeneuve and I, been able to keep both of them, really, really on it throughout the season so far. The idea that Michael Schumacher is still over 40 points away, admittedly, that gap might start getting eroded over the next few rounds as well, if he can start winning races week in, week out. I mean, if he wins this one today, we've had 4 different drivers that have each had 2 race wins or more. Obviously 2 for me, 2 for Villeneuve, 2 for Schumacher, and then 3 for Pedro De La Rosa. It would be fantastic if we somehow ended up with a 4-way scrap for the title. Oh, Wirtz in. Wirtz is in again. Okay, so that does potentially create a little bit of intrigue then, because he and the he and the Ferraris even pit at a fairly similar time here. So, I mean, like I said, we're kind of clutching at straws with it. But if Schumacher and De La Rosa have got a pit, like I said, the gaps at the other end of the race looked like it was going to be mighty close towards the finish. See, all eyes at the front of the order. Jenson Button, though, right at the back. As the first home Grand Prix goes. This one, yeah, for our fellow Englishman, pretty terrible. Disappointingly, still running down in last place. And, well, I kind of hope he gets a better gig than that Minardi car at some point in this series, because it would be interesting to see kind of how things pan out for JB. But as we make our way through the S's once more, hopefully he's going to get out of my way. Hopefully he's going to give me a bit of a slipstream in the process. You can see how little extra straight line speed we have over that Minardi is kind of alarming. Well, they don't call him Quick Nick for nothing. Nick Heifeld really does seem to have had the better of his teammate throughout most Grand Prix so far this year. And there we go, both Minardis now have been lapped. They might be the only car we come across. I tell you what, that's one thing we haven't really thought about too much as the afternoon's gone on, but I think we've pretty much nailed it. Fuel usage there, we've got about 0.5 extra laps still, with 5 laps to go, so we're pretty much burning it almost exactly at the rate we needed. I think in the perfect world I would have probably put about an extra 0.2 of a lap in just to safely get us through to the flag. But yeah, with a 24-second lead over our teammate here, we have had phenomenal pace all afternoon, you know, relative to the other cars that we should be fighting with. But sadly, that isn't enough when Ferrari are cooking. Well, it looks like both Saubers then trying to put on a show late on in the afternoon as most things have calmed down in this race. Jarno Trulli up against his experienced teammate Damon Hill. I've been watching them go side by side now for a good half a lap there as Damon just being forced to back out of it. He'll get the blue flags from me. I mean, hopefully we aren't going to completely ruin this fight between the pair of them there as the Italian Jarno Trulli will just about dive off of the racing line and get out of the way as well for us. But yeah, Jarno there seemingly putting the moves on his world champion winning teammate. It's got to be a pretty way to get your stock up higher in Formula 1. But yeah, just less than 2 laps to go now. We are just trying to bring it to the flag. Well, on to the final lap we go then here from Silverstone. And I tell you what, it might not have been the most exciting race in the world for on-track action, but for our championship hopes, it's probably about as good as it could have got this afternoon. Schumacher, he let De La Rosa get a little bit closer to him before the pit stops, but since then has just walked away and has not looked back. And another dominant drive by the German. Is he not out of this championship hunt just yet? We kind of discounted him early on, but back-to-back victories here is certainly going to throw his name back into the gauntlet as well. Ferrari, though, like I said, on their day, no one can get close to them. But next weekend at the Hungaroring, hopefully we are going to have a good shot to try and get up in the mix and maybe fight for that race victory once more. We always knew the European leg of the campaign was going to be tough for us, but we've just got to make sure that we keep getting strong races under our belt and losing as few points as we possibly can. And I tell you what, as an entire team unit, we've done very, very well here. Johnny Herbert recovering from P7 on the grid to finish up in P5 there. But Michael Schumacher, he is going to win the British Grand Prix here at Silverstone and really remind everyone what he is capable of behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car. Pedro De La Rosa is going to walk away with P2 there to complete another successful weekend for Ferrari. But on our home Grand Prix, it is a podium.
Good job, you did really well. Super driving.
Plenty of action here at Silverstone. It was a memorable race, and what an impressive victory. So Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
I think that smart tyre management on track and very smooth driving definitely assisted in their victory today. That combination meant they got the absolute maximum out of their tyres at all times.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today and a stunning win for Ferrari.
Well, there we go. Ferrari 1-2, BAR 3-4, McLaren 5 and 6 there. But the big talking point, I think, from this weekend has got to be the absolute meltdown of Williams there. Not too sure what happened. Obviously, that two-stop strategy was really not the way to go there, and that cost him and left him squabbling with the Jordan cars when all is said and done. But Michael Schumacher, yep, like I said, reminds everybody as to why he is a championship threat this year. P1 in the end, of course, didn't beat Pedro De La Rosa in qualifying, but certainly got the better of him when the lights went out there. Third and fourth for BAR, though, gives us a good point haul and actually helps us close in on Williams just a bit there, ahead of Hakkinen and David Coulthard, with Frentzen, Wirtz, Schumacher and Villeneuve rounding out the top 10. It was just Rubens Barrichello that failed to see the checkered flag this weekend. Disappointing for him and his Jaguar team. That means in terms of the Drivers' Championship, well, we have now jumped at Villeneuve as well. They're up into P2, 9 points away from De La Rosa. But look at that, Michael Schumacher, 37 points back off the World Championship lead. He is not out of it at this stage of the campaign. Wirtz still in 5th ahead of Johnny Herbert. Hakkinen still ahead of Coulthard there, with Mika Salo now down into P9. And then constructors-wise as well, yeah, Ferrari, perfect weekend for them. Leapfrog Williams in quite a big way there. And now the gap between us and that team, only 24 points as well. We're pretty safe for that P3 overall, but we could get P2 if there's more surprises as well there. Jaguar jump Arrows, Jordan jump Sauber, and Benetton jump Minardi as well, right towards the rear of the field. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Hungarian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 10 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes! It's been a while, I apologise, we had a few issues with the mod and everything, but we are back today once more with this series. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live from Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. I also just want to say I was reading through the comments on that video as well, and, you know, it's very, very nice, of course. This series doesn't get as many views as some of the other stuff we do, but some of you really do like the nostalgia element of it, and that was kind of what I was always hoping to appeal to as well there. So long may this series continue until the mod probably breaks on me again, and then I give up on it. But yeah, you can see as we head though into the Hungarian Grand Prix, we are just 9 points back from Pedro de la Rosa at the top of the table after we came P3 in last weekend's Grand Prix. We're getting a little bit worried though. Michael Schumacher has won the last 2 races back-to-back, so he's now slowly bringing himself back into the title fight with just a handful of rounds to go of the campaign. Hungary is absolutely the race though, at the midway point of the season, where we have got a good opportunity to at least try and fight for the win. We basically need to try and win this one or beat Pedro de la Rosa if we want to try and keep our title hopes alive, because with Belgium and Monza coming up, we're going to be a little bit screwed in the next couple of races. Make sure you get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. And yeah, let's do this thing. Well, here we are then, ready for one-shot qualifying from the Hungaroring. And like I said, this one we've got to try and capitalise here. We won't have the speed down the straights against the AI. But of course, all season long, this car has been a bit of a downforce monster inside this series. And hopefully, long may that continue. But I'm expecting Schumacher to be quick. Maybe McLaren as well could spring a surprise this weekend, as Hakkinen, Coulthard and Michael Schumacher all trading places at the front. And then, of course, immediately, our World Championship leader, Pedro de la Rosa, immediately rockets himself to the top of the board as well. But, I mean, look at that through the corners. How much time we can make up against those teams. Like I've said so many times this season, we can't compete with them for straight line speed. But through the twisty bits, this BAR car is absolutely phenomenal and a joy to drive as well. So, hopefully, we can try and use that to our advantage this weekend. Hungary, of course, known as Monaco without the barriers. And, well, maybe slightly controversially, we were able to win the Monaco Grand Prix after Ferrari'd quite a few rounds ago. There is rumblings of rain potentially right towards the end of the Grand Prix there. But you can see Hakkinen trying to fight for pole position. We absolutely sent it in towards that final corner. On the run towards the line, though, De La Rosa is going to get us. We end up P4. Well, there we go. Pedro de la Rosa storms to get another pole position this season, but your top 4 covered by less than 0.2 of a second. We are definitely in the fight today. As you can see, Johnny Herbert as well, getting the better of both Williams, as their performance just seems to be absolutely falling apart right now. But yeah, let's do this thing, though. It's time for the Hungarian Grand Prix.
Welcome to Budapest once again for another round of the Formula One World Championship. Historically a good race for first victories, with Button, Hill, Alonso and Heikki Kovalainen all reaching the top step of the podium for the first time here. 14 corners then for our drivers to navigate at the 2.7-mile Hungaroring today. It's 6 lefts and 8 rights around a lap here, with average speeds in the region of 120 miles per hour. And with me as usual is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. That was a great podium in the last race, so can they keep that momentum going this weekend?
There are never any guarantees in this business, but certainly the performance last time out would have boosted their confidence coming into this one.
After the points finish last race, let's aim to keep the momentum going.
Well, I don't think Jeff could be, you know, he's there or thereabouts, but we are absolutely having to try and gun for the victory today. But at the very least, we need to beat Pedro De La Rosa. We need to make sure that that gap isn't opening up too much there. But again, Michael Schumacher, he is another one that I'm very scared about inside this series. As you can see, rain is predicted right towards the end of the afternoon, but I don't think we can really plan our strategy around that too much in case it doesn't show up. I don't think, you know, we could opt to start on the hards and hope to get to the wet period or anything like that. We'll just start on the mediums, take them as far as we can, and kind of see where we end up. Anything can happen as we head into the Hungarian Grand Prix today. It is 5 red lights. A mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go there, trying to get decent hookup out of the car as De La Rosa immediately will defend from his teammate. That Coulthard will fly past me in towards turn 1. So we massively overfiring in there, almost went straight into the back of Mika Hakkinen as well. And we're going to lose a couple of extra spots then of the exit of that first corner there. Frentzen had a really good qualifying session in that Jordan to find himself up in P7. And we were relegated back into that position as well then. So, yeah, it looks like Coulthard and Herbert both gaining a place off of us on lap 1. It is both Ferraris, both McLarens, both BARs. Before things get a little bit more mixed up behind, the Williams and the Jordans seem to be battling it out as we got yellow flags out. Looks like they've all sorted themselves. I don't think, maybe miraculously, I don't think we've ended up with a retirement on lap 1. It's always a risk inside this series. I'm staggered still. I don't think I've ever retired in this game, whether that be mechanical failures or from an accident. But yeah, as we try and round our way though through the end of Sector 2, Johnny Herbert still just in front of me, and of course the problem we've got is how difficult it's going to be to try and make overtakes as well here. We've got to try and utilise the extra downforce we've got in the car. Johnny Herbert, a huge run on both McLaren cars back down in towards turn 1 there. You can just see, trying to have a look down the inside of Mika Hakkinen there, and look at that, Johnny Herbert almost makes 2 moves in one go there. We're going to be 3 wide off the exit of turn 1 as Coulthard tries to really squeeze me, and look at this, Wirtz as well getting involved there. Things are getting very, very frantic early on in this race, and what that's allowed is just Ferrari to absolutely bolt away at the front of the order. But yeah, Hakkinen made a little bit of a mistake through the final corner. That kind of slowed up Coulthard, and he's kind of lost 2 places from it. But again, yeah, we need to try and find a way around Johnny. I mean, look at that Hakkinen. He just cannot get the power down out of that final corner. And Johnny Herbert, once again then, is going to say thank you very much back down in towards turn 1. And as one BAR jumps to McLaren, the other McLaren is going to try and jump this BAR. Coulthard in towards that first corner, just will move by. Is he going to try and sit defensive? No, he doesn't. Will still try and show the nose. And Coulthard will slam that door shut in my face. I mean, let's see if Hakkinen does it again then. He's done it every single lap on the way out of that final corner. That time round, he can get the power down. How is the fuel usage looking? Not too horrendous, but you can just see again. I mean, even our teammates got the straight line speed in towards that first corner, so he's definitely opted for a different setup. But yeah, now kind of these 4 cars have worked themselves out. We don't seem to be losing much time to the Ferraris at the front either. Oh, Hakkinen again! How on earth is Hakkinen kept that thing out the wall, as I think Coulthard behind's made an error as well. Yep, Coulthard's gone, and we've got a safety car. I'm riding on board then with David Coulthard. We'll see Hakkinen get the moment in front, and just Coulthard drops it as well. And straight into the wall goes David Coulthard there. How undrivable is that McLaren car? Well, we have got to try and make the switch now over to the hard compound tyre. It's a bit of a gamble this early on in the race, but if we can get to that wet period from here, then we've always got to try and take it. It's the only way we stay in the title fight in this series, is by just trying different things in terms of the strategy. Looks like Heintal Frentzen has had this same idea as well there down at Jordan. Of course, they love a good roll of the dice inside this game as well there, as onto the hards will go. I mean, we are going to be right at the rear of the field, though, so when that safety car comes back in, we're going to have a lot of work to do. Well, I don't know what it is, but in F1 2020, the safety cars never seem to stay out for very long. Ferrari, of course, still leading the way at the front there. Johnny Herbert still in P3. We've had an opportunity just to save up a little bit of fuel that hopefully we can use to push on over these next few laps there. But as the front runners, everybody just strings out through these final couple of hairpins, we need to try and move back through these back markers as quickly as we can, as immediately we're going to nail that restart against Nick Heidfeld there, and past one of the Minardis will go before we even make it back down to turn 1, and we will dive bomb the other one instantly as well there. We have got to make moves over these next couple of laps. We've got to stay within a pit stop window now of those Ferraris at the front, but of course what that safety car also means is that we're likely going to obviously see that rain by the end of the afternoon there. As we look at that, Jarno Trulli and that Sauber, he's not even able to take turn 3 flat out. Oh, it's just about find an avenue down the inside of the Italian. And up then into P15 we'll go. We've got more yellows out. Oh, Mika Salo's gone. Mika Salo now out of the Grand Prix. What on earth has happened? We've held on to our car as well. Just see there, you can see the Jordan and the Jaguar in front going wheel to wheel, and Mika Salo, the star of this season so far, he is out of the Hungarian Grand Prix. No, actually that doesn't work out too badly. That's okay. Another safety car then out in this Grand Prix. And are we now going to see more of the AI into the pit lane as well then? Or are they all just going to try and stay out here? I mean, this does do wonders for us, because effectively now we've just gained about 4 free positions. But are we seeing anybody in? Yes, we are. The other Jordan of Damon Hill there making his way into the pit. Sorry, not Damon Hill. Who is that into the pit lane then? Really having to rack my brains now. It's Ralf Schumacher, isn't it, of course? Into the pit lane, as well as De La Rosa. So Pedro De La Rosa then is going to be behind us in this Grand Prix. And we are back inside the top 10.
Expect to see some rain about 10 to 15 minutes from now.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, no. Rain predicted not that far away, so some of the AI might actually be able to get to the wet period. But yeah, it looks like both Ferraris have dived into the pit lane. So Johnny Herbert, I think for the first time this season, is going to be leading the Grand Prix. But yeah, what we're doing now is just clearly just making Ferrari question their own strategy choices and living rent-free in their heads. Well, with both McLaren, well, one of the McLarens out of the Grand Prix and the other one way down the order, and both Ferraris as well shuffled towards the back of the pack. Suddenly now, Johnny Herbert and myself down at BAR, we have got a huge opportunity in this Grand Prix there as we round our way through the final couple of corners. I'm going to try and use up some rich revs as well there. We won't quite get the run on Jos Verstappen that we were able to on those Minardis, but we are still going to have to send it back in towards that first corner there. As there we go down the inside. Be careful not to absolutely run into the back of Damon Hill as well in that Sauber car next up the road. But I mean, even Jaguar as well here. They've had such a quiet season so far. We're not particularly invested in the Constructors' Championship down at BAR at the moment, just simply because it's not very realistic. But we can get a big haul of points here today. That would certainly be reassuring there as well. Just see, get down the inside of Damon Hill. John Alesi struggling. Whoa, in that Arrows car, and we've had more contact. And John Alesi now out of the Grand Prix at exactly the same spot his teammate retired. What do we make of this one then? John Alesi tries to cover me off. We do go down the inside, and I kind of feel he turned in on me just a little bit there. You can see Damon Hill as well. Just kind of caught out in that one. We were 3 wide into that corner, and both of them out of the Grand Prix. And somehow that one might not be a safety car. 3 safety cars inside the first 10 laps here. And I mean, I guess it's true what they say. Safety cars breed safety cars, but are we going to see our last few runners into the pit lane there. We've still got a few of them that are going to try and hang out there. But I believe, yeah, Johnny Herbert is going to peel into the pit lane then. So he's going to shuffle back to the rear of the order there. So does Alexander Wirtz. No, it's just Wirtz into the pits. Johnny Herbert stays out there. He's a wise man. Well, rain is still about 15 minutes away, according to the team, so it might be still that Herbert cannot stretch out those tyres far enough. But, that being said, pretty much every lap so far has been done under safety car. What on earth is David Coulthard started this afternoon? But as we round our way then at the final turn, we've got to try and get the run on Giancarlo Fisichella back down towards turn 1. Well, I was about to say, this might be the first time ever I've ended up with more fuel than what I've started with, as we'll send it down the inside of Fizzy. Tiny bit of contact, I think, between myself and his gearbox. But team's still talking about stopping again. Now, I've already got the car set up so that we've got wet tyres going on. Look at that, De La Rosa. He's already up to P6. How on earth has the Ferrari drunk man done that? And De La Rosa now has become the car directly behind me in this Grand Prix. We can see Jan Magnussen and Rubens Barrichello desperately just trying to defend. They would love a big result this weekend on a track that you would think on paper should suit their car, as Johnny Herbert, new fastest lap of the day. Are we going to be able to try and get the run on Magnussen? We should be able to. So we'll try and have a look to the inside down in towards turn 1. A nice late diving manoeuvre there. And once again, we'll put a safety buffer between myself and the Ferrari. Well, after all the safety cars, all the confusion early on in this GP, it's nice to potentially get a few laps kind of clean under our belt here as Barrichello really starting to struggle. Oh, down the inside we'll go. That was risky. And just the door opened up for us, and I want to try and get in pursuit of our teammate. It's down the inside again we'll go in towards that next corner, and there we go. We've now got both Jaguars between myself and De La Rosa, but I'm not expecting them to stay there for long. Well, when I was saying I was hoping they'd stay ahead of Pedro De La Rosa for a little while, my guess was hopefully more than about 4 corners, as we got more yellows out. Not too sure what's going on. They're all costing each other a fair bit of time, though, so it's giving us a bit of a buffer over Pedro. But, yeah, that gap now, up to about 3 seconds. There we go, new fastest lap of the day. That's what we want to see, is Jan Magnussen into the pit lane. I think, yeah, Pedro, he might be able to get close to us, but there's a lot of this track where we're still a bit quicker than that Ferrari. It is just if he's close down towards turn 1, we will not be able to do anything to defend ourselves. Oh, and there we go, Pedro De La Rosa, 24.2, new fastest lap, so we ran about 6/10 clear on myself that time round there. We are a little bit quicker than Johnny Herbert, but I tell you what, his pace is looking very, very good here, as now everybody else into the pit lane. We're going to try and keep telling the team we're going to box, and hopefully that'll mean they don't allow Johnny Herbert to pit until it gets wet enough. But yeah, De La Rosa, Hacken and Schumacher, you're kind of back to your 5 you would expect at the front. It's almost impressive just how quickly the clouds have formed over the Hungaroring there. We're still taking a bit of time out of our teammate Johnny Herbert, and I'm still telling the team I want to box every lap. Sadly, at some point, he has got to commit to a pit stop there, and there we go. Our teammate is going to dive in. And now, basically, we're just going to spend the next few laps with our eyes on the sky and trying to set good, consistent lap times there. The gap to De La Rosa still floating around 2 seconds. When I get a lap nailed, he can't take much out of us. Oh, there we go. I think the rain has arrived. As we are on lap 20 then, we've only got less than half the Grand Prix to go, but boy oh boy, has this one felt like a marathon up to this point. I cannot believe how many races with changeable conditions we've had so far this season. It has been absolutely mental, and I tell you what, if, and it's a big if, we can win the world title come the end of the year, it might genuinely be down to how many races we've had like this, because of course when the rain falls, downforce is more important. There is nothing this car is stronger than through the downforce sections of these laps. Probably going to be a few more before we get to pit, but we are definitely going to need to stop for wets before the end of this race. Oh, Villeneuve. Villeneuve's into the pit lane. So Jacques Villeneuve then, he's done a pretty good recovery drive so far. Both Williams have. They're just kind of staying out of trouble in the early stages and getting themselves back up into a particularly respectable position. But Villeneuve then, I don't know whether he's made the call for wets. He surely hasn't. It is still way too early for that. But we're also seeing De La Rosa just now starting to struggle a little bit in that Ferrari. And surely it's now a matter of when rather than if Häkkinen crashes out of this race. You know, still McLaren are interested in signing us for next season. But that car just looks like such a handful every time we're near it. There we go. Alex Wurz as well now into the pit lane. Are we starting to see those Williams make the call very, very early? Like I said, we've still got enough grip here. You know, we're not signing around or anything like that just yet, but it probably will happen at some point pretty soon. Just over a third left still to go with this Grand Prix. Already so much has happened, but it just now starts to feel like we're starting to see other teams considering the switch. I think between myself and Pedro De La Rosa at this stage of the race, it is just a question of who will blink first here. 11 laps to go after this one from the Hungaroring. I mean, you just see the back end starting to slide out a little bit more. Luckily, traction control will do us some favours with that. Obviously, the weird thing is as well, with these classic cars, is you can actually go further into a wet period on the dry tyres. First of all, like I said, traction control. Second of all, obviously, the groove tyres, they're not fantastic, but they do give you a little bit of help pushing some of the water away. I mean, we could see it. It genuinely would not shock me with how little this track is changing at the moment if nobody makes the switch to wets by the end, or whether it's just not worth the pit lane time loss. Oh no, here comes De La Rosa. Nothing I can do there back in towards turn one apart from fight him on the exit. Pedro's going to really try and swing out there. Oh, compromise my line. We get a little bit of wheel banging, but the Spaniard is through. We get a warning for contact with our big title rival, and you can see just how much we're still trying to lean on him there, but that Ferrari definitely still just that little bit quicker right now, and I think now is the time to switch. I think we've got to make the call. We are going to move over onto the set of the wet compounded tyre. We're just starting to struggle a bit more than I would want to be at this point of the afternoon. Well, I'm still not quite convinced we're fully there, but I'd rather be slightly too early than slightly too late. And you can just see now as well, De La Rosa really starting to struggle in that Ferrari car as well. Oh, a big moment by Pedro. Are we going to be able to have a look down the inside in towards that final corner? Oh, we sent it. We're going to end up in the pit lane instead there, so that was not ideal. Luckily, the game will reset me, so I guess we're kind of forced into taking the pit stop then, whether I wanted to or not. We might be, like I said, I'm not convinced those Williams have moved over to the wet tyres yet, so we might be the first car into the pit lane here. We've definitely lost a little bit of time with that spin, but as we'll move over, I mean, we'll probably come out behind our teammate Johnny Herbert, won't we, right now? But we should be ahead of Ralf Schumacher even. Too many Schumachers have been in Formula 1. So just here, amateur traction control is working back down towards turn one, but we are right behind our teammate Johnny Herbert. Oh, we've got to get temperature in these tyres. Oh no, it was definitely too early. It was definitely too early to make the call. And now a safety car or something, anything. I don't think we can get another safety car in this race. And is this just a huge opportunity towards the end of the season running away from us there? You can see our teammate Johnny Herbert now 7 seconds up the road, so we have lost bags of time on this lap. We can't afford to obviously box the other way again, but now I'm hoping we just get an absolute thunderstorm. Just is not getting wet enough for these tyres to work right now, and I know that kind of the wet tyre inside this mod kind of works somewhere between the intermediate and the full wet. Of course, there wasn't an intermediate tyre back in the early 2000s. It was either dries or full wet, so we might not even, like I said, we might not see the AI pit by the end of this Grand Prix there. Looks like Herbert is taking time out of Häkkinen in front, but are we just kissing goodbye our championship hopes? We've hung on so well throughout the early stages of the campaign, but Ferrari now in 1-2 position. I mean, now we might just be taking a little bit of time out of Häkkinen, but yeah, we're not taking time out of anybody else. I think that's more just Häkkinen struggling rather than anything else. I can't really work out what's going on at this stage of the race. Johnny Herbert seems to be pretty quick up the road in the other BAR car. Schumacher's now into the pit lane as well as Mika Häkkinen, and they are switching over to the wet compounded tyre as well then. So we're definitely getting close to the switchover. I mean, Schumacher's surely got the jump on me. We just did not have a gap big enough ahead of him. De La Rosa's also pit then. So we're actually going to come out ahead of Michael Schumacher. So that could be quite critical by the end of this race. So, yeah, I mean, De La Rosa's 12 seconds up the road, but Johnny Herbert now back into the lead of the race. Well, Johnny Herbert at this stage of the Grand Prix is refusing to pit. And low-key, I kind of love it. He's not losing much to Pedro De La Rosa. In fact, we're not really losing much to De La Rosa anymore. And as long as we can defend from Schumacher back down in towards turn 1, which I think we will, I don't think there's a lot Ferrari are able to do here. I think everybody is kind of caught between the dries and the wets. And, well, so far, that's working out really nicely for our teammate. I just don't think we're going to catch him by the end. Johnny Herbert into the pit lane at the end of lap 30, so it's been a valiant effort by our teammate, but not enough as Michael Schumacher, goodbye sir, back down, into turn 1. He broke way earlier than I was expecting. I'll accidentally dive bomb him in towards that first corner there, but yeah, can't get the power down on the exit either. And Ferrari back into a 1-2 position in this Grand Prix late on in the day. I mean, to be fair, Herbert's come back out in P4. I think we've just got to try and defend from our teammate towards the checkered flag here. And again, it's going to be a rate of damage limitation against the Ferraris. But this one hurts a lot more than the others. Just over 1 lap to go then. I'm starting to get slightly concerned. Pedro De La Rosa has suddenly lost a load of time. I don't know whether he's trying to navigate lapped cars. But that gap is suddenly coming down to the Ferrari in the lead of this GP. I don't think it's going to be by enough though. That Schumacher are really going to be able to do anything here. But on days like today, in conditions like this, it is all about survival. It is all about bringing home points and trying to make sure we lose as few as we can to those big teams. If we nailed the pit stop, I think we could have still been ahead of Michael Schumacher. But ultimately today, I just think once again Pedro De La Rosa has been a bit too quick to really fight against here. And I mean, yeah, shout out to Johnny Herbert as well. This has easily been one of his best races of the campaign as well. But yeah, just overworked the tyres far too early in the stint. When we made, obviously, we just made the switch too early over to those wets. We had to gamble it. I mean, we ended up spinning into the pit lane anyway. So whether I liked it or not, that was going to have to be the lap that we made that call. And unfortunately for us today, it was not the right call. But again, we find ourselves on the podium alongside both of those Ferrari cars. Schumacher as well. He's proven that he can still be beaten in the second half of the campaign there. And yeah, like I said, Ferrari just some weekends are absolutely unstoppable no matter what we do with the strategy. We are continuing to bring upgrades to this BIR each and every weekend. But sometimes, yeah, it's still just not quite enough. Through the final few corners, Pedro De La Rosa, for the first time in about 4 Grand Prix, I believe, he's going to be back on the top step of a Formula 1 podium there as we drift our way through these final couple of corners. Ferrari, 3 wins in a row for the Italian-based squad. They are absolutely in control in the Constructors' Championship. Yet another one, too, for the team in red. But through the final corner, once again, we're going to join them on the podium. It is P3 here at the Hungaroring.
There'll be smiles back at the factory after that one. A great race and a real team performance to take victory here in Hungary. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
It's a heroic effort for any driver to race in conditions like these, and seeing them fight their way to the front was very special indeed. They were able to find all the grip, all the good lines, and had the confidence to get on the power to top it all off. That's what pushed them into first place here today.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, there we are then. It's Ferrari 1 and 2, followed home by BAR 3 and 4. That's probably a better run for their money than we've given them in recent times. And yeah, I mean, Johnny Herbert less than 20 seconds off the win as well. Goes to show this car is genuinely making steps in the right direction. They're Hakkinen in P5 ahead of Magnussen, Villeneuve, Schumacher. Jos Verstappen beats out Alexander Wurz for that final points-paying position as well. They're in Jenson Button, P11. How close was he to his first ever Formula 1 points there? Barrichello, Alesi, Hill, Salo and Coulthard all out come the end of the GP as well there. And in terms of the championship, well, it means that, yeah, De La Rosa now with a 20-point buffer at the top of the table. Villeneuve still ahead of Michael Schumacher there. Still Wurz ahead of Johnny Herbert. Narrowly ahead of Hakkinen and Coulthard as well. There's still Salo hanging on to P9. I just think that is absolutely incredible. And Button, the only driver still yet to score this season. Magnussen gets the jump on Frentzen. That seems to be one of the only big movers, though, in that title fight there. As, yeah, Jos Verstappen, his first points of the year. Ferrari, they're still ahead of Williams there, but there's only 4 points in it between us and the Williams as well. So hopefully we can try and fight them in the next few races as well. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourselves subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Belgium. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 11 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Ardennes Forest for the Belgian Grand Prix at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live last week from the Hungaroring, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We've got just 6 rounds to go of the season and a 20-point gap between myself and Pedro de la Rosa, but Michael Schumacher is slowly clawing his way back in towards the title fight. Are we going to end up competing against both of the Ferraris for the crown this season? Of course, Ferrari, they've won the last 2 World Championships inside this game. But that being said, yeah, Belgium and Italy, they're going to be 2 tough circuits for us. And if we couldn't beat De La Rosa at the Hungaroring, I think we're going to need a bit of a miracle if we want to beat him this weekend. Well, as we head into qualifying then, the sun is shining here in the Ardennes. That's not meant to last, though, this weekend. Once again, 2000 must have been the wettest year ever for Formula 1 based on this game, because we've got yet another wet race on the horizon. So I've completely sacrificed qualifying pace in the car to hopefully give us a better shout in the Grand Prix. But if you had to put your money on anybody this weekend, surely it would be Michael Schumacher. Of course, took his first ever Formula 1 win here 8 years ago. Made his first ever Formula 1 start at this venue 9 years ago as well. And of course, yeah, loves this place and has often ran very, very competitively around this circuit. For us, though, it's going to be damage limitation in qualifying. I'm hoping we can just end up comfortably inside, you know, sort of the top 8 still. I would have thought BAR this weekend on paper should probably struggle to even match Williams once again. I would have thought it's going to be Williams, Ferrari and McLaren filling out your top 6 slots. But that being said, Johnny Herbert has often sprung a surprise so far this season, and maybe you'll get another one this weekend as well as we make our way down through Fagnes. Just see, yeah, we are so far behind Michael at the front of the order, but again, we lost most of that time through the first sector there, try and utilise all of the track width available to us. Of course, we don't get the old bus stop chicane around this layout either. I did a video on AMS2 even earlier on this week, taking on the classic version of Spa in 2000's Formula 1 cars as well. That video was brilliant fun, which I would recommend checking out as well. But up in towards what is now the bus stop chicane, though, yeah, this has not been a lap to write home about at the final corner. Huge snap of oversteer. It's going to be P10 on the grid. That is disappointing. Well, Ferrari then lock out the front row ahead of McLaren, who lock out the second row there. Johnny Herbert, yeah, did do a really good job to end up ahead of both Williams and the Jordan cars. P10 for us, though. It's not good. We've got a lot of work to do, but this car should hopefully be better in the rain. And as anybody that's watched any of this series will know so far this season, when it rains, anything can happen.
Welcome along then to the Belgian Grand Prix, the race that gave us the maiden victory for the Jordan team in 1998. And in the same team, the phenomenal debut of a young Michael Schumacher. There's always something special around one of the many corners of this fan favourite circuit. Spa-Francorchamps then, a 4.35-mile tour of the Ardennes countryside, with 9 right corners and 10 left corners, giving us a grand total of 19. Average lap speeds in the dry can reach about 145 miles per hour, but without a significant improvement in these conditions, we won't be seeing anything like that today.
Well, ready then down on the grid for the Belgian Grand Prix, and looking at these conditions, it is going to be wet right the way throughout. However, we have got the Camel Straight to navigate in a few other fast bits of circuit here, so we are still going to need that extra fuel. Of course, tyre wear in the full wet conditions has been very odd this year, so I'm hoping today we're going to be able to stay out of too much trouble. Basically try and take this first stint as far as we can, and then we'll kind of work our way from there. But staying out of trouble is going to be key. Anybody can make errors in these conditions. Will we see a repeat of real life 1998? It's 5 red lights here on the grid. And it's going to be lights out. And away we go then, nice and easy on the throttle as we try and put the power down in towards turn 1. Frentzen will immediately cover me off, and they can actually send it to the inside of a couple of cars there in towards that first corner. Fortune favours the brave. Also favours the oversteer there as we've got an arrows. And we've got a safety car immediately. That can't come as much of a surprise. I mean, this has got to be the earliest DNF you'll ever see from a Formula 1 Grand Prix. Arrows slowing down into turn 1. Just blast the throttle into the back of the Sauber. No idea what they were doing there, but we've got our first casualty of the day, and we barely survived a single corner. Well, I'll be honest, usually when I get safety cars on lap 1 in this game, I just restart the race because it is a little bit annoying. But today, of all days, I think I'm going to keep that safety car. It'll allow everyone just to kind of reform single file, ready for the restart. We've gained a few spots as well, which is always nice. And I think we could be here all afternoon if I dare try and wait for a clean first lap. Well, the team have already told me on the radio this rain is actually meant to get slightly calmer over the next few laps, which I think is quite good. Bearing in mind I can barely see Jacques Villeneuve, who's about 10 feet in front of me. I mean, Belgium loves a good monsoon condition Grand Prix, doesn't it? I mean, we are getting another one here today, but Schumacher's still leading the way then at the front. It's another opportunity for him to, of course, prove himself as the Rainmeister, but he's still got De La Rosa, Hakkinen and Coulthard all close up behind. Could we see Hakkinen repeat the move he did IRL here at the top of the Camel Straight? Still one of the greatest ever overtakes in Formula 1.
Mix 3 is there if you need it. Mix 3.
Green flag racing, though, as we almost run into the back of Jacques Villeneuve into that very first corner. We are probably just going to have to try and take a lap or two to settle in, try and build up confidence in the car, and then we'll see whether we can attack the other drivers. As, I mean, Eau Rouge is nowhere near as flat as I was hoping it would be. May have thought I had more downforce there than we do. I mean, the biggest thing we're struggling with right now is trying to keep the car in check, but then also avoiding getting any oversteer, because in these conditions, you get any kind of moment, any kind of over-rotation, and then the traction control just cuts in, and you got no power, and then you just go for a really, really lazy slide through the next corner there. It's not enough where, you know, you're going to spin out or hit a wall or anything like that, but it just costs you so much unnecessary time. As you can see, we've already lost a fair bit to Jacques Villeneuve, and you can see as we make our way up over the top of the Eau Rouge and Radion, yeah, Alexander Wurz looking very, very quick. Round the outside he's going to go, and again, I don't really think we got any fight at the moment. We will when he breaks early. Had to completely send that back down the inside, and that was more about not losing our car from this entire Grand Prix. Well, it doesn't take long before the rain really does seem to be dissipating here as well. Just see what I mean about that oversteer. You cannot allow the car to lock the rears up. It's just fighting with the car through those final couple of corners. Pace definitely seems to be getting slightly better. Admittedly, everybody, of course, is still building up confidence. But yeah, I'm so happy for the most part that I've got ABS and traction control. I think if we had to do this in our old Arrows car from 1998, we'd probably be in a wall. Well, I still want to know what on earth happened at Albert Park for our tyre wear to be so bad. around this venue, because it hasn't been much of a concern ever since then in this series. I mean, Blanchimont, I was about to say, is almost flat out. Certainly not when you get the line wrong like that. But yeah, looking at the tyre wear at the moment, I think unless the conditions change drastically, we should be pretty safe to go right the way to the end of the race on just this single set of tyres. As Villeneuve now trying to look for a move on Johnny Herbert. Our teammate seems to just be struggling a little bit more, as we got another one out of the Grand Prix. It's one of the back markers though, so I'm not too worried. I'm not too sure whether Johnny Herbert is just trying to hold up Jacques Villeneuve, or whether that's just a byproduct of his lack of pace as the conditions are meant to be clearing up. But yeah, we're trying to obviously lean on all the separate mixes of fuel as well. Trying to use 1 on corner exits and then 3 down the straights, because it really does make a big difference here as well. We've got yellows out. Is that a McLaren in the wall yet again? Surely it's, I mean, it seems odd to be saying this, but it's going to be a McLaren that's bottled it, I would assume. Unless Pedro Della Rosa or Michael Schumacher's ran into issues, which I would be shocked about. And it's Hakkinen out of yet another race. And we got another safety car because of it. To be fair to Hakkinen, he hasn't binned it this time. It is just a simple mechanical failure, but McLaren, their dreadful year. Whenever you think they can't get more bad luck, it seems to just happen again. Worrying me, though, is that does present an opportunity for the AI to potentially take a cheap pit stop. We will win this race as Jacques Villeneuve there just caught me out by surprise. So Villeneuve's going to pit, Johnny Herbert's going to stay out there. The big one, of course, I'm really interested in is obviously Pedro Della Rosa. There's Coulthard in, Della Rosa's in, Schumacher's in. Suddenly BAR have got a 1-2 here, and once more, our OP tyre wear seems to be showcasing itself. Well, I think in a Grand Prix like this, track position is absolutely critical here, and Michael Schumacher, despite making that pit stop, has come out directly behind both the BAR cars, so I'm expecting him to be able to make a move pretty quickly. I want to try and get around Johnny Herbert though as well, and hopefully Pedro Della Rosa is a bit further down the order. Maybe got jumped by the likes of Coulthard, and maybe even Jacques Villeneuve as well in the pit lane here. But Johnny Herbert leading the way then, as we try and put the power down out of the final corner. Both BARs struggling to quite get the hookup we wanted, and that might leave us a bit vulnerable to Michael Schumacher back down in towards turn 1. Just try, I mean, desperately got to try and get heat back into the tyres there, and you can see that's giving me understeer and Johnny Herbert oversteer through turn 1. Are we going to see Schumacher though? That Ferrari just seems so comfortable as it fires back up its tyres there, and Schumacher will say thank you very much and immediately re-inherit P2 of this Grand Prix. Can we try and keep up with him though? Surely Johnny Herbert, he's going to be told by the team, you know, do everything you can to try and keep him at bay. I'm not too worried if Schumacher beats me.
Excess of fuel. We can turn up the engine to mix mode 3 if you need it. Turn fuel to rich.
Of course, I would like to beat the German if I can, but I am much more interested in trying to make sure that we beat Della Rosa. Well, Coulthard has now moved himself back up then into P5 of this GP, so we know at least the McLaren car got between ourselves and the Spaniard, but you can still see Johnny Herbert at the front of the order. I would love it if he would be able to try and take the victory here today. I really do feel he deserves it with the season he's had, as again, not quite spotting our breaking point down at those final couple of corners. I don't know what is wrong with us this weekend, but we seem to be all over the show.
We're starting to catch the car in front, but we need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
We are definitely not catching the car in front right now. That's Michael Schumacher, and he's setting new fastest laps like they're going out of style. But he doesn't seem to be able to get around Johnny just yet. Coulthard now has moved his way around the Jaguar of Rubens Barrichello, so he's going to be trying to hunt us down. Definitely, though, starting to see Herbert struggle as well just up in front. Like I said, I really have got genuinely no idea what our teammate or really any other car's tyre strategy is going to be like between now and the end.
2.0 seconds.
I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I would assume that Ferrari just took the opportunity to have a cheap pit stop with both of their cars and want to go to the end of the afternoon. I mean, could we see it dry up? I'm not optimistic, but it might happen. Well, this is a textbook example by Johnny Herbert right now about how to drive in the rain in Formula 1. He's just sat on that drier line and defending his position from Schumacher to the best of his ability, making sure he's getting the run off the corners he needs to, parking the bus through the ones he doesn't have to worry so much. And Schumacher at the moment cannot do anything. De La Rosa now has moved up into P5 then of this GP. As Coulthard, yeah, he's about to start hounding us. Well, I've asked Jeff as well about Johnny Herbert, and he doesn't seem to think that he's going to make a pit stop before the end of the afternoon. Now, that's no guarantee that he actually isn't. But also what's interesting is the team aren't sure whether the circuit's going to dry out enough by the end of the GP. We seem to be getting just a little bit quicker as well at the moment. That gap to our teammate in Schumacher is coming down just a little bit. But yeah, De La Rosa in that Ferrari behind will be running some very fast laps, as wheel spin at 180 miles an hour was not really what I wanted. Well, they always say rain is the great equaliser in Formula 1, and that never seems to be more true than here today. Michael Schumacher, finally, he's going to try and look for a move down the inside of our teammate Johnny Herbert up the end of the Kemmel Straight. And Johnny Herbert just cannot do anything about it that time around. And Michael Schumacher, finally, for his sake, back into the lead of the Grand Prix. That's a little bit gutting for us, because I was hoping if Johnny could keep him at bay a little bit longer, then maybe we could try and have a look past the German and then work with our fellow Brit to try and claim the victory here. But we're still ahead of our other big title rival in Pedro de la Rosa, and I need to take points out of him this weekend. Even if it's just a few, we've got to stay mathematically with a shot, try and drag this title out to Brazil, or hope that he crashes or has a mechanical failure somewhere. And immediately Michael Schumacher, new fastest lap of the day, he's gone at the front of the order. We won't see Michael again unless we get another safety car, or Ferrari's tyre wear can't make it.
I think you're going to start losing some tyre grip around now.
Yeah, our tyre wear is still pretty much running at a flat 2% a lap, which is not much of a problem around a track like Spa, but I mean, Ferrari, yeah, their tyre wear has been so much worse this season. It seems a bit odd just to be constantly hoping, banking on the idea that Ferrari might have to make an extra pit stop, but we've got to try and stay in this title fight somehow, and this thing is absolutely brilliant on its tyres there as Herbert just kicks up the back end once again. It is still not easy in these changeable conditions. We've got to try and find a way around his teammate. Yeah, if I was the manager of BAR right now, I might be telling Johnny just to try and let us by, give us a bit of room to Coulthard and Pedro behind, and just try and play the team game. We're in the title fight, our teammate isn't. Oh, Herbert again, he just really seems to struggle with that bump off of the final corner there. It always costs him a couple of extra tenths of a second. We don't often see moves down at turn 1, but we're going to have to try and send it on our teammate. Maybe not that aggressively, though. Completely missed my apex there, and David Coulthard will say thank you very much in all the commotion. I mean, we've had contact with our teammate before this season. I really don't want that again. Where's De La Rosa looking? Side by side over towards Eau Rouge and Radion. I was not expecting that by the Ferrari man, but yeah, we've got to now try and make our life a little bit easier again. We've got to try and get back past Coulthard. I want to get that P2. Fun fact, we've never actually finished P2 this season, which I couldn't believe. Why everybody just struggles to get the power down out of that final corner, and Coulthard that time round just makes a little bit of an error there. We'll try and get around the outside of the McLaren. Back down at turn 1. Again, just banging wheels slightly. But that's perfect for me, because it means that Pedro de la Rosa hasn't made the move yet on the McLaren man. He might be vulnerable as he makes his way up through Eau Rouge and Radion, especially with how good that Ferrari car is in a straight line. But 5 laps to go of this Grand Prix. You see we are a little bit quicker down the straight than Johnny Herbert when we get the line nailed. Is Coulthard going to be able to defend from De La Rosa, though? I don't think he will. And the Ferrari man's going to try and move up into P4. Is he going to be able to hook it up, though? They're still side by side just behind. I've got to focus on trying to get the run on my teammate here, but De La Rosa's done it, I think. No, he hasn't. How are they still side by side, not come together? That would be ideal for me in the World Championship if Pedro de la Rosa was to lose a wheel. But both of those two just holding each other up as we make our way down through the middle sector. And Coulthard does hang on to it. How on earth has DC done that? I mean, we're basically just relying on Johnny Herbert to keep slipping up. Oh no, Herbert's in! No, Johnny Herbert, he's had enough. The tyres he doesn't think can make it. And we're just 4 laps to go Our teammate finally peels into the pit lane here. I reckon we got the pace to maybe just keep Coulthard and De La Rosa at arm's length, but in terms of our Constructors' Championship hopes, that's a bit of a shame. I just wanted to see Johnny Herbert get a podium, to be honest. Oh, Schumacher's in. What on earth is going on late on in the day? Michael Schumacher. He doesn't think he can get to the end on this one set of tyres, so we are suddenly, out of nowhere, going to be back into the lead of the Grand Prix. And De La Rosa's in. What on earth is going on? Ferrari, again, cannot make their tyres go the distance in yet another race this season. We've seen the Bridgestone's probably the stronger wet tyre so far this afternoon, but it doesn't make a difference if they can't go the distance. And both Ferraris, just like we saw back at Monaco, forced into the pit lane late on in the Grand Prix. That's going to promote Herbert back into P3. We are into the lead of the race. De La Rosa, he's going to come out all the way down in P6. But as the track continues to dry out, our tyre wear is definitely getting worse towards the end of this, but certainly not enough that I'm worried about having to try and make a pit stop inside these final 2.25 laps. But Schumacher, I mean, he's still closing us back down again. This isn't guaranteed yet. Oh, come on. I thought we had a gearbox issue then. Yeah, it's no guarantee still that we beat Michael. He's already taken close to 2 seconds out of me this lap. But surely Coulthard can act as a rear gunner. And for Pedro De La Rosa, his 20-point buffer in the championship is going to be completely eroded. I understand Ferrari double stacking when there was a safety car out. But why on earth under green flags, unless both drivers were getting punctures, Coulthard's in? What on earth is going on? The AI, they can't make it on those Bridgestones. And it looks like Herbert and I are going to be able to capitalise. Surely Johnny Herbert now is going to be back into the podiums. But, yeah, Schumacher 6 seconds back. That last lap, he took 3 seconds out of me. Well, as we are about to start then the final lap of the Belgian Grand Prix, we have still got to be absolutely on it here. Schumacher, again on that lap, took just over 2 seconds out of me. Any mistake on the last lap of the Grand Prix, and he could still see the German take the win. But I mean, this is critical for us in our championship. Schumacher sets a 2:03.5. Those are some rapid lap times coming in by Ferrari come the end of this one. And even Herbert, Coulthard and De La Rosa all taking time out of me at this stage of the afternoon. But as you would expect, we are on a completely worn out set of tyres here. And Schumacher, he's pit twice in this Grand Prix. Our tyre wear is creeping up towards 60%. But absolutely at this point, I think the no-stop was definitely the way to go. I mean, in terms of kind of perfect scenarios for us, I think based on the early laps, we couldn't have hoped for much better than this. We took the win all the way back at the start of the season in Albert Park. We took the win at the Monaco Grand Prix as well. Both of those races featured some slightly changeable conditions. This one has pretty much just been wet right the way through the afternoon, but win number 3 of the year, hopefully about to go our way. And after we've watched Ferrari dominate the last few races, this is exactly what BAR need to help us after the summer break as well there. We've only got a few more rounds to go of the campaign. Oh, we got yellows out. Has Schumacher binned it? No, Schumacher's absolutely fine. No idea what that is all about. It's Coulthard. Coulthard, I think, might be out of the Grand Prix. He's dropping back at a rapid rate of knots, so that means De La Rosa will get a couple of extra points on the board come the end of the GP. That's a bit of a shame for us, I believe. The gap, though, if things are to finish like this, will be back down to just 8 points. But, of course, we head to Monza next, and that's going to be quite difficult for us. I think Coulthard might have run out of fuel, so again, McLaren, well, it's been the worst season ever for McLaren F1, I think, right now. But up in towards the final couple of turns, though, we are not only going to survive the Belgian Grand Prix, but the no-stop strategy has worked to perfection this weekend. We beat the Rainmeister in Michael Schumacher. It is P1 here at Spa.
What a great race then, and what a magnificent victory here at the Belgian Grand Prix. Anthony Davidson, a resounding victory today. What set them apart from the rest?
Well, they played the safety car to absolute perfection. There are so many factors to worry about once the race is neutralised. I mean, do you pit for fresh rubber? Do you have the space behind you? How much fuel can you save? If you answer all of those questions correctly, you'll have a good chance. And that's exactly what happened today.
The Racing Point team will be very happy with today's performance and the final result. Another display of excellent driving and excellent teamwork, and a well-deserved first-place finish.
Well, there we are then. BAR, their third win of the year, beating out Michael Schumacher at a track he loves so much. And Johnny Herbert, our teammate, even gets on the podium as well. Yeah, absolutely love to see it there. De La Rosa in 4th, ahead of Villeneuve. Coulthard did end up still surviving in 6th, with Wirtz and both Saubers in 8th and 9th place there. Both also on the no-stop, beating out Jan Magnussen and Rubens Barrichello, who failed to see the checkered flag. Jean Alesi, Jos Verstappen, and of course Mika Hakkinen when all is said and done. And what does that mean then for the championship? Well, we are 7 points back, behind De La Rosa, so we are closing in that gap once more. If we were to win next time out in Ferrari's back garden and take the World Championship lead, that would be rather impressive. Villeneuve and Schumacher still there or thereabouts in the championship hunt. Johnny Herbert gets a little bit of a gap back over those McLaren cars as well there, just 10 points back behind Alexander Wirtz, with still Salo ahead of both Jaguars. Then we get a nice bit of a mix-up further down the order there. It is still Button, though, that is the only driver yet to score. BAR, we re-jump Williams as well into P2 in the Constructors' Championship. I think we're going to need a bit of Ferrari civil war if we want to beat them before the end of the year. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourselves subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Italy. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 12 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Temple of Speed for the Italian Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live last week from Belgium, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. There are just 5 rounds to go of the season, including this one today, and there is just a 7-point gap between myself and Pedro De La Rosa at the top of the table. Spa was a pretty wild race weekend when all is said and done, and all I can really say is thank you, Johnny Herbert, because he really did come in clutch for us as the weekend went on. It did mean that we were able to beat out both Ferraris in the end. Michael Schumacher, 2 wins followed up by 2 second places. He's in P4 still in the championship right now, but you cannot discount him out of it just yet there. Meanwhile, his teammate Pedro De La Rosa hasn't finished lower than 4th since the Dutch Grand Prix back in round 3 of the year. We've had a couple of dodgy races, but yeah, both myself and Pedro have easily been the 2 consistent drivers so far in the campaign. So as we head though to the Temple of Speed this weekend, I'm expecting Ferrari to dominate this one, unless there's changeable conditions again in this campaign. This is going to be a very, very good track for Ferrari. If you're new around here as well, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs, but can we do the impossible and try to beat Ferrari? Well, here we are then, ready for one-shot qualifying here from the Temple of Speed and the Italian Grand Prix. The sun is shining here to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Italian GP, and that I think should probably give you a good idea as to just what we're going up against this weekend. Ferrari, they are going to be absolutely rapid in a straight line. Now, sensibly, I've tried to set this car up as best as I can to be competitive in the straights, but I'm expecting Ferrari, McLaren, and probably Williams as well to be a lot quicker than us around this venue. So anything higher than 7th place, I think we'll probably have to try and chalk down as a pretty good result for us. I mean, we should hopefully be good over the curbs and things like that around this venue. But yeah, I think weirdly, again, I'm kind of hoping that Michael Schumacher can have a strong result and maybe get the jump, obviously, on Pedro De La Rosa and maybe help us out in the World Championship as well. I mean, if De La Rosa wins this world title, that'll be 3 different drivers for Ferrari in 3 years that have been crowned champion. Now, I might be wrong, but I don't think that's ever happened before in Formula 1, that 3 different drivers for the same team have been world champion in back-to-back years. Someone will have to let me know down in the comments below, but I tell you what, as this lap unfolds, it has been pretty terrible for us. We are down in P16 at the moment, and I think sometimes the AI straight line speed can be a little bit sketchy inside this game, but we have just got none of it ourselves. Out of the final corner, that's a shocking result. We are P17. Well, I knew Ferrari would be dominant here, but I wasn't expecting it to be that dominant. Jacques Villeneuve, 2 seconds back on the second row of the grid there. So yeah, we have really struggled even more than anticipated. We ended up 5 thousandths of a second behind Mika Salo in the Arrows car, but nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to be able to touch Ferrari this weekend. So this is going to be brutal.
It's time for the Italian Grand Prix once again, here at the beloved and iconic Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. With the lowest downforce and drag of any circuit in the season, expect to see drivers making the most of the slipstream effect here today. With top speeds reaching 215 miles per hour, only a few places can challenge Monza's crown as the fastest circuit in F1. Hard braking zones going into the 3 chicanes make up the majority of the 11 corners on this 3.6 mile circuit. And just in case the slipstream wasn't enough, 2 DRS zones will help encourage some closer action. And a warm welcome, of course, to my co-commentator here today, someone of tremendous experience and insight. It's the man himself, Anthony Davidson.
Well, to start with, I have to feel bad for Carlos Sainz. He gave it everything he had in qualifying, but he just couldn't get the performance he needed, and he's starting well behind where he should be. And of course, it's looking very close here today. A lot's going to be riding on those first few corners, and then the question becomes who can manage their tyres so they're in a better position to push hard towards the end.
Well, I think this is my worst qualifying effort of the year so far, and Ferrari's home Grand Prix, probably not the ideal place to do it. That being said, though, no chance of rain or anything like that today, so we're just going to have to try and stay out of trouble and just see what happens. I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility that Ferrari could bottle it at their home Grand Prix, but if somehow we get points out of Pedro de la Rosa here, it will be an absolute miracle. Let's just try and stay out of trouble on lap 1, see what happens if there's any safety cars. It's 5 red lights, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. We'll try and play it fairly cautious down in towards turn 1. It's on a Lacey. We'll put alongside us there, because we've definitely got the straight line speed over those Arrows cars, which I think makes Mika Salo's effort in qualifying all the more impressive. Everybody just being fairly sensible through turn 1 there. I'm actually struggling with the rotation through the front end through those first couple of corners. This car feels very understeery as you try and just chop between the right and the left transition around this venue. So we haven't gained anything off the start of this one as Trulli and Jarno Fisichella. No, sorry, Jarno Trulli and Giancarlo Fisichella. Even that is a Murray Walkerism if ever I've heard one there. But Trulli's getting absolutely bullied around the outside there through the next couple of corners, and we got a safety car.
The safety car is out.
Hackinen's gone. That's not really a surprise. While riding on board then with Mika out through the first couple of corners, battling with one of the Williams and the Jordans, and just a little bit of contact. He runs into the back, I believe that was of Alex Wirtz, and Hakkinen. I don't know how many races he's retired this season, but I think it's more than he's finished. Well, one of the big things that has kept this BAR car in the fight all year long has been its supreme tyre wear, and I think once again we're going to have to try and go with a bit of a cheesy strategy. We're going to dive into the pit lane at the end of lap 1, move over to a set of the hard compound tyre, and see if we can take them right the way through to the end of the afternoon. If we get any more safety cars, then it could prove quite worthwhile for us, but I mean, we're down in like P15. We haven't really got a lot to lose early on, so we're going to go for it. Well, safety car is going to be pitting in then again at the end of lap 3, and I tell you what, even just doing, laps trying to catch back up, this car feels so unbelievably unstable at over 200 miles an hour. I mean, on the brakes, it is just all over the road, and it really just, it's just not designed to handle this high-speed circuit here at Monza. As we'll try and put the power down out of the final corner. I mean, if we can score points today, it'll probably be nothing short of a miracle there, as we're going to try and get the jump on Nick Heidfeld immediately. Probably didn't want to be on this side, but I mean, it might not be the best car in a straight line. It's still going to absolutely mug the Minardis off, though, as we make our way back down, in towards turn 1. And again, the AI inside F1 2020 seem to be way more happy just to try and cover me off into a braking zone. These AI in this series can be quite aggressive when they want to be, but we're back into P17 immediately. I mean, I would assume the Ferraris at the front of the order have absolutely bolted again, and maybe a couple of other cars, but then behind that, oh, we got a spinner! Oh, Magnussen's gone! And Jarno Trulli's gone with him. There's carbon fibre everywhere, and to the surprise of no one, that's another safety car. I mean, just watch this from Jan Magnussen's point of view. Just gets a little bit caught out by the Sauber in front. Jarno Trulli nowhere to go. And that is a huge shunt early on in this GP. Let's take a look at it from Jarno's perspective as well. You can see, I believe he was, quite far back in that little gaggle of cars. You see the Jaguar in front goes. Jarno Trulli absolutely powerless in that scenario. And somehow we avoid it all. There we go. We have got a couple of cars into the pit lane as well then. Ralf Schumacher in. And that would appear to be the only one under that kind of safety car there. So I think everybody's actually got out ahead of the safety car as well, so we're going to have another lap with it. I honestly, at this stage, don't mind having to deal with that. But, yeah, this series has kind of always been chaotic. This season seems to have it all dialed up to a level. Well, I think if we get another safety car in this race, then everybody else is going to take that as a chance to try and pit. So I'm kind of hoping now that things stay clean for the rest of the afternoon here, but tucked up still behind Jean Alesi and Mika Salo. We need to try and make some moves and try and make them quite quickly, but let's be fair, as long as you can keep it out of trouble, you probably got a good shot of scoring some points here. As Alesi, very, very slow out of that final corner, but he's going to be green flag racing once again. And we're once more going to try and use some of those rich revs to get around some of these back market cars there, approaching 210 miles an hour. Down in towards turn 1. Those arrows cars certainly making my life difficult. So trying to look around the outside of Salo through turn 2. Just cannot get the car rotated though through those first couple of corners, as we will get the power down though. Dipper wheel on the grass on the exit, but again, superior straight line speed. And we are back into P12 of this race. You can still see those Ferraris at the front of the order as Salo actually thought about having a look back down or inside into the next corner. That man has no fear inside this game, and I absolutely love it. There's more and more cars bunched up just in front. Again, this kind of midfield shuffle that we seem to get there. This time around, Damon Hill. Of course, well, he'll know that his teammate was involved in that nasty, nasty accident last time round. But at the end of the day, all these guys are racers through and through. And they want to try and score as many points as they can. As Jos Verstappen there just watching as his teammate Fisichella battles it out with the Sauber. I mean, all this is doing is just spreading everybody out just that little bit more. Side by side again they go. Down in towards the final corner of Ascari. Of the Parabolica even. And you can still see their side by side. So Damon Hill, Giancarlo Fisichella there. We just cannot put the power down off the corners once again. As here we go. Where has Ralf Schumacher come from? Ridiculous straight line speed in that Jordan. Try and look back through 3 wide. Back down in towards turn 1 this time. I see no way in which this works out for everybody involved. They'll make it through the first part fairly clean and tidy. There'll be a bit of wheel banging, and somehow they have done it. So I was not expecting that one on the exit of turn 1. There is down the inside of Jos Verstappen. We try to have a bit of a look again though. That Benetton just absolutely rockets away from us. Well, I just don't want to risk anything right now because I can't help but feel, that the AI are going to trip over each other. As there we go, Damon Hill and Jos Verstappen, thank you very much. All courtesy of an error there by Giancarlo, but quite clearly, you got a good idea as to why we were so slow in qualifying. We just don't have the drive off of the corners unless, again, Fisichella does something like that. You can see he's missing a chunk out of his rear wing. I don't know whether that's going to affect his performance, but it clearly is still giving him a lot of straight line speed there. As down the inside of Giancarlo will go. And we are comfortably now back into 9th place then here. I mean, our teammate Johnny Herbert already 7 seconds up the road. And goodbye Giancarlo once again. There we go, Jacques Villeneuve, one of the first to blink into the pit lane as well then. As you can see, we do actually gain a little bit on Fisichella right at the top end. It just seems to take us a lot longer to get there than anybody else, but things do seem to have calmed down just a little bit in this Grand Prix. Of course, pretty much all the other AI, with the exception of Ralf Schumacher, have still got a pit before the end of this, so there's still the chance we can get something worth having. We've got yellows and we've got a VSC. No idea what's happened. I think that was a car behind me that's gone. Let's go take a look. Well, Ralf Schumacher then could have been a bit of a threat in the second half of this race had this not happened to him. Tiny bit of contact with the Sauber, and one of the arrows behind just careens into the back of him. Both arrows gone in that accident, and I think a Minardi. Both Minardis as well. 5 cars involved in that, and that one's only a VSC. There we go. I believe Pedro De La Rosa has dived into the pit lane as well then, whilst that VSC has been out. And we are down to just 11 runners in this Grand Prix then, as yeah, Jos Verstappen, I think, has joined them as well. So we're into P6, but we've lost a car at the rate of almost 1 per lap. If we keep going like this, yeah, there's going to be no one here towards the end of the afternoon. I've got no idea what the gap is to Pedro De La Rosa, but we've just got to keep pushing. So here we go. Jos Verstappen again tucked up behind me, so it wasn't, yeah, sorry, it wasn't Jos. I think that might have been maybe one of the Williams, maybe Jacques Villeneuve at the Grand Prix. Sometimes it's difficult to keep up with just who's left running in a race like this. As there goes Verstappen down or inside. Here comes Pedro De La Rosa as well, as Michael Schumacher's dived into the pit lane. One side goes the Ferrari, back down in towards turn 1, and that's our championship rival. And even if I wanted to try and fight with him there, it was never going to happen. Pedro De La Rosa straight back through, and he's gone. I mean, this should give you a rough idea as to just how ridiculous those Ferrari cars are in a Grand Prix like this. If the 2-second advantage in qualifying wasn't enough to make it clear. Michael Schumacher, he's boxed in, actually. I've boxed him in unintentionally there, down in towards Ascari. I'm hoping he can still actually challenge his teammate by the end of this, but we'll get a fairly tidy run off of that corner, and we just wave goodbye to him. Trying not to have a crash with Jos Verstappen as well at the same time before the Benetton hits as well. But, I mean, look at that. At the final corner, Schumacher, those Ferraris have warp drive enabled this weekend. And even if I wanted to, there's nothing we can do. Damon Hill into the pit lane. David Coulthard as well, less than 8 seconds away. So I'm not even convinced we'll be able to defend from him towards the end of this, as, again, getting the elbows out with Jos. Oh, Schumacher! Schumacher's gone! That'll make life slightly easier for us if Michael Schumacher can't keep it in a straight line. And I think this is the problem everyone's got this weekend, because, obviously, around this track you need as little downforce as possible. Everybody's car is so slippery, and because the traction control isn't that sophisticated, it means no one can really keep the cars in a straight line. And again, there goes Jos Verstappen round or outside. I don't get how he's got so much more speed off the corner and then less top-end speed than us right now. It is very, very odd. But yeah, Coulthard update behind. That lap he took near enough 3 seconds out of me. He's going to be here pretty soon. And Schumacher now is battling with him. There we go. Johnny Herbert into the pit lane from P2 then. So despite the fact the Ferrari's pit, he was already ahead of Johnny Herbert at this stage of the race. And I believe is lapping near enough 4 seconds quicker than us. If we can beat our teammate Johnny Herbert by the end of this, those extra points could be quite useful. But yeah, I think best case scenario now for us is P4 behind the 2 Ferraris and David Coulthard. But even then, I don't know where the Williams are in this race. And here comes Michael Schumacher again with another reminder as to why I probably need to join the red team inside this game at some point. Goodbye, Michael. And back into P4 he'll go once again. Of course, this time around, if he can get to the flag without binning it, that would be quite useful for him. As we've got yellows out again. Has Coulthard gone? I don't think he has yet. Someone else has gone. We got another safety car. Who on earth is that? Well, it was actually Jos Verstappen this time around then that's been involved in contact, and it was completely not his fault. David Coulthard there has almost dropped it by himself. Somehow he survived that. And yeah, Jos Verstappen, another casualty out of this race. And Coulthard with some damage. Well, 9 laps to go then of this Grand Prix, and just 9 cars left running here at the Temple of Speed. But Ferrari, they're going to be leading once again at the front of the order as we get ready to go green flag racing once again. And we have been absolutely caught out there by a Michael Schumacher brake check as we make our way back down towards turn 1. Worryingly for me, I want to see the German get around Pedro de la Rosa by the end of this to help our championship hopes out as best as possible. Either that, I mean, surely Ferrari, their two drivers can't come together between now and the end of the afternoon there. It's just got no way of putting the power down through turn 1, and Heinz-Harald Frentzen, in what has been a pretty terrible year for Jordan so far, based on their 1999 season, he has moved straight back up into the podium places. Alexander Wirtz as well tries to have a look for it, but can't quite there around the outside. But yeah, for my championship hopes, it's actually better today if Schumacher beats Pedro de la Rosa. You can see every other car behind them just struggling with the wheel spin and traction. But we've all survived this restart. A little moment off the exit of Ascari, and well, Alex Wirtz doesn't need to be offered twice, neither does Johnny Herbert apparently. So our teammate there will go around the outside of us as well. And it genuinely wouldn't surprise me if we end up finishing this race in 9th place, because we have just simply lacked confidence, lacked pace there as Wirtz is in. I could not tell you why. The AI strategy still leaving a little bit to be desired inside this game, as here comes Rubens Barrichello back down towards turn 1. Nice to see that David Coulthard did get a penalty for that incident as well with Jos Verstappen. So yeah, Coulthard now, I believe, he's going to have his work cut out there trying to find a way around Giancarlo Fisichella. But, I mean, we've just got to get to lap 25 and then we score points. I'm not convinced we're going to get very many, as once again, Barrichello has a look. And once again, we will hang on. I mean, look at that. Pedro de la Rosa's done a 22.0. My best lap today is a 26.5. Normally, our two cars are... I mean, the Ferrari's quicker. Definitely. But not normally by that much. I guess the good thing is, after this weekend, we've got a few venues between now and the end of the campaign that will hopefully be a bit of a fairer fight. I'm looking at Mexico, obviously where we took the win last season, and Brazil as kind of the big two in that regard. But yeah, De La Rosa might well open up a huge championship buffer. Oh no, here comes David Coulthard. You just hear that McLaren get louder and louder behind me. Oh, we got someone else. I think that was Frentzen. Just has made a little bit of an error, so hopefully Johnny Herbert can try and get past him. I mean, here comes Hakkinen though, and Rubens Barrichello to make our way down in towards that final corner. 3 wide we go. I don't really see a way in which this ends up working for any of us, but it has done. And both cars, either side of me there, just back out of it, as we'll try and carry the speed off of the corner. And DC once again then will say thank you very much, and Rubens this time will try and find an avenue with him. How is that McLaren so slow in a straight line? I've got no idea what has happened to that thing towards the end, but he will storm back down the inside there, as I wasn't quite sure where Rubens was going to try and brake. So we're down to 7. Oh, we've got more yellows. We've got more yellows. Fisichella behind us has gone. Yep, Fisichella out of this race, and then there were 8. I mean, all he has to do is get to the end now, and he's going to be picking up some decent points for Benetton, but not as easily done, apparently, so far this afternoon. And, well, Alexander Wirtz is going to claim a couple of extra points. That Benetton as well sounds incredible. The only other thing we can really try and hope for towards the end of this is if Barrichello and Coulthard do keep battling it out, maybe we can stay within 5 seconds of DC and try and claim an extra couple of points because of that. You never know how useful those extra couple of points will be come the end of the season, as both this series and our F124 driver career mode, they both could be coming down to the wire. Well, I had no idea that's what happens, but apparently we've lost second gear then. Admittedly, it's not one of the important ones around this circuit, but still not good, as we got more yellows out. And I think Barrichello's breaking down. What on earth is this afternoon? Down to just 7 runners left in this Grand Prix, and annoyingly for us, that's probably going to allow Coulthard to run away. Well, as we're about to start the last lap then of the Italian Grand Prix, I said at the start of the weekend, anything P6 or higher would probably be quite a good race for us, but with the race we ended up having, 7 cars making it to the finish, and still we're probably going to end up in P6. Goes to show just how wild this race has ended up being. I think unless Coulthard and Frentzen are going to have a bit of a battle on this last lap, I don't think we're really going to get a look in against either of them here, but 13 retirements from the Italian Grand Prix. 5 of them admittedly came in one go, but we've had mechanicals, we've had other just high-speed accidents, we've had drivers bidding it by themselves, A bit like the Hungaroring a couple of rounds ago, it has just been chaos this afternoon.
8 seconds.
And I think once again, you know, the fact that both Pedro de la Rosa and I have got to the end goes to show why us two are at the top of the championships. But Schumacher, he's going to take a healthy chunk of points out of me as well this weekend. And de la Rosa is going to open up that title lead as well. I believe the gap will be up to 24 points, if I'm not mistaken, as Pedro de la Rosa, he will take the win here at the Italian Grand Prix in front of the adoring Tifosi. Ferrari have weathered the storm. It might be the most OP car since the Williams FW14B, but they've done it, and they've bagged a 1-2 here at the Temple of Speed, down in towards the final corner. Annoyingly for us, Coulthard is going to get the gap, despite his 5-second penalty in the end. So as we make our way through, damage limitation, it's painful. It's a P6 finish, I think our second worst result of the year.
Well, what a drive that was to take the win for Ferrari today. Talk to me, Ants. What was it that set them apart from the competition today?
Well, I honestly feel it was down to the driver and car today. I mean, we can talk driver skill all day, but if you don't have a solid team to back that, you're never going to get anywhere. When you hit that sweet spot of having both an excellent driver and an incredible car, that's when you see results like those we witnessed today.
Looking at the podium, you can see that red suit familiar to fans across the globe. A world-class win for a world-class team. Ferrari do it again.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Italian Grand Prix, and look at that, Ferrari, they were in the 121s, David Coulthard managed a 23.9, admittedly actually Alex Wurz, a 23.3, and that Williams car is not bad going, just a shame, yeah, their strategy this weekend was completely wrong when all is said and done. But that being said, Johnny Herbert bags another podium for the team as well, so BAR will continue their march to a hopeful P2 in the Constructors' Championship. But Barrichello, Fisichella, Hill, Wurz, Salo, Ralf Schumacher, Jenson Button, Jean Alesi, Nick Heidfeld, Jacques Villeneuve, Jarno Trulli, Jan Magnussen, and last but not least, Mika Hakkinen, all failing to see the checkered flag. That was, again, another ridiculous race weekend. It does, though, mean the gap at the top of the table is up to 24 points, as Schumacher now up into P3. He's going to have his work cut out if he wants to beat his teammate by the end of the year. Other battles, though, going on further down the order. Alex Wurz, Herbert, 1 point in it between them. Hakkinen still safely ahead of his teammate, David Coulthard, as well, a little bit further down. Fredson, as well, with those big points, gets himself ahead of Jan Magnussen, and still Mika Salo inside the top 10 of this championship. Constructors-wise, we build up a nice safe buffer over Williams as well. They're 37 points now, the gap to them, with just 4 rounds to go of the campaign. But we need to try and beat Pedro de la Rosa as and where we can. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready. I believe we're in the USA next. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 13 of the F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at Suzuka, a circuit of course that has decided so many world championships in years gone by in F1. Of course, in 2000 saw Michael Schumacher claim his first world title for Ferrari, beating out Mika Hakkinen in an absolute dogfight of a race weekend. This series, though, the championship is shaping up rather differently. In fact, neither Michael Schumacher or Mika Hakkinen are kind of top of the table right now. It is Michael's teammate, Pedro de la Rosa, who is on 208 points there, 24 clear of myself. Ferrari, they absolutely cooked last weekend at the Italian Grand Prix, so we're hoping that this weekend we can try and rein a few of those points back in. 4 more races to go this season. It is far from over just yet, but it really does feel like Ferrari are starting to build up a little bit more momentum, and yeah, it has just been, you know, a tale of Pedro and I being the most consistent 2 drivers over the course of the season as well. Schumacher, though, 3 back-to-back second-place finishes in a row. He will want to try and get a win. He'll want to try and drag this title fight out for as long as he possibly can. If you're new around here as well, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel, and yeah, we want to try and hit 140k before the end of the year. Let's do this thing. Well, I would hope this circuit is going to be one that suits our car a little bit more. We've survived all of those really, really high-speed circuits, like, you know, Monza and Belgium and things like that in recent times, and we've still got an outside shot at that world title against both of the Ferraris there. But on a track like this is where we really need to come alive. Make sure that we beat out De La Rosa, take some points out of him, and make sure that we go to Brazil with at least a fair shot at the crown there. Mika Häkkinen, McLaren, still bringing upgrades to that car towards the end of the year. There's still rumbling and some rumours that we might join that team ready for next season, but ultimately, BAI, you know, they've done a pretty good job. Myself and Johnny Herbert this year have delivered well as teammates there as well, just a little bit deep down at the Degners. I mean, if Häkkinen could win this one, or at least out-qualify those Ferrari cars, that could do us a real favour there. As just see, Häkkinen makes a little mistake off the hairpin, and Michael Schumacher now, he loves this Suzuka circuit, of course. Had a bit of heartbreak back in the late 90s around this venue. Obviously lost out on a couple of world titles there as well, running a little bit wide down through Spoon. But yeah, happy memories, of course, from the real life 2000 season. And yeah, this was always a track that he was very, very strong at as well there, as making our way down in towards 130R. Even in cars from 25 years ago, this corner was still completely flat out, and rather comfortably so. Looks like the AI have remained a bit more bunched up than we did last weekend at Monza, but through that final corner, once again, we're not going to have the best qualifying effort in the world. Out of the final turn, we only end up P8 again, so pretty disappointed with that. Well, there we go. I might be pretty disappointed with P8, but Pedro De La Rosa 2 seconds off the pace of his teammate in the end. This gives Michael Schumacher and myself a big opportunity to try and take some points out of our World Championship leader. He's going to have his work cut out as we head into the Grand Prix, so let's head then to race day Sunday.
Welcome along then to the magnificent Suzuka International Circuit, a stone's throw away from Issa Bay in the beautiful Japanese countryside. What surprises lie in wait for us today in the Japanese Grand Prix? 18 corners make up a lap of the incredible figure-of-8 Suzuka circuit, with 10 to the right and 8 to the left, for a distance of 3.6 miles. Average lap speeds around here are fairly quick. If it stays dry, then expect somewhere in the region of 136 miles per hour. Anthony Davidson is alongside me as usual for the race today. Let's talk about Mr. Monaco. What do you make of their performance so far this season?
It's been a really solid year so far. There have been some incredible standout performances, but what's really impressed me has been the consistency. With this kind of form, I'm expecting another great race today.
Well, I am intrigued to see how Pedro De La Rosa is going to get on trying to carve his way back through the order. That Ferrari car still seems to be the class of the field, but as always, you know, BAR, Williams, McLaren, it looks like on a track like this we're more than competitive enough to really give him a bit of a headache as well. They're 27 laps ahead of us around the Suzuka circuit, of course. Crashes, incidents, things like that. We had 13 DNFs last time out. I would be staggered if everyone makes it through clean and tidy throughout this weekend. But ready then on the grid, waiting on those 5 red lights. Good qualifying by Ralf Schumacher as well. It is going to be lights out, and away we go then for the Japanese Grand Prix. We've not got off to a particularly good getaway there. We get mugged off by Frentzen and both Jaguars down towards turn 1, and look at that immediately. Side by side with our rival in the championship, Pedro De La Rosa. Can we try and hook the car up around the outside through turn 2? Yes, we can. And I'm not going to back out of that too easily on the opening lap there. So, yeah, that was a pretty good job there as Herbert, you can already see, causing a bit of a train in front. I think Coulthard, though, has moved to the front of the order here, as we've got to try and use this BAR's grip through the S's there. This thing has been an absolute downforce monster throughout the entirety of the campaign, and to have the confidence to go around the outside of Barrichello there, up through the S's on lap 1. We might have all that confidence through the corners, but I think down the straights, that's going to be where this weekend isn't so fun for us. And, well, it's been a storyline right the way throughout this campaign. It feels like it's been a constant throughout the entirety of this game there, as De La Rosa will fly past Rubens or just behind us. I get a little bit out on the dirty side to make our way in towards the Casio Triangle. There again, De La Rosa weaving this way and that, trying to find a way past me, as it will be Coulthard, though, that leads at the end of lap 1. We've again got to try and go on the defensive there, but you can't defend anything against that Ferrari. Barrichello luckily hasn't got the same straight line speed. And I mean, yeah, qualifying lap 1, both not really going our way, but we've just got to be patient, let the race come to us. I mean, this is the bigger problem we've got. This is why we needed to try and be ahead of De La Rosa ready for the start of this one. He can just go past cars. I mean, look at that. He's all over the back of Jan Magnussen as we make our way down into the chicane. But yeah, he can just make moves absolutely everywhere here. He's trying to have a look now around the outside of the Jaguar there. They really have not kicked on this season in the way I'm sure they would have hoped for there. To be fair to him, Jan, he's clearly trained his son to be the same way, but he won't give up on it without a fight as they make their way back in towards that first corner. As De La Rosa, yeah, will move up into P9. But that Ferrari car can just make moves through the order in a way that I simply can't, unless we can find the grip there, which was never going to happen through the first couple of corners. As we make our way, though, back up through the S's. See again just how less efficient that Jaguar is than our own car. Can we go the long way around the Dane? Just get the foot down. And Magnussen is relegated out of the points. But one thing I hadn't really thought about was how nice it is not to end up with a lap 1 safety car inside this series as well. As you can see, De La Rosa up the road making moves on Heinz-Harald Frentzen. So yeah, he's definitely able to kind of carve his way through a bit quicker than I am. I don't actually feel like our car is that much slower around this circuit. I think especially if Schumacher doesn't win this one, then we're still with a pretty good shout. I'm looking towards kind of Mexico in a couple of races' time. That track will hopefully really suit us. But again, that Ferrari, you just cannot compete with it in terms of raw horsepower. The Italians, they know how to build an engine. Well, one thing I've really noticed still on this game is how much in the early laps of a race we struggle to build up confidence there, as Heinz-Harald Frentzen, we'll try and switch him into the Casio Triangle. That was a bit audacious. And luckily, I believe, yeah, the German locked up slightly on the outside there, which made that move a little bit easier for me than I'd originally anticipated. I mean, I think Michael Schumacher's just set a new fastest lap of the race. He's only on a 35.9. So, yeah, that Ferrari is not much quicker than our own car. But every position I make, De La Rosa seems to make one as well. Well, his one Schumacher is absolutely flying along at the front of the order, setting fastest lap after fastest lap. The other one, yeah, as you can see, we're definitely quicker than those Jordan cars that we're locked in between at the moment. I mean, Ralph, yeah, had a really good qualifying effort yesterday. I think just got that lap absolutely hooked up when a few other drivers didn't. You can see now as we make our way into the S's. I mean, that Jordan car is having to blend out the throttle slightly through 130R, hence why we were able to get the run on his teammate. But again, that time around, he's just got enough as we power up the hill. I believe, obviously, Jordan even were using the same engines as BAR. They were both using, I want to say they were both using Honda Power, but I believe the the Jordan even had it rebranded slightly as well. I wanted to have a look down the inside there. What new strategy is the team recommending? They want us to go longer on this first stint. Okay. We still can't seem to find a way around Ralph, and I don't know whether it's Wirtz or our teammate Johnny Herbert that is holding up Pedro De La Rosa a little bit further up the road. But it seems like, yeah, everybody now just starting to get a little bit stuck battling with the cars they're near. I'm looking as well at the fuel. Actually, a safety car here might be quite useful because we're running a little bit tighter. Yeah, we're burning through that, though, rather quickly. As all we got yellows out. Someone's had an issue. Not too sure what that is. They've clearly got going again, so I won't worry too much. There's a couple of cars in the pit lane, though. Jacques Villeneuve and Michael Schumacher. So it looks like Michael, actually, and Hakkinen. So Hakkinen's ahead of Michael anyway. So I reckon, yeah, everyone just pitting in earlier than I was anticipating. Oh, this is the closest we've been to Ralph in the last couple of laps here, and I think he's starting to feel the pressure as well. Oh, there we go. Ralph Schumacher into the pit lane then. So that's going to allow De La Rosa and I just to carry on. Alexander Wirtz there, he was the one holding up Pedro, so I can thank him for his help as well. You see Herbert, though, he's actually up in the lead of this race again. This BAR, good through the corners, good on its tyres. So a safety car now would be perfect.
Safety car. No overtaking. Reduce your pace.
I literally just said it would be perfect. Who's gone? I think that might be one of the Saubers. So here we go then, making our way down towards turn 1. That is Ralf Schumacher coming out of the pit lane. And I think that's Damon Hill that's just gone straight into the back of him there. Completely misjudged it in towards that first corner. And as you can see, riding on board with him. Yep, straight into the back. Straight out of this race. There we go. Obviously, Johnny Herbert will dive in the pit lane. I mean, this works out beautifully for us for so many reasons. But annoyingly, it does work out nicely for Pedro De La Rosa as well. I don't think any of us are going to shift our way right up towards the front or anything like that. But I think, yeah, what it is going to allow is all this. Obviously, everybody is going to bunch back up. Herbert actually might be in a really good position here to try and win this one, as hopefully we're not going to lose any more spots.
Go. You'll be racing on the exit.
So there goes David Coulthard as well. Where is Alexander Wurz? Could I get the jump on him? Sadly not then, as Ralf Schumacher's actually got a penalty for that incident, and he will still come out in front of us. So yeah, we haven't really gained as much as I wanted from that. It does give us a chance to save fuel though, which is good. And again, we will be closer to Pedro. Well, we've got 4 different drivers then from 4 different teams at the front of the order, but neither of them are your top 2 in the Drivers' Championship. We've got another one gone now. Not too sure who that is. A little bit further back, but can we try and get the jump on Ralf Schumacher pretty quickly? I don't know how on earth he's still going with just half a wing, as immediately Johnny Herbert comes under pressure from Jacques Villeneuve down at turn 1. Please keep it clean and tidy, lads. We could do with the points in the Constructors' Championship there, as this just works out potentially really beautifully for us here. If we can just time this run around the outside of Ralph up through the S's there, we've got a huge moment of oversteer. We're able to keep the car pointing in the right direction. We'll muscle it to the inside through the final part there as we make our way up through Dunlop. Looks like Herbert as well. He's held on to his position, and now Pedro De La Rosa and myself all over the back of Alexander Wurz there as we try and put the power down off of the hairpin. Are we going to be able to have a sniff down the inside? Yes, we do. But unfortunately, we just lock up, and then we don't have the confidence to carry the speed through the corner. Too scared about banging wheels with other drivers, and we will have to wait for another chance. Oh, Mika Hakkinen leading the way at the front of the order there as once again you can see Johnny Herbert locked into battle with the cars around him. Could we see that McLaren finally get their 2000 season, with something to write home about? It's been such a disappointing campaign for that team, but a win here would certainly make up for some of it there, as we almost had the confidence to try and get around Pedro De La Rosa, and again just try and kind of knock his confidence. Any points we can take out of him today would be really, really useful. I'd love for it to be kind of 8 or 10, but even if it's just 2 or 4, would still be really, really handy and might be the difference by the time we get to the end of the year. They're down the inside again. We'll go. Just be careful not to run into the back of Wurz as well off the corner, and we will be wheel to wheel with the Ferrari. Just about gets the power down in front of us there. And once again, this is great defense by Pedro De La Rosa. Clean wheel to wheel racing, no forcing each other off the road like in modern day Formula 1. So just parked right up on his gearbox through Spoon, and now as we make our way down in towards 130R, goodbye Ferrari. Well, I don't know how many times I can get close to the back of De La Rosa, up through the S's, follow him through the Degners, and try to have a look down the inside at the hairpin. You'd expect at some point he'll work it out and try to go defensive there, but not this time. It's plenty of contact. Haven't really come to blows with Pedro De La Rosa this season, but we will do there. But we've muscled our way through. We have the inside line. And again, you'll just see he's going to come straight back at me, though, off the corner. He knows it doesn't really matter, because he can always get that power down. We cannot afford any contact. We cannot lose any front wing late on in the afternoon. We've still got more than 10 laps to go. It was a very quiet start to this race, but things have suddenly got incredibly frantic. Or maybe 4th time round then is going to be the charm here, as how many opportunities will we get against the Spaniard there? Again, Oh, we will get even more aggressive with it, get even more elbows out in our attack, and then with our defense off of the corner. Now we just got to try and make this BAR as wide as we possibly can as we make our way through. And you can see again, oh, De La Rosa, there's contact made. And I thought De La Rosa had completely backed out of it. We get a warning for the collision, safety car's out, and our big title rival is out of the Grand Prix. Well, that is never how I want these things to go inside this series. We were trying to give him a bit of a squeeze there. And you could just see, I mean, he had some of the car alongside as he makes his way in. But we just move across slightly. And the contact meant instantaneously the front suspension was ripped off that car. Pedro De La Rosa out of the Grand Prix. We get a warning for it. Admittedly, I think we were a bit lucky there not to get a penalty. And you could just see from this angle, A, how big that Ferrari looks, and B, how he just, tried. I mean, he had a little bit more room to go, but he was right up towards the white line. The, Spaniard out of the Grand Prix, and that is a crazy title-defining moment. Oh, why have we got cars pitting? We got cars pitting again. Alexander Wurz, Johnny Herbert, and Jacques Villeneuve, of all people, into the pit lane then. So we're going to be able to P4 of this Grand Prix. Coulthard, Schumacher, Hamilton, all opting to stay out there. Well, we've seen championship-defining contact around this circuit in years gone by, and it looks like this season there has been another one. But Mika Häkkinen, leading the way off of this restart then, as it's been really the first time all day that I've had a chance to fight right up towards the front. We are going to be under pressure from the second Schumacher around there as Häkkinen gets the elbows out against the Ferrari of Michael. McLaren, they're not in a fight for championships or anything like that this year. It has been an absolute write-off of the season. They just want to try and get a win on the board, maybe get both cars on the podium as well, but we're going to try and immediately put some pressure under David Coulthard as well there. We just get the car down the inside through the exit out of Dunlop, and we move up then into the podium places. I mean, even just a few laps ago, I'd never expected us to be in this position towards the end of the afternoon. But let's not forget, with De La Rosa out as well, this gives Michael Schumacher a huge opportunity back into the title fight. So we've got to try and finish as close to him as we can, ideally ahead. I mean, we're going to have to try and go defensive on Coulthard here, but it's pointless. It's absolutely pointless. That McLaren car there will absolutely thunder back through it. I mean, that thing, it's got enough downforce as well that 130R is completely flat out. I think, obviously, we know Ralf Schumacher's got a 5-second penalty as well, as everybody struggles to put the power down at that final corner. We do set a new personal best. I don't think we can really get close to Häkkinen's fastest lap, especially with the way he's immediately just walks off again. But P4 would not be a bad result today, all things considered. Being said, P4 is nice. A podium and a trophy is far nicer there, as again, that time round, maybe a bit too confident. The tyres not providing the grip they once did. Yeah, I mean, it's so weird thinking of McLaren like this. I mean, 2001, of course, 2000 even, was such a close season between Häkkinen and Michael Schumacher. Of course, it was the fight for 3 between the Finn and the German. But, yeah, now, it is, this is what I love about this series, how different the timelines can be. Ferrari, they might be about to get a 3rd different champion in 3 years after not winning IRL in either 98 or 99. What's going on? Häkkinen's made an error now, and Schumacher, I think, is about to storm through. Top 2 in this Grand Prix go to wheel through the first corner, and I was just about to start settling in. But there's going to be no chance for that just yet. Michael Schumacher, a critical move to the lead of the Grand Prix. Will Häkkinen be able to get back around him? Now McLaren have let Michael Schumacher free. He sets a new fast lap of the Grand Prix there. We only go 7/10 out. But Häkkinen, I think he's got proper car issues yet again inside this series. He's going to go wheel to wheel with Coulthard there down in turn 1. There's contact made between them. And McLaren, once again, seem to be absolutely falling apart here. I think Häkkinen has picked up damage. We will go the long way around him and back into the podium places then of this race. Has Coulthard picked up damage as well, though? Is yellow's out? Is that Häkkinen out officially? Nope. Maybe?
tyres.
He's still running, but yeah, he is. I don't think he's going to score. Okay, no idea how we've done that late on in the day, but new fastest lap will go our way temporarily. I can't help but feel that Schumacher might just snooker that one back by the end, but we are cooking late on in the day. And we might still be able to get around Coulthard by the end of this one. That McLaren car, like I said, it's fast, it's quick through the corners, it's obviously very, very fast down the straights. It's just got no stability. It's been all over the place all year, and both Coulthard and Hakkinen have struggled with it, and it also seems to lack reliability. Oh, Hakkinen, sorry, Coulthard even, huge moment there as we just about will get in front of him as we make our way down in towards 130R for the penultimate time there. Once more, the McLaren will just about hook it up around their outside, but he is definitely vulnerable as we start the last lap of the Japanese Grand Prix there. I mean, he's been slowing us down just a little bit over these last couple. Will we see Schumacher be able to snooker back that fastest lap bonus point on this last one as well? Sadly, it's just one of those things I cannot disable inside this series as well there. But as we get right up behind Coulthard once again through turn one, that McLaren car as well, it eats its tyres through its lack of stability as well. They've just never got any confidence with it. It's always all over the road, and it never quite seems like either driver is happy with it. As around the outside, up through Dunlop will go. It's been the move I've loved to make all afternoon. And once again, we will just about get the power down there. Coulthard, though, he's going to try and keep it up the inside. We force the run around the outside through the Degners there, and luckily for me, Coulthard will back out of it. It looks like, though, Schumacher is on a one-way ticket to finally getting back on the top step of the podium as well, after 3 second places in a row. But, you know, that contact with De La Rosa, like I said, it was definitely our fault. We definitely squeezed him too much. But with how sensitive the damage model is inside this mod, you can't try and have a crash like that. You know, you can't try and force the other driver out. We were just lucky that they didn't take both of us out of this Grand Prix, as Michael Schumacher makes his way through just like he did in the real-life Grand Prix here back in 2000. For then, it was to claim the world title. Here, it is to keep himself in the hunt. Schumacher will win the Japanese Grand Prix. We will come through for P2.
They've done it then, here at Suzuka. A brilliant win on this beloved figure-of-8 circuit. Tell me, Ant, how do you think they were able to deliver such an incredible result today?
Well, the safety car completely changed the race, didn't it? It's hard to say exactly what would have happened without it, but there's no question that they came out of that situation in a good position.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today, and a stunning win for Ferrari.
Well, there we are then. Michael Schumacher, like we said, keeps his title hopes alive with that race victory. But honestly, for us, with everything that happened, P2 is certainly a bigger result than I ever expected. Coulthard comes through for P3, head of Villeneuve, Herbert, Magnussen, Alex Wurz, Rubens Barrichello, and both Jordans round out your top 10 there. Still not really sure why Herbert Wurz or Villeneuve opted to pit, but I don't think it cost any of them all too much there in the end there. You can see Hakkinen down in P14 still got back ahead of both Minardis in the end, with De La Rosa, Fisichella, Jarno Trulli, not Damon Hill, and Mika Salo all failing to see the checkered flag. What does that do, though, to our Drivers' Championship? Well, it means now there's only 6 points in it between myself and the Ferrari at the top. Michael Schumacher already 20 points back as well there, and Jacques Villeneuve really disappointed to see how quickly his championship hopes have gone off the rails there. Herbert jumps Wurz, Coulthard re-jumps Hakkinen, and even Rubens Barrichello there finally gets ahead of Mika Salo in the battle a little bit further down. You can also see Ralf Schumacher with those points as well gets ahead of Jean Alesi, and it is still Just Jenson Button, who has failed to score a point. We're 80 back from Ferrari. I don't think we're going to get them by the end of the year there, but hopefully BAR are going to lock out P2 in their first real kind of season where the team has invested a lot of money and resources. Arrow still ahead of Jordan with just 3 rounds to go of the campaign. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready at the US Grand Prix, where we head to COTA. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 14 of our F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the US Grand Prix. Of course, the year 2000 saw the first ever race at Indianapolis in Formula 1. So, obviously, since the Indy 500 back in the 1950s and 60s. Sadly, obviously F1 2020 doesn't have Indianapolis, so we're going to be racing instead at the Circuit of the Americas this weekend. Now, of course, if you missed out the video that went live from Japan, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. For the first time all year, we came to blows with Pedro de la Rosa, and it actually ended up working quite nicely for ourselves in the end. We've cut the gap to just 6 points with just 3 races left of the campaign after a P2 finish, but Michael Schumacher, he is lurking very, very close behind there. Only 20 points out now from the World Championship lead. Could the German try and become a 4-time Formula 1 World Champion by the end of this season? Pedro de la Rosa and I, we just love to each get a first World Championship on the board. Jacques Villeneuve is technically still in the title fight, but I think he's going to be knocked out of it this weekend unless he can beat Pedro de la Rosa and myself in the Grand Prix. But just 3 rounds to go of the season. USA this weekend before Mexico and the season finale in Brazil. Please, if you're not already, do make sure you click that sub button as well. We're trying to hit 140k by the end of the year. We've got just over 5,000 to go and about 2 months to do it, so it's going to be pretty close. So yeah, if you could help us get one step closer, it would be greatly, greatly appreciated. But yeah, let's head out then into qualifying here at COTA.
They've announced that the technical regulations are changing for next season. Now there's a risk a lot of our hard work could be undone if we're not careful, so let's figure out how to mitigate this. Drivers, take a look at the developments we have and let us know what you want to invest in protecting. Alright everyone, let's get on top of this.
Well, Chris then, as you'll see, our engineer, getting a little bit worried about all the new rule changes confirmed for next season. They are affecting the chassis and the durability, so not the biggest problem in the world for ourselves. But as we head into qualifying then here at the Circuit of the Americas, I think it would have been very, very interesting to see how these V10 F1 cars would have handled this venue back in the day. I mean, track limits probably would have been a bit more reminiscent of IndyCar and what we often see or NASCAR when they come to this venue. Formula 1 has really tightened that down in recent years, so we can afford to try and get away a little bit with the limits as well here in qualifying. But yeah, I'm kind of unsure about how this car's going to be around this venue. On the one hand, obviously Sector 2, I'm expecting us to probably struggle quite a lot. Sector 1 and Sector 3, though, this car should be very, very competitive. And hopefully, again, if we can just get to Brazil with a mathematical shot at the World Championship against De La Rosa and Michael Schumacher, then I'll be pretty happy. It really has been a season of going up against the odds, and so far, pretty much everything has worked out pretty nicely for us again. A bit like last season when we were with Jordan, we're trying to do our best to emulate Hightown Frentzen and his 1999 campaign inside this game, because, you know, those top teams, they can be beaten. They're not perfect. It's not like modern day Formula 1 either, you know, where reliability can be a little bit questionable as well for everybody up and down the field. But I tell you what, Hakkinen, we saw him fly last weekend out at Suzuka until some late race problems. He looks to be doing the same again here, but it is going to be De La Rosa that lines up on pole. We end up in 9th. De La Rosa then putting 3/4 of a second on his teammate Michael Schumacher at the end of qualifying. Johnny Herbert almost getting the better of the second Ferrari, but McLaren, they will split those Ferraris at the top of the order. So once again, DC and Mika Hakkinen, that McLaren is finally starting to come alive. Far too late this season, but if we do join them next year, these are all good signs. Let's get on with it though. It's time for the US Grand Prix.
Here we are then in one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, the fabulous Austin, in the great state of Texas. The circuit itself 14 miles southeast of the city centre and home to the US Grand Prix since 2012. The latest in a long list of iconic tracks to have that honour. We have 10 turns to the left and 10 to the right here at the fantastic Circuit of the Americas. Overtaking opportunities into turn 1 and 12 at this anti-clockwise 3.6 mile track. And we should see average lap speeds of around 126 miles per hour. With me today, of course, is Anthony Davidson. Now, let's talk about Charles Leclerc. They need second or better to ensure they stay in contention for the title. Anything outside of that and their fate is no longer in their hands.
And they can do it for sure, as long as they don't dwell too much on the position. At the end of the day, there's only one way to go racing, and that's to give it everything you've got. Either your best is good enough to stay in the hunt, or it's not. There's no point giving any less than 100%.
Every single race between now and the end of the campaign, we've got to be absolutely on it. We cannot falter, we cannot run into problems, and we've just got to try and maximise every single result we can if we want to beat those Ferraris. But I still want to believe by the end of the year. A fairly simple one-stop strategy here ahead of us at the Circuit of the Americas. Like I said, I think this track would have actually been quite good fun in early 2000s Formula 1 as well there. But De La Rosa on pole yet again. It is 5 red lights here on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. They're trying to avoid too much wheel spin in the second phase, but we've not got off to a good start there. Schumacher trying to immediately pull past Mika Hakkinen as Johnny Herbert hasn't done a good job either. There's debris everywhere through that first corner as we will try and get around the outside of as many cars as we can. And what on earth is that from Frentzen there? Just absolutely slammed on the anchors through turn 2. I've got no idea how we avoided him, and that could have been instantly race over for us. We know how brutal the damage model is inside this series. We've still got yellow flags out, and we've got a safety car. Of course we do. No one out of the race, though, so I assume that would just be from plenty of cars picking up damage. Just had a quick look on the replays as well then. So Frentzen definitely has damage. I think our teammate Johnny Herbert does as well, because he's really dropped down the order at the start, and a lot of it was actually instigated by Jacques Villeneuve. Got to the inside of pretty much everybody at that first corner, but it's worked for him, and he's into P3. Well, Herbert and Frentzen then both did peel into the pit lane under this safety car, so they might be able to try and stretch the tyres to the end of the afternoon. I'm not convinced, though. COTA is quite a abrasive circuit, even in these classic cars with their more gentle tyre wear. But De La Rosa then, he's not really giving the safety car much room to manoeuvre, but Mylander got to get a hurry up through these last couple of turns, because the Spaniard is right behind him. Still got Coulthard and Jacques Villeneuve as well waiting in the wings. Of course, for Villeneuve, early championship threat. Williams just have not been able to keep up the development as the season has gone on, but yeah, we've got 4.5 laps extra on fuel mark, so we're doing pretty well in that regard right now. As already Villeneuve trying to get the elbows out, and well, his back is against the wall in terms of the championship, and he is driving like it there as everybody's struggling down through turn 2. I mean, the S's, this was the section of corners where I thought this car would really come alive this weekend. You can just see we've definitely got the advantage over the likes of Hakkinen and Michael Schumacher there, but again, it's going to be so difficult to try and make a move, and with how sensitive this car is on the curbing on the exit, really struggling there with over-rotation. Luckily, we gather it up. We had Alex Wurz in the second Williams have a look, but not able to get a car down the inside. Well, Wurz maybe wasn't able to make the move there, but he will fly past us as we make our way down in towards the final sector of the lap again. This is just a track that is a bit too high speed there as well. We actually nudged his rear wing.
We might make a mistake. We could still regain the position.
Somehow, yeah, we didn't get any damage from that one, which I'm very shocked by. Can we just throw one back at the inside of Wurz, though? Yes, we can. As Herbert's gone, and we got a safety car. And here we go then, riding on board with our teammate there. Big lock-up down in towards that corner, and just, I mean, that was really sloppy by both him and the arrows in front there. Not really too sure what happened. Both of them struggling to try and get temperature in the tyres. They just meet in the middle. And Ricardo, sorry, not Ricardo even. Frentzen, that is, in the background, left with nowhere to go either. 3 cars out of this race. very early on as one of the Benettons tries to get round. Well, we didn't try it first time round, but I'm certainly going to go for it now. Into the pit lane will come at the end of lap 4 then. So yeah, this is again another big risky call by us, especially as we've just seen Herbert really struggle to make his way back through the order. Now, can I change the wing? No, I can't. I don't know whether he actually picked up any damage at all in that moment with Frentzen there. Team not ready for us. Not that that's going to matter though. As yeah, everybody else has got to try and come round. We're going to be last anyway.
Go, go, go.
How on earth the team missed us though is a little bit peculiar. But we will re-emerge, I think, in last. Yeah, Wirtz will get round me. Well, I'm hoping this race doesn't turn into the demolition derby that Monza did just a couple of rounds ago. That one was a bit too unpredictable and kind of crash-prone for my liking. But already, yeah, 3 drivers out this afternoon. And we are now stuck looking at the back of Jos Verstappen's Benetton car as we get ready to go green flag racing. Then we're already near enough at 1/4 distance this afternoon. Where will Pedro De La Rosa decide to unleash the pace? There he goes. I mean, we just can't do anything. We've got to follow all these other cars around through the final couple of corners. I mean, we should be comfortably quicker than the likes of the Minardis and the Arrows at the rear of the field, hopefully as well. I'm going to put some moves on Alexander Wirtz there as he will just sit in behind Jenson Button down at turn 1. We had a look for it against Verstappen. I'm sorry, I keep calling him Alexander Wirtz. Of course, Wirtz is still in the Williams car in this series. It is just a fun little quirk with this mod as well there. But hard tyres immediately, not feeling as confidence-inspiring as the mediums did earlier on. But then again, when we're going up against these back markers, we still should be able to try and motor our way through. I've just changed the diff setting slightly as well to try and eliminate some of the oversteer we get through these changes of direction. As down the inside of Jenson Button will go. The only driver yet to score a point this season. I'd love to see him score. Heidfeld, then one of our other rookies so far in this campaign in that other Minardi. He's now been relegated down to P15 once more. And I mean, we have got one of the slowest cars in a straight line on this game. In fact, even Button there with a slipstream was just starting to close in on me again down the end of the back straight. We've got plenty of spare fuel as well. But honestly, from here on out, I'm kind of hoping we don't get another safety car if we can get these tyres to the end. We've done one flying lap on them now. And yeah, they're just not wearing at all. Well, next up then is going to be Jean Alesi in the Arrows car. Has been, well, most of the first half of the year completely overshadowed by Mika Salo, where everything, just seemed to go right for his teammate there, and Arrows able to utilise that and the big haul of points because of it. The AI seemed to be completely oblivious to me going down the inside at turn 1, and as I've said before, we cannot risk, a DNF or anything late on in this campaign. Luckily, we'll get the long way around that orange car through the next couple of corners. They're very careful not to bang wheels. Again, we don't want to be the one that brings out a safety car in this race.
Mix 3 is there if you need it. Mix 3.
It's all over the back of Jarno Trulli, then down in towards this next hairpin. Again, another big dive bomb there, but Trulli will see it. I'll try and get back on me on the exit of the corner there. Sauber versus BAR off the turn. I think this time around, BAR maybe have got the legs. Not at the top end again. Yet another car that seems to be quicker than us. I mean, look at that Arrows flying in. We've got to be so careful. So careful. That genuinely, a little bit of contact like that can be game over. Luckily, we avoid Trulli. We're still in P14. Again, it is through the, through the corners where this car is ridiculously fast. I mean, Jarno Trulli will get an illegal overtake for that one. What on earth is the Italian doing at the moment? Maybe in line for a Ferrari seat in the future if he holds me up and up. Maybe we'll get our tinfoil hats on nice and early in this race. But down the inside we'll go of the Sauber. And there we go. We'll finally complete that move. Again, though, he's going to try and fight it on the exit. But the inside line of turn 2, it is finally dealt with. This car is a handful. It's De La Rosa then. So it's a 1:41.8. New fast lap of the day. That's the kind of time we've got to be chasing here at this stage of the afternoon. I mean, those Saubers just seem to be all over the road. We'll send it back down the inside of Jean Alesi. See, very experienced at this time. We went about, 2 seconds slower than the Ferrari that time round. We did have to make a move in the process there, but trying just to pick our way through some of this traffic, of course. Races like today, especially when you've got a couple of decent point scorers already out, do provide a bit of intrigue. As down the inside of Damon Hill, he will again just about see me and decide it's probably not worth the fight. What on earth's going on here? Giancarlo Fisichella and Schumacher of the Ralph variety really getting their elbows out. It does feel like the AI in this mod, again, I know I've said it before, but they can be really, really aggressive with each other and actually create some pretty good wheel-to-wheel battles when they don't crash, which is, you know, about 50% of the time. It is the one thing I wish Geki had done with this mod, is just made the damage 20-30% less sensitive. I know it's the main reason why a lot of people just have never bothered playing with it. Too many races, it does feel like kind of become demolition derbies. Sometimes that's my driving as well, though, it must be said. But the fact, yeah, the AI can have some brilliant battles wheel to wheel, but so often does it end in disaster. As Giancarlo Fisichella, we will get past. We've had too many sketchy moments. There we go. Rubens Barrichello then already into the pit lane in his car. So is Mika Hakkinen and De La Rosa. So De La Rosa already into the pit lane then. I mean, look at that. It didn't take him long. But our championship rival then already managed to get a pit stop window over us in just a few laps there. Luckily, we will claim track position, albeit for how long, but we are ahead of the Spaniards. Well, I'm sure we can make a pretty extensive compilation as to what is about to happen next and how many times we've seen it happen so far this year. Or not. Safety car out. And that's the other McLaren gone. Oh, let's run aboard then. Coulthard, he's just come out the pit lane on cold tyres, sends it down the inside of the Sauber, and just a tiny bit of wheel banging, just like we were talking about. And again, another time we see McLaren just with a wrecked race car. Well, this absolutely gives the likes of Michael Schumacher and I believe it is Mika Hakkinen, I think, at the front of the order a chance for not quite a free pit stop, but a pretty minor one. Will we potentially get ahead, though, of both Ferrari cars here and then have a lot of defensive driving to do in the second half of the race? I mean, surely we're going to see everybody that hasn't pit yet dive in. No, we don't. Ralf Schumacher in. Jan Magnussen, he decides he's going to stay out there just a little bit longer then in this Grand Prix. So as we try and put the throttle down, Coulthard is in, Wirtz is in, Schumacher's in, and we'll get the jump on all of them. But as we get to half distance then, I'm really not sure what Jan Magnussen and Jaguar have in mind in this Grand Prix, but I like the fact they're trying something just a little bit different here, as we're going to be following the green machine through the final couple of corners. Hasn't been a particularly memorable year for what was formerly the Stewart Grand Prix team, but Magnussen is going to lead us out through the final couple of corners. We have got both Ferraris, though, in hot pursuit, not that far behind. But luckily, we're basically going to be able to use rich revs right towards the end. So hopefully, we're going to have a little bit of a better shot of trying to defend ourselves. It's already, you see how much De La Rosa closes in down at turn 1. This car seems super sensitive over the curbs here this weekend. I've got no idea why, but we need to try and find a move around Jan as soon as we can there. As it is so cool to see a Magnussen leading a Formula 1 Grand Prix there, but not for long, as round the outside we'll go, and up into the lead then for the first time today officially in this Grand Prix. Let's try and leave Jan Magnussen to defend from those Ferrari cars behind. I don't think it's going to last for very long though, as both of them closing in on myself. Oh, just a little bit of a lock up there, don't want to do what we saw from others before. And Magnussen, De La Rosa and Schumacher will all say thank you very much. In fact, even Jacques Villeneuve getting involved there, as De La Rosa is going to go from third to first there. Looks like we're going to see Magnussen as well lose a spot to not just one, but both Ferraris off the corner perhaps, as Michael Schumacher, he knows he's got his championship on the line. He knows he's got to try and beat Pedro De La Rosa this weekend there, but we've immediately got to try and go back on the offensive down the inside of Jacques Villeneuve. Wheel banging between the pair of us. Somehow we both survived that one. But I mean, we were down the inside pretty comfortably pretty early there. We certainly felt like I warranted some space. It's around the outside of Jan will go. Not quite enough. Is he going to dive into the pit lane at long last? No, he's not. He's going to sit defensive through this final corner. So Jan Magnussen Really is trying to create a bit of a mix-up at the front of your order there. But annoyingly for me, Ferrari, they have bolted free at the front of the order as here comes Villeneuve once again back down the inside of turn 1. We'll give him the room. Something the AI can't seem to do vice versa at the moment, but we'll hang on for now and can again. We try and do the same move we did to Jan Magnussen just one lap ago. I mean, he's just trying to run his own race at the moment, but he's got all of the top runners trying to get around him. We will go the long way around again and back into third. Oh no, we've got another safety car. What on earth's happened? Oh, we've had more chaos behind. I don't know who's gone, but it's plenty of cars. Well, here we go then. I think this is Damon Hill trying to have a look down the inside of one of the Minardis. Locks up, and the front wing just combusts. What on earth is that? If we try and have a look from the Minardi's POV, let's take a look at this. He tries to go defensive. Sauber goes down the inside, and they just kind of meet. And, well, I'd say I can understand why one of them's out of the Grand Prix, but that was a very, very odd accident. This safety car, we're going to have to just try and leave it in rich revs. It's something I never have to do inside this game, but too many incidents today as Villeneuve and Magnussen, I believe that is, both into the pit lane. So that's going to promote Coulthard now up into P4 ahead of Alex Wurz. I've checked with the team. They are adamant it's not going to rain by the end of this, but it looks like there is a lot of cloud cover rolling in. Once again then, getting ready to go green flag racing with just 10 laps left of this Grand Prix. I mean, what can we do against De La Rosa and Schumacher apart from hopefully let them fight each other and pray that they take each other out at some point towards the end of this one. 6 points between myself and De La Rosa, 20 points between Schumacher and his teammate. It is all still to play for late on in the campaign there as we're going to go green flag racing once again.
Let's get back up to racing speed.
Hopefully we're not going to come under too much pressure from David Coulthard off of this restart. Luckily we won't by the time we get towards turn 1. But I mean, look at that. Schumacher absolutely hounding Pedro for that race lead. But again, how many times this season have we seen the Spaniard just able to keep his teammate at arm's length? That is not the line I was hoping for through there. I mean, we have got so much spare fuel in this car right now that we can basically run kind of middle revs through all the corners. It's actually slower to run rich revs through the twisty bits inside this game. But then, yeah, we can afford to run rich down the back straight. You can see how much time we lose to those Ferrari cars again. But it's really through the corners where this thing comes alive. But we're going to need a miracle by the end of the afternoon there as Wurz now trying to apply real pressure to DC as well. So hopefully we're just going to have to focus on those two in front. Pedro De La Rosa does a 140.7. Michael Schumacher and myself both in the 141s. And I tell you what, Pedro, yeah, might have the pace here. I mean, Schumacher's never going to play second fiddle unless he absolutely has to a teammate. But the Spaniard's getting away. We are keeping the German, though, in ice shot here. So I don't think this race is over for P2, but unless De La Rosa destroys his tyres, he's looking pretty comfortable out in front. I tell you what, now we're starting to build up more and more confidence in the car. We can bring the fight to Ferrari late on in this race. They are both really, really struggling. I think as the temperature's starting to cool off.
But remember, we need to get to the end of the race on these tyres.
I mean, it's impossible to do anything down a straight, but how many times have I said that this year? But through the corners, this BAR is just really coming alive towards the end of the afternoon. You can see De La Rosa, as soon as I said he looked pretty safe out in front, suddenly has absolutely just fallen back into both Schumacher and myself's clutches. Ideal world for us, we win. Schumacher comes home for P2. I mean, where can we have a look for a move on Schumacher? We are so quick through these final few corners. We get the power down, we get the traction on him. But you just cannot beat Italian horsepower inside this mod at the moment. I mean, this is why I think, you know, unless Ferrari suddenly turned around and said they were interested, why McLaren might be our only real option, maybe Williams as well. But just no other team can compete with those cars in a straight line. You know, the horsepower advantage that Ferrari has still at the moment. They have nailed these V10 regulations. And, I mean, just no one can get close to them. We've absolutely built a better car through the corners. Oh, not when I do things like that, though. And I mean, this has actually probably been one of the most even fights between Ferrari and BAR all year, but it just still feels like Ferrari have got enough. Oh, Schumacher! Schumacher's gone! Into the wall goes Michael Schumacher! And he's not out of the Grand Prix somehow. How on earth has he not actually completely binned that? He's only lost a couple of seconds out of it. Maybe even more impressively, but Schumacher, under pressure late on in the day. I was about to say how I just don't think we can find a way around him. That'll help us out though. Immediately we're up into P2. Is that Schumacher's title hopes literally spinning out there right in front of me? That will really play on the German's mind. He will replay that one in his head and think, what could he have done differently? Well, round in the final corner then to start the last lap of the US Grand Prix. De La Rosa there, you just saw, went fastest yet again. We have tried to chase him down. We have basically done qualifying laps to the end of the Grand Prix. That being said, we needed to anyway, because Coulthard is still breathing down my neck. It has been quite good fun, though, in these last few laps. Not having to worry about the fuel at all, just trying to burn up as much of it as we possibly can. But it looks like, once again, just Ferrari's main man this year. Obviously a test driver for so long in this sport, and well, as we see Schumacher make more and more mistakes, test drivers, they're not always as fast, but they're usually just that little bit more consistent as well there, and that has steered into Pedro De La Rosa's hand all season long up to this point. Apart from the one incident we had last weekend, it is only him and myself that have finished every single Grand Prix over the course of this season. But Pedro De La Rosa, 2 rounds remaining after this one, and he is just once again going to open up a bit more of a buffer at the top of the table. He puts Suzuka behind him, he gets on with it, and he gets results for Ferrari, and he could really be their future as well in this sport. We all thought it would be Michael Schumacher, but yet another mistake coming from the German, and as the clock ticks on his championship defence, it could go the way of Ferrari once again, but a third separate driver in 3 years. Through the final corner, it is going to be Pedro De La Rosa that takes the win at the US Grand Prix. We fought valiantly, but it was only P2.
That's a spectacular victory then, and with it, the championship is secure. It's been a magnificent season, and they thoroughly deserve the cheers of the crowd here today. So, Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
Without a doubt, the safety car changed everything today. The key to their success was keeping calm and reacting to the situation quickly. We've seen teams in the past throw away wins because they were too hesitant, but here they were decisive, and that's allowed them to take the advantage.
Looking at the podium, you can see that red suit familiar to fans across the globe. A world-class win for a world-class team. Ferrari do it again.
Well, there we are then, Pedro De La Rosa, and with that win, Ferrari are your Constructors' World Champions of the year 2000 as well there. We come through for P2, head of DC and Michael Schumacher there. Villeneuve, like I said, his championship just really did seem to fall off the rails once we crossed the halfway stage of the campaign there. But Barrichello, Schumacher, Magnussen and Giancarlo Fisichella rounding out your top 10 come the checkered flag. Trulli, Heidfelder, Lacey, Hakkinen, Salo, Herbert and Heinz-Harald Frentzen all failing to see the checkered flag. That means at the top of the table now, there's a 13-point buffer between Pedro De La Rosa and ourselves. Schumacher now 33 back, so he's going to have to beat his teammate next weekend. And actually, he needs Pedro to finish P3 at best if Schumacher wins the next Grand Prix out in Mexico as well there. For us, Mexico obviously was a good track last year, so I'm hoping that we can try and get a big result there as well late on in the campaign. Constructors-wise, you can see we're looking pretty safe now in that P2 overall. There is Jordan get the jump on arrows as well in the Constructors' Championship. Still, Salo hanging on to P11 overall there, and he's only 1 point behind Jan Magnussen as well. I mean, those points early on this season really have made the difference. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready in Mexico City. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 15 of our F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Mexico City for the penultimate round of the campaign. If you missed out on the last video that went live from COTA last week, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. And yeah, I mean, it's really coming down to the wire between myself and Pedro de la Rosa. He has got a 13-point buffer as we head into this penultimate race. Of course, if he leaves here with a 25-point lead, that's it. World Championship hopes and dreams for another year are done and dusted for us. Michael Schumacher, who made a little bit of an error late on at the US Grand Prix last time out, he's got to try and beat his teammate here to keep his championship hopes alive. So there's going to be a bit of battling going on between the Ferraris. My hope is just in these final couple of rounds they come together and implode, and we can kind of do a Kimi Räikkönen from 2007 and beat both drivers in the other team to the title. Of course, if you're new around here, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed as well. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs by the end of the year. At the time of recording, we are mighty close to 135k, so it is going to be close. So it'd be greatly, greatly appreciated if you could help us get just that one step closer. But Mexico, if you remember last season here, we had a really, really good race as a Jordan driver. It should, on paper, suit our car quite a lot, except for Sector 1. We're going to get absolutely dogged by Ferrari there. Let's just see how we get on. Well, into one-shot quali we go then. And once more, I feel like we've just completely tried to set up the car to suit us in our strong areas of the track. So we are running very, very high wing, which I think is going to mean, yep, we're already waving goodbye to De La Rosa and Mika Häkkinen down in towards turn 1, but hopefully through the twistier parts of the lap, we'll try and claw that back in once more. Of course, Mexico, a track that obviously was long gone in real Formula 1 by the year 2000, but again, I think it would have been an interesting one in this era of the sport as well there. Just could have provided quite a few interesting races, I think, especially, with the lack of reliability back then. And that's such a high altitude would have certainly made things rather wild as well. But just try and navigate our way in through Sector 2. See, we are already moving back up the order just a little bit. Of course, we do get that live Delta feed at the top left-hand side of your screens. I mean, yeah, through the S's. Well, as long as I don't hit the curbs too badly. I mean, chucked it through there, full send on the exit. You can't claim towards the end of the year that we're not pushing still to try and get as many big results as we can. It's just running a little bit wide there. Early 2000 rules, they'd probably be right up to the wall on the way in through the stadium. Listen to that V10 scream, though, as you come out the other side. Schumacher just going to sneak past his teammate right at the end of the lap, and we end up in P8. Well, there we go. Ferrari lock out the front row. Michael Schumacher getting under the 1:20 barrier as well there. So a very, very good lap time by the German. Of course, he needs Pedro de la Rosa to finish P3 or worse today if he wants any shot at the World Championship there. Jacques Villeneuve will line up in P3 ahead of David Coulthard. Johnny Herbert in 5th. We end up down in P8, and then as you can see behind us, both Jordans, Jaguars, Saubers. A little bit of a mix-up between the Benettons and the Arrows. And then, of course, yeah, your Minardi's rounding out on the back row of the grid. Let's do this thing, though. It's time for the Mexico Grand Prix.
Here we go then, it's time to race in Mexico City, a place which gave Honda their first ever victory back in 1965. American Richie Ginther won from 3rd on the grid. And what are the Honda-powered cars this year? Well, Red Bull have been going strong here in recent seasons, so can they keep that record going today? The Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, 2.6 miles of track that allows drivers to take full advantage of their cars, reaching speeds in excess of 220 miles per hour, and providing lots of opportunities for overtaking. The circuit features 17 corners, 10 to the right and the remaining 7 going to the left.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Mexican Grand Prix. Obviously, such a long run down in towards turn 1, so just staying out of trouble is going to be absolutely critical here. Anything can happen at the start of this race. I just want to get a good start and aim to stay out of trouble. It is 5 red lights here on the grid, and it is not a long hold, and it's lights out, and away we go. They're trying to avoid getting too much wheel spin in the initial phase of launch there. Frentzen immediately will say thank you very much. So will Barrichello, Ralf Schumacher, and even Jan Magnussen as well there, as we are getting absolutely crowded in towards that first corner there. Jarno Trulli's going to send it. We've been ran into the back of, I believe that was Damon Hill there, through turn 1. And don't these guys know I got a World Championship on the line? We're just trying to stay out of trouble on lap 1, but clearly the AI have no kind of such respect or worries in this race. Jos Verstappen getting past us as well there in his Benetton car. So we make our way up through turn 4 and turn 5. Ferrari still comfortably out in front. And we have immediately got a lot of work to do here. This has not been the start we wanted to this Grand Prix, but I always knew we'd be a bit vulnerable on lap 1. Of course, as always, we set this car up to be quick in the races. So hopefully, once again, we can try and enjoy that pace as well there, as Verstappen just a little bit slow on the exit of the corner. There goes Magnussen trying to look down the inside of Jarno Trulli in towards the stadium there. And I mean, we are just trying to ease the car in on these early laps around the inside, around the outside of Jos even as well. We bobble over the curbing on the exit. It's so scary. It's so scary, and that's even more scary.
Stay focused.
Pedro De La Rosa leading the way, so if we finish lower than 4th and De La Rosa wins, it's done. Our championship hopes are gone before we even make it to Brazil. There is 200 miles an hour on the road back down in towards that first corner. We cannot afford to sit behind these guys for all too long in this race. There is just see everybody bobbling over the curbs. This is the other thing. Where these cars were so light, they really do bounce around a lot. But obviously, because of the traction control, it actually doesn't really help you out either. So, yeah, they don't even... Sometimes, you know, obviously they feel very nimble and agile. Other times, they just feel a little bit kind of uncertain of themselves. As down the inside of Verstappen will go. And back into P13. We've had a lot of bad starts inside this game. I'm staggered we didn't end up with a safety car. I thought, you know, certainly Mexico would be a venue where we see that early on in the race, as Jarno Trulli then just making his way down through the stadium. I mean, we've got to try and utilise the aerodynamics of this car. We've got to try and move through. As De La Rosa already just stretching his margin at the front of the field. Of course, obviously, if Schumacher wins this race, De La Rosa finishes in P2, then only needs 7th place, I believe, to keep our title hopes alive. So, you know, it probably is in our best interest that Michael Schumacher wins this race. But then, of course, in the season finale, I've got to try and beat both Ferraris. And the inside of Trulli, who locks up anyway. And that's another one. Well, luckily, it seems like our pace is pretty competitive at this early stage of the afternoon. See, a lot of the AI is still kind of in a train as well. So, you know, kind of your front-running half of the field, they're doing a pretty good job at the moment. It's down the inside of Jan Magnussen there. Again, you've got to get the dive bombs out. It's the only real way you can make moves at this stage of the campaign. But again, doing that there might be completely pointless for us, because we might just see Jan immediately come back past me, having to use rich revs every single lap down this start-finish straight there, as here comes the Dane. To the inside he'll go. They haven't actually got that much more top-end speed than us, but it's certainly still enough.
We need to stay on form.
Let's just see again, Magnussen's got the confidence into the corners here. This is where this race becomes really, really tricky, as we try and attack the curbs through the first couple of turns there. Just try and stick to his gearbox off the corner. And this time around, we have actually got a pretty good run. Have a look to the inside. Oh, sent it in just like kept it on the white line, and we're through. Well, on to lap 8, though, all over the back now of Ralf Schumacher, who just seems to be struggling a little bit in that Jordan car right now. I mean, still, this train, I think it includes both of the McLaren cars as well. I'm trying to work out how many cars are involved. In fact, it might actually be a McLaren that's slowing everybody else down. So maybe they've got damage or something, but it kind of just depends on how many cars are in front of them and away. I would assume it's a McLaren, because obviously they can have the damage. Absolutely park the bus through this middle and final sector, and then of course just power down in towards turn 1. Can we try and again have a look down the inside through the stadium? We've got to give something to the fans that are crammed in, and there we go, another move. Nice and easy in the end. Oh, safety car. What's happened?
Full course caution. The safety car is out.
Oh, it's a back marker gone. I think that's one of the Saubers. We're riding on board then. I think this is Damon Hill there. Just nicks the curb on the exit. The Forest spins, and it's a very lazy crash into the wall there. But our first retirement of the day, that will open up the safety car strategy. Well, are we going to see everybody else then into the pits, or is it just a little bit too early for the AI to want to risk trying to get to the end? Yes, we've seen quite a split, actually. Barrichello stays out there. Frentzen, and I believe that's Hakkinen even just in front of us into the pits then, as definitely one of the Ferraris is peeled in. That is Michael Schumacher, so De La Rosa might be left in a bit of trouble here if his teammate's able to move back through. As we are going to re-emerge then. We're only down to P12, so we haven't lost many spots then, but I'm sure the likes of Wirtz and Hill are going to be screaming past the pit lane any moment. Just try and get back out onto the circuit. We've lost one spot by pitting. I'm not going to complain about that. Well, I believe it's David Coulthard now that leads this Grand Prix then as we get to 1/3 distance. Pedro De La Rosa also managed to pit, and he's come out, I think, in P5, so he'll be looking to try and get his way back to the front of the order quite quickly. So Schumacher and I haven't quite got the jump on him in terms of strategy that I was hoping we would. Saw a huge moment at the final corner there as we just tried to get on the power a little bit too early. Hopefully we're not going to be under much pressure from Damon Hill though as we make our way back down towards turn 1. That Sauber is closing in, as you can already see the Ferraris carving their way back through the order up in front. Hill though luckily no match for me. And I mean, safety cars tend to breed safety cars, and I think with the Michael Schumacher on the charge, whoa, come on, this BAR car, I tell you what, towards the end of the year, this thing, I swear, has got more oversteery. Oh, what's happened to De La Rosa? De La Rosa really, really slow up in front there as Hakkinen and Coulthard, Hakkinen and Magnussen even going wheel to wheel. This is all suddenly getting very, very frantic off of the restart here, and I think everybody sensing an opportunity to try and capitalise here. I think De La Rosa might have damage. That Ferrari is incredibly slow as we make our way in towards the final sector. And look at that, one of the Jordans. That must be Ralf Schumacher there trying to have a look down his inside. And I mean, everybody is just line astern at the moment down the inside of Frentzen. Oh, in the other Jordan, we will go again, bouncing around over those curbs though on the exit. And even look at that Damon Hill now trying to have a look down our inside. De La Rosa, he's back into the pit lane though. So Pedro De La Rosa has picked up damage then off of that restart lap. I thought I saw some red carbon fibre out on the circuit there. So suddenly, Schumacher and I now do have an opportunity in terms of keeping this championship alive there as we make our way back down in towards turn 1. The German now up into P6, and he's got to try and chase down his brother. As the AI, they all like to concertina up through there. That is one corner where we can be a little bit strong down the inside of Frentzen again. And maybe for the first time today, we are up inside the points since lap 1. But with a lot of these AI that haven't pit yet, for the first time all day, I'm actually starting to feel fairly confident as we'll go down the inside of Jan Magnussen as well. They're Hakkinen doing the same thing to Rubens Barrichello in front. But yeah, like I said, for Schumacher and I, this is critical now for both of us. Because obviously Pedro De La Rosa, you know, unless something wild happens, he'll still score points from this Grand Prix. He's just too fast in that Ferrari car that a lot of people there's been no point in defending from him. But if Schumacher and I could walk away with like a 1-2 or something, if we could both close in those points in the title, that would be fantastic and set us up beautifully in Brazil. Well, we made a nice move down the inside of Jan Magnussen last time round through the Forest Sol. We really are giving the Mexican supporters something to cheer every single time. And, well, don't fix what ain't broke there. That was a bit more of a dive bomb. But we'll get down the inside through the exit of the corner there. So up now into P6 then of this race. Schumacher is absolutely flying along at the front of the order. Hakkinen, of course, he's already pit as well, let's not forget.
There's a gap beginning to form.
I mean, yeah, even if we could just finish like P3, P4 here, if Pedro De La Rosa can only get like an 8th or a 9th place finish, surely that's still looking good for us there. As you just see a swarm of cars in our mirror, both Jaguars trying to hunt me down. But as long as we can hold off into turn 4, we should be safe. There is De La Rosa. He's 23 seconds behind me with 20 laps to go. Schumacher, Hakkinen and I all closing in then on your top 3 here. It really does look like Schumacher's not able to make any inroads right now. That Williams, well, both Williams cars even, and Johnny Herbert just up in front. And yeah, I think that Williams is just fast enough in a straight line. As there we go, Villeneuve from the lead of the Grand Prix peels into the pits then. So he's going to have his work cut out throughout the second half of the afternoon. And I believe very temporarily that is going to promote Johnny Herbert to the lead of the Grand Prix. So they're going to go wheel to wheel though, back down in towards turn 1 is Schumacher. He really doesn't want to spend too long waiting around. He knows we are closing in. And although we probably haven't got enough to bring the fight to Ferrari today, in terms of raw pace, we always are able to maximise our own results in this series. Surely we're going to see those two into the pit lane at the end of this lap. But will we be able to look past Hakkinen? Oh, Hakkinen there a little bit early on the brakes through the forest salt. We'll try and go the long way around there, bobbled over the curb. Couldn't really commit to that one. We did kind of take a little bit of, you know, a little bit aggressive nature trying to get that move. As there we go, Herbert and Alexander Wirtz into the pit lane then. Rubens Barrichello not far behind me. But yeah, we need to try and get around Hakkinen. I'm just expecting to see Schumacher now just inch away at the front of the order once more. Oh, Hakkinen, a little bit of a wobble there. And how many times have we said that this year? Hakkinen just makes a little bit of a mistake. We will go around the outside and immediately then up into P2. I would love to give that McLaren car a go. It must be such a handful. I mean, it's rare that we see both of those cars get to the end of the race. So far, this one hasn't been a race of attrition. I tell you what, Schumacher, he is not getting away. Oh, why is Hakkinen in? Hakkinen's pit again then, so he must be struggling with his tyres. As Barrichello also peels into the pit lane. Heinz-Harald Frentzen still extending, so could we see some of the AI now moving over to a 2-stop strategy? I've got no idea where De La Rosa is at this stage of the Grand Prix, but if Hakkinen by... Oh, there he is. Immediately. As soon as I say that about De La Rosa, he appears on our relative again, so if Schumacher does have to pit, De La Rosa will probably be back ahead of the German, but I guess it would promote us to the lead, and I'd take that. Oh, De La Rosa and Frentzen have dived in. What on earth is going on with the strategies today? So De La Rosa then really struggling here. So that's going to promote Johnny Herbert back into P5. I'm gutted. I was actually quite looking forward to seeing Heinz-Harald on the podium come the end of this one, because it really looks like he's had the pace to do it. But I guess that in terms of the bigger picture works well for Michael and I. There, Pedro's had to dive in again. I mean, this has genuinely been one of the weirdest F1 seasons I think I've ever had on any game. The fact that the Ferrari has been so overpowered, but Ferrari have done Ferrari things so often this year, has been nothing short of crazy. I mean, Schumacher's stretching his legs at the front of the order for now, but I'm still wondering whether we're going to see him pit. Yes, we are, immediately! So we are going to take the lead of the Mexican Grand Prix then, with just 10 laps to go. Schumacher will still be rapid towards the end of this one. He might come out just behind Mika Hakkinen here. Sorry, it might come out behind David Coulthard even. So he's still going to be up in the podium places. Of course, for him, he just wants to try and keep his title hopes alive against his teammate. He wants to go to Brazil with less than a 25-point deficit, but even at this stage of the campaign, I genuinely believe anything could happen still before the end of the year. But if we could go into Brazil with the World Championship lead over Pedro De La Rosa, I would feel just that bit more confident. Well, we've just got to be really careful as we try and make our way around some of the lap traffic towards the end. The last thing I want here is a safety car or anything like that, as Nick Heidfeld there will just get out the way. The AI then, always when they let you through on this game, then try to dive you into the next corner, even if there's blue flags. So you've always got to be a bit careful. Always just got to try and send it in. But Yeah, with just a handful of laps to go. I mean, look at the pace Johnny Herbert's got as well. We really have been on par with McLaren today. Ferrari have probably still had the upper hand. Schumacher, I think, is still probably going to walk away with P2. But this might well be, apart from Monaco, this car's strongest track all year. Well, Schumacher's now made that move. He's back into P2 then of this Grand Prix and desperately trying to carve down the margin to ourselves. But again, it's those little things I think about. Like, how many races have we had this year where the weather, it's been changeable conditions? Or how many races have we had where BAR have been able to do a one-stop and Ferrari have only managed a two? It's just those little things that you think probably upwards of half the Grand Prix this year have kind of accidentally fallen in our favour. But this BAR car has been a fantastic little all-rounder. Terrible in a straight line, but pretty fantastic in every other aspect. Oh, there we go. Jenson Button kind of letting me by in towards the final sector, the same place his teammate Nick Heidfeld did. But I tell you what, with just 6 laps to go, the fact that we've only had 1 retirement from this race, and, you know, it's a bit weird having a race that isn't coming right down to the wire, but I tell you what, it's actually quite nice for a change. Obviously, I don't, you know, you guys know I don't script these series or anything like that. What happens, happens at the end of the day, and sometimes that means we get championships that one driver absolutely walks. Other times, as this one's looking like it's going to be, you end up with some brilliant, brilliant title fights. And I think, you know, the fact that if you don't script them, those title fights feel more special is really, really important at the end of the day. Obviously, Ferrari, they've won both of the last 2 titles in this series, but I want to be confident. I want to believe that maybe this year, BAR, in just their 2nd year in the sport, we could be on for the upset of the millennium. Admittedly, it's the first year of that new millennium, but still. No, what? No! I cannot believe that. Just after I was talking about how this race wasn't looking to be dramatic, who on earth's retired? Well, I believe this is Jos Verstappen then, in towards the final couple of corners, and he's just had a mechanical failure. He's come together with one of the arrows, I think, in the process, but Jos Verstappen out of this race late on. I never even realised we're missing a chunk of our rear wing, but suddenly now, this race has been turned on its head. Well, I cannot believe that we've just thrown the advantage back to Ferrari late on in the day. The only thing I've got working for me here is track position and the fact Jenson Button is between myself and Michael. So hopefully, as we make our way out the final couple of corners, we're going to at least give ourselves a 1-lap advantage over the German there. But making our way out of that final corner, hopefully we can try and get the jump away from Jenson. Of course, Michael can't go past him until we get over the start-finish line there. But immediately, the Ferrari is on the prowl, back down towards someone there. And here comes Michael Schumacher. Nothing we can do to try and defend from him. Down in towards turn 1. And when we look dead set to try and win the Mexico Grand Prix for back-to-back seasons, he just immediately come away from us here. I'm not going to give up on it, though. If there's any opportunity on this last lap, then surely we're going to try and take it there. Herbert trying to move his way up through the McLarens as well there, as I think Hakkinen once again just running into problems. They're dropping down the order. We've got yellows out again. No idea who that is. A little bit further back, that is one of the Arrows cars. So I'm not going to worry about that. And I believe the other Benetton. There's loads of drivers out, but I don't care at this point. I'm too focused in on trying to beat Michael Schumacher. It's too late for another safety car. They will not do one inside the last 2 laps inside this game as well. But yeah, it doesn't look like any of those for Pedro De La Rosa, though, which maybe is a shame for us. Maybe I'm not going to worry about it. But 1 more lap to go then here in Mexico. And Ferrari, we spoke about how many times we've been given the upper hand over the team in Maranello, but this weekend, right at the end, it looks like it's gone back in their favour. And with this, if we come through for P2, Schumacher, he will go into Brazil with an outside shot at this world title. I've still got no idea where Pedro De La Rosa is further behind, but we can't do anything. I cannot believe we're going to lose this race inside the last 2 laps there. Completely out of my control. Jos Verstappen clearly wants that Ferrari seat. ready for next year there. But as we try and chuck the car through over the curbing there, we've got to be careful we don't do anything stupid on this lap. We've just got to try and bring home the points as best as we can there. I just cannot believe that De La Rosa and Michael Schumacher, obviously, you know, those 7 points, they could be the difference maker come the end of the year for us. That's what I'm nervous about as we head into Brazil. But down in towards the final couple of corners, Michael Schumacher, he looked down and out earlier on in the campaign. He has fought tooth and nail to keep himself in the fight there. Through the final corners, we are going to see a three-way title fight as we head into Brazil for the season finale. Schumacher will win here in Mexico City.
That's a spectacular victory then, and with it, the championship is secure. It's been a magnificent season, and they thoroughly deserve the cheers of the crowd here today. So, Anthony, what made the difference out there today?
It was a question of right place, right time today. We were looking at an entirely different race before the safety car came out, but they were able to take full advantage after the field had been bunched up.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today, and a stunning win for Ferrari.
Well, Michael Schumacher there, pole position and race victory. You'd think it was pretty simple on paper, but everybody that's stuck around throughout the entirety of the race will know that was not the story there. We come through from 8th on the grid to P2. I think that's our second P2 finish in a row, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. DC in P3 there. I mean, Johnny Herbert did a very good job in the second BAR car as well to beat out Villeneuve, Hakkinen. Pedro De La Rosa down in 7th. If you told me he'd finished there early on in the race, I think I would have absolutely taken it in the end, with Frentzen and both of those Jaguars rounding out the top 10. Of course, chaos on that last lap. Saw Wirtz, Hill, Schumacher and Mika Salo all dropped to the wayside there alongside Verstappen and Jarno Trulli. But what does that do to our championship then? Well, at the top, it is winner takes all between myself and Pedro De La Rosa as we head into Brazil. There, 1 point in it. Michael Schumacher just 14 back as well. So obviously if we had another race like this, we would walk away with that crown there. But it's going to be us versus the Ferraris in the season finale. And honestly, any of us, I think, could walk away with the crown come the end of the year there. Further down the order, Heinz-Harald Frentzen jumped both Magnussen and Salo, who is just slowly slipping down the order. I think he should be pretty safe, though, in P12, unless Ralf Schumacher can win the season finale there. Constructors-wise, we're exactly 100 back from Ferrari there, but we have locked up P2 for BAR as well, which I think we can be pretty happy with. Jordan now ahead of Arrows as well there, but I think pretty much everybody are looking safe unless we get a miracle in this final race. But thank you all so much for watching. We will be back next week ready for the season finale. Pedro De La Rosa, myself, Michael Schumacher. At this time, I believe it would just be the second time ever that 3 drivers have gone into the finale with a shot at the crown. You guys do not want to miss it. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to the finale of our F1 2000 career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here to Brazil. If you missed out on the last video that went live last week from Mexico, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But it all comes down to the season finale here around such an iconic circuit. And for the 3rd year in a row, both Ferraris are in with a shot at the world title. Pedro De La Rosa leads the way, just 1 point ahead of myself. Michael Schumacher only 14 points back as well. It is, I mean, either any of us three could win this title. It honestly could genuinely go any direction as well in this finale. My goal, just beat De La Rosa and then hope that Schumacher remains somewhere close as well by the end of the race. Obviously, for Schumacher to win the world title, I would need to come 4th. De La Rosa would need to come 5th place overall. So if we can get like a P2 or a P3 and make sure that we're ahead of De La Rosa, I'm really not too worried if Michael beats beats me, of course. In 1998, Eddie Irvine got the better of Schumacher. In 1999, the roles were reversed. It was Schumacher, obviously, that got the jump on his teammate. This season, for the first time inside this series, it is a three-way scrap. And I must admit, I'm a little bit nervous. We're going to need a lot to go our way, but it has done all season long. Can we finally get one last stroke of luck? Let's do this thing. Well, if we are somehow able to win this World Championship today, unless we get a miracle in this final qualifying session of the year, we will become, I think, after Niki Lauda, just the second ever driver to win a World Championship without claiming a single pole position. That goes to tell you just how kind of non-race focus this car has been all year long, and how just kind of staying out of trouble and everything like that has made the difference. I'll be honest, it's even for a championship decider like this, it's very rare that I kind of get this nervous. I guess, you know, looking at the raw pace, Ferrari should have absolutely dominated this campaign. Both world titles should have been wrapped up a long time ago, but the fact that so much has gone our way this season to kind of keep us in the fight, to keep us close with both De La Rosa and Michael, I mean, it's going to take yet another upset here if we're going to walk away with the crown. But boy, oh boy, I would love to do so, especially, you know, still with all these rumours that we could be going to McLaren for 2001. You know, that'll be a car that hopefully means that it's going to be a little bit easier to try and fight for a World Championship yet again. But as we make our way out of the final corner, once more, we're going to end up in P9 at the end of qualifying. It's not great, but it'll do. Well, Schumacher storms to pole position then, and I guess that works quite nicely for me. The Spaniard, Pedro de la Rosa, will line up though on the front row just ahead of Jacques Villeneuve there. McLaren struggling down in 6th and 7th place. Home hero Barrichello just got ahead of us come the end of qualifying, but let's move into the race.
Formula One returns to Sao Paulo once again with the stage set for what promises to be another classic Brazilian Grand Prix. Sebastian Vettel famously clinched his third championship here in 2012, and in 2016, Max Verstappen treated us to one of the finest wet weather drives of all time. It's an unusual anti-clockwise race here at Interlagos, where the Sao Paulo locals are packed into the grandstands at each of the 15 corners around this classic 2.7-mile circuit. Two very fast sections bookend the famous and highly technical Sector 2, where getting a good run out of Junsao into one of the two DRS zones will be the key to any overtaking prospects today. And so, for one final time this season, Anthony Davidson joins me in the commentary box.
Well, the winter break is looming once again. No doubt many of those teams already have their eyes firmly on next season. But there's still work to be done here. Still championship positions to decide, which can make a big difference to the prize money. So no one's going to be taking their foot off the throttle just yet.
Boy, oh boy, do I want to come back a champion. BAR in just their second year in the sport. The car has been fantastic all year long. Could have done with a bit of extra horsepower, but that's by the by at the end of the day. You know, we can't have everything in this sport, but reliability, strategy, tyre wear, everything about this car has been a joy to drive all year, and I really do think the team deserve a big result as well to round out the season. Let's do this thing then. It's time for the Brazilian Grand Prix. 5 red lights on the grid. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go. They're trying to get a decent start in towards turn 1. Hans Alfredson, once again, will get the better launch than he is. Oh, Michael Schumacher, I didn't actually realise that. He took grip penalties then, heading into the season finale there. So Pedro de la Rosa will probably get a clear run at the front of the order there, as we're just wheel spinning everywhere. Just behind here comes Jan Magnussen trying to look around our outside. By the time we get down in the Esquito de Lago there, but this time round won't lose as many places as we did last weekend in Mexico. Yeah, that's okay though. As always, we're just looking to try and survive the starts in this series. As all Hill and Schumacher almost banging wheels there up through the S section. I mean, yeah, Damon Hill and Sauber, of course, he stayed in the sport longer than he managed in real life. It's been a very topsy-turvy campaign for Damon though this year, but Ralf Schumacher, he's had so many strong races and then just seemingly has come away with nothing from far too many of them. Jordan and Jaguar this year both have really struggled to kind of maintain that momentum that they carried over from 1999. But I tell you what, that Jordan car does have a lot of straight line speed in it. The Sauber definitely doesn't, though, as here goes Ralph around the outside. Della Rosa, though, in exactly the position he needs to be at the end of lap 1, as Schumacher battling with the other Jordan driver there. Schumacher of the Michael variety, of course, as well. Ralph there gets a huge moment off of turn 1, and we will get the long way around there up into P10. And I think that's Ralph Schumacher immediately out of the race. And we got a safety car. Well, let's ride on board then with Ralph. You just see, gets that snap of oversteer. We get the long way around the outside, but he just can't gather it up and just completely takes out the second Sauber of Jean Alesi there. Let's take a look at this from Alesi's point of view. You can see he's a couple of cars back in the train, but Ralph Schumacher just snaps one way, snaps the other into the wall, and both drivers out of the race on just lap 2. I mean, I know it's only lap 2, but we've got to try and do something different in this Grand Prix, especially if Della Rosa is just going to try and control this race from the front of the order. Like I said, we have to beat him this afternoon. We can't afford to finish behind Pedro here in this season finale, so we are going to peel into the pit lane then and move over to the hard tyres to get through, hopefully, to the end of the afternoon. It's a strategy that's worked many times for us before so far this season, but can it work once again? So you can see Fisichella as well into the pit lane, so clearly has the same idea. But I'd love to know how many overtakes we've done this year as well, just by obviously restarting so many races after safety cars towards the back of the field, and then trying to carve our way back through the order, as I think we are green flag racing once again then. Looks like we've actually got a decent restart jump there on Nick Heidfeld, who's immediately going to try and swing defensive. No, he's not. He's going to send it down the inside of his teammate Jenson Button there. That's going to leave us under pressure from Giancarlo Fisichella. And I mean, everybody else knows what's at stake for us this weekend. They know, we can't afford risk. We'll have to dive out of the way in some of those moments. Luckily, the Minardi is pretty weak in a straight line, which makes our life a little bit easier. And we will move up then into P15. Like I've said, Schumacher isn't my main worry. It's just about whether Della Rosa or anyone can try and battle with him. What a year it has been from Mika Salo in that Arrows car, as we try to look down the inside of his teammate. Very aggressive move there on Jean Alesi, who was lucky to kind of just back out of it through that final corner. I mean, we've still got to be decisive with our overtakes. There is Della Rosa, to the surprise of nobody, still at the front of the order after that restart lap. But yeah, Mika Salo running up in P11, battling it out for points once again. I mean, his run of form at the start of the year was something I've never seen before. He did a better job, I think, in those early races than we did when we were an Arrows driver back in 1998. He really has been a star this year. And yet another flying fin in this sport. All over the back then of Jos Verstappen. I'm hopefully going to try and fix that, ready for 2001. I just could not seem to do anything with it. Ready for this 2000 season there, and down the inside of the Dutchman will go though, and back into unlucky P13 of this race. Yeah, I'm still not entirely sure why Wirtz obviously appears twice inside this mod, as here comes Jos Verstappen once again, only by, well, I guess not by name inside this game. But yeah, I'm hoping for 2001 that is going to be fixed, of course, once we get more driver moves and things like that. As Salo and local hero Barrichello wheel to wheel up in front. Again, they're very lucky to survive that one there. I think Salo might have damage. Maybe has lost a little bit of his front wing. And after I just spoke his praises, the Arrows man, I mean, yeah, hasn't really scored any points in the last few rounds. Damon Hill as well seems to be a little bit all over the road just in front. So both Arrows and Sauber really struggling here. And, well, for the second time in about 4 laps, we're going to dive bomb an Arrows into that final corner. Team are loving it. Oh, Damon Hill there just made a little bit of an error, and that's going to allow Rubens Barrichello to put alongside him. And I mean, yeah, myself and the Brazilian just trying to make as many moves as we can through some of these slower cars, struggling for grip and confidence through this S section. I mean, the Jaguar this year, it's been a little bit better than our car in a straight line, but it has definitely been one of the better cars through the corners as well. It just hasn't really suited them in the same way it has us. But, I mean, yeah, De La Rosa still setting fastest lap repeatedly at the front of the field. I mean, we're only about 10 seconds behind, though. So when he does pit, we might be in front, but it probably just won't be for very long. Well, I can only assume then that Schumacher picked up damage. So yeah, 9 seconds behind Johnny Herbert isn't too bad going. But yeah, I can only assume, yeah, that Schumacher picked up damage, hence why he pits so early. We've had no one else into the pit lane still, as Barrichello and I are just kind of dragging each other along. It's awkward. The devil, Michael Schumacher, he's only about 15 seconds behind me, though, and going very, very fast. And it's probably not a good sign early on in this race that I just don't seem to be able to find a way around Rubens here in the early laps. But, having said that, he is going a bit quicker than at least Jan Magnussen in front of him. This time around, we're going to get pretty close. Down the inside we'll go of Barrichello at that first corner. Then again, this car is so good on the brakes. It has been all year. It really does allow us, obviously, the amount. You know, some of you guys have been commenting that I can only really go for dive bombs, but when you've got a car this slow in a straight line, dive bombs are kind of your only option in a lot of scenarios. You can't really do a lot else against the other runners here, but Frentzen a little bit further up than 7 seconds up the road. But when are we going to see AI pit? Oh, there we go. Jacques Villeneuve into the pit lane then, so we're starting to see a few of our front runners dive in. It is only Villeneuve, though, so that's quite an early stop. I'm not even sure by the time De La Rosa pits that we're even going to be out ahead of him. There we go, the second Williams car of Alexander Wurz. This time the real Alexander Wurz into the pit lane as well then. It seemed like an odd move for the Austrian, sorry, not the Austrian, the German even, to go to Williams this year, but it has been... It's been a weirdly decent campaign for them. Williams, of course, yeah, really have taken a leap forward once again overall, but you can't help but think, what could Villeneuve have done had the momentum of that team stayed the same in the second half of the year there? I mean, he was a serious title threat. He led the World Championship for quite a while in the early stages, but in the time it's taken De La Rosa and I to score like 130 points, Villeneuve scored about 50 in that time. I mean, now we've got to try and line up a move, though, on Jan Magnussen. Oh, he really tries to cover me off. Oh, that was not my finest, I'll be honest, but Jan Magnussen kind of forced the issue there a little bit more than I really wanted, and I didn't want to give him damage as well, as Hakkinen and Frentzen both into the pit lane. I think Jan Magnussen's going to try and come back at me there as Barrichello in. De La Rosa also in the pit lane, but he's going to be probably out in front of me. There is the Ferrari as we try and chuck our way through the Schumacher S. And yeah, look at that, De La Rosa. Is he going to be out in front? Yes, he is. We've got the run, though, as we try and make our way down the Esquerdo Lago there. Here comes Magnussen yet again. I made myself an enemy. But De La Rosa still in front of us. But now we've got sights on the Spaniard. Oh, Schumacher's gone. Schumacher's gone. We've got a safety car. What on earth's happened? Well, Schumacher, his back has been against the wall all season long. And just a little error there. Coming together with the Benetton. He was lucky the other one didn't run into the back of him on the exit of the corner. But Michael Schumacher... We thought after the opening few races there was no way you get back in this title fight. He managed it. He dragged it right to the bitter end. But the German will not defend his crown in 2000. Well, that does work out really nicely then for both our teammate and David Coulthard in this Grand Prix, because they'll get a bit of a cheap pit stop each. And Johnny Herbert, yeah, once again, he was leading this race before the pit window there. So as they make their way out, though, myself and De La Rosa will be through. So Villeneuve will also be through, as well as Jan Magnussen, who's refusing to pit just yet. And now suddenly you're top two in the championship. The two men left in the fight this year for the title are 1 and 2 in this Grand Prix. Well, I don't think we've had a single race this year that hasn't had a safety car. Bernd Mailander, I hope he's on a per appearance of fee so far this year, but lining up right behind De La Rosa, and he's nailed that restart timing there. He's going to absolutely get the jump on me. We're going to have to go on the defensive from Jan Magnussen once again in towards turn 1. Still the Jaguar driver, I believe the only car yet to have pit in this race. But can we try and keep the pressure on Pedro? That's going to be our only chance in this world title. But I mean, look at that. Villeneuve and Magnussen flying past me there, and De La Rosa just opening up the gap, getting free at the front of the order there. I mean, that is the dream restart for him, as Villeneuve is going to try and go in pursuit of your race leader here. I mean, we're under pressure now from our teammate Johnny Herbert. Again, though, the problem we've got is through the corners. I mean, we are so quick against the likes of Magnussen, and even Villeneuve there struggling to really get away in the same speed he does down the straights, but we just can't do anything against them right now. And will we see Magnussen dive into the pit lane? No, we won't. So Jan Magnussen's going to stay out there for yet another lap. Maybe he has pit and I just never realised it. So he certainly will not be boxing this lap there, as down the inside of the Dane will go once more. I was worried I made a bit of an enemy out of him earlier on. I think that's happened there. Will we see Villeneuve be able to apply the pressure to Pedro De La Rosa, though? Or are we just going to see the Spaniard open up his lead? Well, on the one hand, it is so frustrating not being able to fight with either of your top two. But on the other hand, it does seem quite fitting that your top three, you know, the three that battled for the championship so much earlier on this season, are now your top three in the finale as well. Of course, early on in the campaign, it was only us three. I think we were the only three cars that won a race in, like, the opening 8 of the season. I think it was 3 for De La Rosa, 3 for Villeneuve, and 2 for myself from the opening 8 Grand Prix.
2.6 seconds.
I mean, I would take a Jacques Villeneuve win here. As long as we beat De La Rosa, I would take a Villeneuve win. But at the moment, yeah, both the Williams and the Ferrari just seem to have their legs on us. Well, less than 15 laps to go then, and De La Rosa and Jacques Villeneuve, they're both running somewhere between half a second to a second a lap faster than me. De La Rosa, new fastest lap of the day there, as we're only about 8/10 away. That being said, though, Villeneuve doesn't really seem to be dropping away much at all. And as we saw with Schumacher at COTA, it only takes one little slip up for the car behind to get the jump, and that could really help us out. But at the moment, we're kind of in a situation where we need a miracle, either that or Ferrari to destroy its tyres yet again. Well, no idea who's bringing out the yellow flags in this Grand Prix, and we've got another safety car. What on earth has happened? Well, it looks like Rubens Barrichello's luck, just like it always seemed to be in real life here in Brazil, is going to be exactly the same inside this series. Our home hero out of the Grand Prix, and a disappointing end for Jaguar. Ooh, Villeneuve's pitted? Why on earth is Villeneuve pitted? Clearly, Jacques Villeneuve wanted to try something a bit different then, as our teammate as well dives in. De La Rosa, though, opts to stay out there. He just wants to hold on to track position for as long as we can, and, well, we've been given a lifeline once again to try and attack the Spaniard. But just like last season then, with about 10 laps left of the Grand Prix, it is going to be a Ferrari leading the way, and once again, the championship is coming right down to the wire. De La Rosa, he's going to go exactly in the same location he did last time round, and that will once again leave us just a little bit vulnerable. Well, luckily that time round, able to defend from Mika Hakkinen in this Grand Prix there, and we do hang on to P2 off of this restart, so it means we can set our sights on Pedro De La Rosa in front. And like I said, we've hounded Schumacher even throughout the last few laps of that Grand Prix to try and keep ourselves in the hunt. He made the error, and that allowed us to sneak by. Can we do the same with De La Rosa here? He's got to have ice in his veins in through these final few laps. Well, I keep thinking back to Mexico last weekend and how obviously we lost that victory in the last couple of laps to Michael Schumacher there. I mean, both De La Rosa and I setting new fastest laps. But yeah, the Spaniard again still has about 4/10 extra in the back pocket over ourselves here. I mean, could he go through his tyres? Could something happen to that Ferrari late on in the afternoon? Every single lap that passes by, I just lose a little bit of hope. And we've got a VSC and another couple of drivers gone. And that is our teammate Johnny Herbert. Running on board then with Johnny Herbert. Oh, it's actually the arrows in front of him that bins it, just like we saw with Schumacher early on. Herbert out. I think Salo out as well there, and I think even another car got involved in that one. I think it was the other Arrows car, so both of them involved in the accident. And, I mean, loads of cars have gone in that one. We lost like 6 cars from that accident. But there's not enough time for another... What? The game won't give you more than 3 safety cars. That's why we haven't seen another one. But that has left us then with just 9 runners in this Grand Prix, so hopefully Jenson Button, our only driver yet to score a point this season, could today finally be his day. Yeah, I'm trying to do everything I possibly can to use all the fuel up towards the end of this race, Mark, but again, another race of attrition late on this season. I've got no idea whether Button is inside the top 10. We might lose another one. So we've still got yellow flags out. No idea who that is now. I think that's Villeneuve gone. So what on earth is happening? We're down to 8 cars in this season finale, maybe. No, Villeneuve's still out there. Well, at the moment, then, this feels more like the end of a British touring car season. Never mind Formula 1. Always a great watch, because, of course, the teams don't need the cars anymore, so they basically just all go out there and absolutely smash into each other. As I think, yeah, Villeneuve's was a mechanical failure, not an accident, to be fair, which is quite uncommon inside this series. But you see the Williams there down at turn 1, and that probably just goes to explain the second half of his season, while Hakkinen is hounding us so much towards the end of this race. I mean, we are just doing everything we possibly can to try and keep him at bay, but Pedro Della Rosa, I mean, he's what, 2.5 seconds up the road now. Less than 6 laps left of this race. Now we're under pressure as Hakkinen is going to come screaming by. He hasn't got enough top-end speed, though. And, I mean, if we're going to walk away with anything, I want it to at least be P2. Or maybe Hakkinen knows I could be his teammate next season over at McLaren, so just wants to try and remind me why he is so highly rated inside the F1 paddock there. But 4 laps left. I mean, look at that. He's trying to look around the outside up and towards Ferradura. That is a very brave opportunity. But yeah, Hakkinen, you know, he's a very clever driver. Of course, in this alternate universe, he's not a Formula 1 world champion, but still waiting for that chance. Well, no idea what's going on right towards the end of this race, but 2 laps to go then, and we're now actually seemingly starting to take some time out of Pedro Della Rosa. Admittedly, it's not a lot, but that gap finally starting to go in the right direction here. But if these are our last 2 laps in a BAR car for the foreseeable future, what a season it has been with this team. You know, we've gone up against everything. You know, this organisation struggled so much in 1999. Admittedly, I signed on with quite a big paycheck. That was kind of the last convincing factor for us, but we saw something in this team, they saw something in us, and just like our 1999 campaign with Jordan, everything, we just kind of maximise every single result we possibly can, try to avoid making the errors, and we're going to walk away with massively, you know, kind of over-exaggerated season performance come the end of it. Annoyingly, though, as we are about to start the last lap of the Brazilian Grand Prix, it looks like we are going to come up just 1 place short of the World Championship in both this Grand Prix and the overall crown there. Pedro Della Rosa, what a bizarre story it has been this year. Everyone just assumed he would be the number 2 to Michael Schumacher, but he came out of the blocks with some big results early on in the campaign, where Schumacher struggled, maybe spent too much time partying after his, you know, just astonishing 1999 World Championship drive there. And Della Rosa, on the last lap of this Grand Prix, despite Schumacher giving it everything on numerous occasions, the Spaniard has not wavered, apart from us. Of course, he would have been the only driver to finish every race this campaign had we not come together at Suzuka. And I tell you what, as gutted as I am for us, Ferrari and the Spaniard, they absolutely deserve this World Championship. That car is so quick, and he would have been unlucky. Ferrari's strategy might have hindered him on numerous occasions over the course of the campaign, but for the first time since I believe the 1970s, when Lotus managed it, Ferrari, 3 different drivers are going to be world champion 3 years back to back. As he rounds the final corner, Pedro Della Rosa is your Formula 1 2000 champion, and we just come up short. Pedro Della Rosa, pole position, he would have had fastest lap, race victory. That is how you become Formula 1 world champion in style there. We did everything we possibly could, but ultimately that Ferrari was just too quick on the day. Hakkinen comes through for P3, so a decent end to what has been a terrible year for him and McLaren. They're beating out Frentzen and Coulthard, with Jos Verstappen in P6 in that Benetton ahead of his teammate Giancarlo Fisichella, and Button in his rookie campaign. It meant that every single driver scored points this year. I must admit, I am quietly quite happy for our fellow Brit there. You can see, taking a look at the Drivers' Championship results in the end, De La Rosa, he takes that crown by just 8 points, and had we had the win in Mexico, maybe, just maybe, well, there would have been 1 point in it, which obviously would have been even more painful. I'm sure we can look back at all kinds of scenarios over the course of the campaign, but ultimately it just was not meant to be our year there. Michael Schumacher in P3, a very good recovery after the early mishaps. Probably was the fastest driver throughout a lot of the season, but just too inconsistent for his own good. And especially in this series, you cannot win world championships in that fashion. Villeneuve, he will come back, I'm sure, stronger in 2001. Johnny Herbert, 5th overall, a really good campaign by our teammate as well. Beats out Coulthard, who gets the jump on Wirtz. Hakkinen didn't even cross the 100-point barrier by the end of the year. Frentzen, best of the rest, in 9th, ahead of Barrichello in the end. Jan Magnussen beats out Mika Salo, with Ralf Schumacher and Damon Hill. Wirtz and Jos Verstappen even gets the jump on his teammate Fisichella in that final race, as both of them jump Jean Alesi in the championship. Jarno Trulli down in 18th there, and Heidfeld and Button tied on 5 points apiece. Constructors-wise, we ended up 107 behind Ferrari in the end. I don't think we were ever really going to challenge them. Benetton, though, jumped Sauber in this final race as well, so a good job done. And Jaguar, P5 in the end, just ahead of Jordan there. But thank you to everybody that continues to enjoy and support this series. I know it's got a few issues with the mod and things like that. I know it's not the most popular one on the channel, but for those of you that do kind of enjoy this step back into history, it really does mean the world to me. I do love this series. I'm hoping we can try and continue it on, get all the way to that 2007 season in this alternate universe. I'm going to take a couple of weeks away before we get into 2001. At the moment, this series, I don't want it to go anywhere either. Thank you all so much, and maybe next season we can try and claim the title.